so much to talk about, so much to go through. The card is like 13 matches long. It's believed that the main show is going to be around about 4 hours. We've got an hour-long kickoff show. We've got an hour to go until we get to that kickoff show. So we're going to be here for around about 6 hours tonight, if not longer. It's going to be quite a marathon. But very much looking forward to it. As we said, it is a really interesting-looking card. Made even more interesting by the MJF news. And that MJF news, obviously, we can jump into. What I want to do first is just run through the card. We'll quickly run through the cards. Haven't actually done predictions. I might just try and quickly do those as I tell you the matches. I just want to do that so we're all on the same page. We know what the card is. People can then pick out the matches they want to talk about. Because I appreciate there's going to be a lot of people that maybe don't normally watch AEW that might be watching this. I know there's a lot of people that have obviously heard about the MJF news. I think they're purposefully keeping that quiet because I think that it is real. I do believe it's real. I do believe that he has really no-showed. I don't believe it to be a work. What I would say, though, is that they could be using it now. So they might have got in touch with MJF. They might have smoothed it all over. I'm not saying that it's all sorted and everything's great, but it might be that he is going to be on the show now and they've managed to come to an agreement, but they're purposefully staying quiet because they know everyone is interested. The people are going to tune in and people are going to want to know, is MJF on this show? If they come out and announce it and say, yes, this match is definitely going to happen, if they come out and say that, then that is going to obviously let everyone know everything's fine and everything's going to be as usual. Right now, we still don't know. We still don't know if everything's going to go ahead as usual. It's believed that it will because we haven't heard the match has been cancelled. Obviously, lots of talk about him booking a flight and apparently not being on that flight. So, as a result of him not getting on that flight, it is felt that the match will go ahead. Right now, if I was a betting man, I would say I'm probably 90-10. About 90% to 10% that it will go ahead. I think that he didn't get on that plane. I think that he has stayed in Las Vegas. I think that they've come to some kind of an agreement. I think the match will go ahead as advertised. What happens after that, I really don't know, right? Because right now, Tony Khan is probably just focused on getting that match done. Right now, he's not worrying about, like, the long term. He's not thinking about, like, oh my God, I can't believe MJF has done this to me. He's probably not really focused on that. He just wants to get through Double or Nothing. That is it. He just wants to get through Double or Nothing. So I can totally understand. If I was Tony, I would be talking to MJF. I'd be like, right, what do we need to do here? How do we get this match to happen? What is it that we're not happy about? You know, you're having those conversations. You're trying to reach a point that it's going to work. I mean, if he wants, like, double his money and a contract extension, I got to tell you, I mean, I am trying to do whatever I can to get that match that I've advertised done, but I ain't thinking about keeping this guy around. I mean, I went off about the whole Sasha thing. I said that Sasha and Naomi were unprofessional. I feel exactly the same about what MJF has done. Exactly the same. He was booked for a meet and greet. He let those fans down. Fans paid money to meet him. He didn't show, right? Now, this is why I don't believe it to be a work, because AEW would not do that to their fans. They wouldn't. They would not do that to their fans. They would not have their fans spend their hard-earned money, travel to this meet and greet to meet MJF, and then not produce him, right? They've advertised him, and then, like, you know, they wouldn't pull him for the sake of a story. No way. So if it wasn't for the meet and greet thing, then I would be a little bit more inclined to say, yeah, it could be a work. But because of that meet and greet and the fact that there were fans that actually paid to meet him, and there was people on Twitter showing their tickets that they'd bought to meet MJF, yeah, for that reason alone, I don't believe it to be a work. But I do think that there's Obviously, something that's happened. I think that it's probably been smoothed over, but as I said, I am now, like, so far past MJF if I'm Tony Khan. Like, if I'm Tony Khan, I cannot trust MJF as far as I can throw him. I just cannot trust him. He could do this again. He could pull this stunt again. Like, you just can't trust him. So, like, how are you going to put the world title on him? What if he was your world champion and he doesn't show for a world title match because he's not happy about something? I mean, it's so unprofessional. It's awful. It's awful. So, yeah, I really do feel for Tony Khan in this situation. I do feel for Tony Khan in this situation. Obviously, we don't know MJF's side of it. We don't know his side of it, so we do need to hear that. At least with the Sasha Naomi situation, we sort of got like a friend of theirs giving us a bit of their side of it, so we could piece a few things together. But with this, we haven't heard anything from MJF's side. But either way, the facts are the facts. He did not show for that meet and greet, and as a result, you know, it left fans stranded, left fans that had paid money without actually getting what they paid for. I think they, you know, will have got refunds, but some of them may have travelled just to see MJF. You know, you just don't know. So this is why I don't believe it to be a work. But I think there's a good chance it's been sorted. I think now what Tony's probably doing is just staying quiet, because he probably knows, right, I've got MJF. I've managed to get that match, like, you know, it's going to happen. I'll deal with it all once Double or Nothing is done. But let's just stay quiet for a bit. Because people will want to know. That's the big talking point. Everyone is talking about, will the MJF match happen? And the truth of it is, we just don't know. I mean, there's been posts that have gone up that have been taken down, re-uploaded. Like, they're really messing around with it as well. Like, there's apparently a video that went up on the YouTube channel that went up and got took back down again. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So, anyway, we can dig into that a little bit more, but let's just go through this card. So, on the pre-show, we've got apparently just one match. We've got one match, and that is Hookhausen. So, that's Hook and Danhausen taking on Tony Nese and Smart Mark Sterling. So, Hookhausen, obviously massively popular. Those two coming together in a tag team for the first time, so that will be very well received by the crowd. Then we've got a singles match between Kyle O'Reilly and Darby Allin, which is news to me, to be honest. I wasn't aware of this match. I reckon Hookhausen are going to win that first one. Kyle O'Reilly against Darby Allin. I suppose that could go either way, but it feels to me like Darby Allin is someone that's been around for a long time. He's one of the pillars. I reckon they'll go with Darby Allin. I'm guessing they'll go with Darby Allin, unless it's going to be like a feud and whatever, and it's all part of a story. So I'll go Darby Allin with that. Jade Cargill against Anna Jay for the TBS Championship. Going to go with Jade Cargill. I don't think Anna Jay is the one to end that streak and finally beat Jade Cargill. So I'll go with Jade Cargill. House of Black against Death Triangle. Well, they're building House of Black, surely. I mean, House of Black are going to need to get some wins and get some momentum, so I'll go with House of Black on that. American Top Team against Sammy Guevara, Frankie Kazarian, and Ty Conti. If American Top Team win, then neither Guevara nor Kazarian can challenge for the TNT Championship as long as Sky is champion. Now, this feels like it's going to be a feud. I don't know that this is going to be over after tonight. I don't know that it's going to be over after tonight. I can see Paige and Ty Conti having one-on-one match. You know, I feel like they're heading towards a singles match. So that's what makes me think this isn't going to be over. So I'll say Sammy, Frankie Kazarian, and Ty Conti get the job done. I'll say they get the job done only because I think it's going to continue. Hardys against Young Bucks. I'll go Young Bucks. I feel like the Hardys are a team that you can bring in. They can have, like, the occasional match, but I just don't think that they're going to have many matches, and I don't think they're going to be used in, like, major storylines. I just don't think... Jeff just seems like he's falling apart, and, you know, they're just not... They're not where they were, so I kind of feel like it'll be a really good match. There's every chance the Hardys win, But because I don't think they're going to be used on a regular basis. We're not going to be seeing them on Dynamite all the time. They might come out, run in at the end of the match or backstage segment. We'll get that, but, are we going to see regular Hardy matches? I don't think we will. I think they're like a special attraction, a bit like Sting. You know, like how you don't see a Sting match all the time. Sort of feel like, for me, I've got Hardys in that bracket, so I'm going to say the Bucks. I'm going to go with the Bucks. They could put the win on the Hardys there. I could see an argument for going either way, but I just think that is... if you're not going to have the Hardys wrestling all the time, then they can take a loss. That's kind of how I feel about it. Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus versus Team Taz and Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland. I'm guessing they just keep them on Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. I mean, what else are you going to do with them? So I'd probably just keep the belts on them. I think Ricky Starks is really fun. I don't mind Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland either, but yeah, I'll just keep them on Jurassic Express. Jericho Appreciation Society against Eddie Kingston, Santana, Ortiz, and the Blackpool Combat Club. I think the Blackpool Combat Club are really cool. I like Eddie Kingston, Santana and Ortiz, obviously. I just don't think the Jericho Appreciation Society is the same level. I mean, we're talking 2.0 and Danny Garcia and, Jake Hager. I just don't get excited about them. So for me, I'd be going with Eddie Kingston, Santana, Ortiz, and Blackpool Combat Club. Dr. Britt Baker against Ruby Soho. I'd give it Ruby Soho. Just because Britt Baker has been a champion, she's achieved a lot. I don't think she needs this as well. I think we could definitely do with giving Ruby Soho something to shout about. So let's have her win the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. Samoa Joe against Adam Cole Bay. Might have to say the same for Adam Cole here. There's not really much for him to shout about. If he is going to be the leader of the Undisputed Elite, then maybe he needs something to shout about, and being the winner of the Men's Owen Hart Foundation tournament, I think would give him that. And Samoa Joe's already got that Ring of Honor title, whatever it is. So I will say Adam Cole. Maybe that Satnam Singh, might interfere and cost Samoa Joe. Adam Cole gets the win that way. I can see that. MJF against Wardlow. Wardlow's going to win, but we don't know if we're getting that match at the moment. Thunder Rosa against Serena Deeb. I think they'll keep it on Thunder Rosa, but I would like it to go on Serena Deeb. I think she's the best female wrestler. And I would like to see her be champion and have a run with the belt. But I think they'll keep it on Thunder Rosa. And then Hangman Adam Page against CM Punk. This question is in the chat for you guys because I don't know. I think it's really close. And actually, we've had 365 votes. And of those 365 votes, 66% of you have gone with CM Punk. 34% have said it's going to be Hangman Adam Page. So it seems like the majority is saying we will get a new champion tonight, so I'm going to go that way as well. Then I'll join you guys. I couldn't decide which way it was going to go, so I'll just go with you guys and say that we get a new champion with CM Punk. So I can see an argument for both. I think that you could keep the belt on Hangman Adam Page. I think you could keep the belt on him because he doesn't feel like the strongest champion, but he will improve with the victories that he gets. The more big names he beats, the more he solidifies himself as a great world champion. So, he's going to need to beat the likes of CM Punk to have a great title reign. You can't have a great title reign unless you beat great people. So I can see that argument, but then equally I can see the argument of, well, it's not really working, his segments aren't really doing it, some of his promos are a little bit off, the kind of hysteria that was around him has settled down, might be worth going a different direction, and that direction might be CM Punk, so I can definitely see an argument for either way. Days, if Mane ate 200,000 a week like he deserves. I don't know what that means. What? Are you talking about if Liverpool give him 200,000 a week? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mane is potentially leaving and going to Bayern, but I haven't seen that confirmed. But I've seen news that he is leaving Liverpool. Seeb said, wouldn't it be fun if both Deeb and Punk win the titles, former straight edge partners, and then they come out on Dynamite and celebrate? It would be fun. I don't really know, though. I suppose they're a pretty knowledgeable crowd. I was going to say, I mean, I feel like you would have to tell that story. I feel like there would be a lot of people, there's a lot of kids that are watching AEW now because they like Orange Cassidy or they like Danhausen or they've got into AEW because they've discovered it during lockdown. I don't know that, straight edge society is something that the whole audience is going to be aware of. So you might have to do a little bit of education there and bring people up to speed with the whole straight edge society thing. But yeah, for those that were around when it was happening, it would be a fun little callback, certainly. Hello, Days. Do you see any surprises happening? There's been rumours about Bray appearing, but I personally don't think it will happen. I must admit, the Bray rumours have been very quiet. Normally, we go into these with some pretty strong rumours of, like, I remember, wasn't it the end of last year, his 90-day non-compete was just ending, just as, like, Full Gear was going to happen, and I was feeling really confident that we were going to get him at that show because it just felt like, the timing was great. It seemed like everyone else had kind of moved on at that time because the news came out about him being in a movie. But the point I made at the time, which I still stand by, is, listen, if they want to throw you off the scent, a great way of doing that would be, I'm doing a movie now. So I can't go into wrestling straight away. Just saying that is a great way to throw you off the scent. So I kind of looked at that at the time and I was like, don't know if I believe this. I don't know if that movie is being filmed, or even if it is being filmed. Are we saying that he really can't show up at this one show? Just to, let the world know I'm in AEW now. As soon as my film is done, I will be in AEW. So I was sort of in that mindset around Full Gear. And then, of course, he didn't show. And then he hasn't shown since. And it's been months and months and months and months and months. I mean, it's been about 6 months now since Full Gear. And I think every time these big shows come around, the rumours of Bray are there, but they seem to be getting less and less and less. So, in regards to surprises, God, I'm so over them. We get them all the time. Like, all the time. It's just like, we had the Jokers the other week, didn't we? We had Jokers the other week, which turned out to be Maki Ito and Johnny Elite. So, like, those were the, like, recent examples. But, I mean, you can literally go back, like, every couple of weeks, either WWE or AEW are doing some kind of surprise. Didn't we also have... We also had, wasn't it the Go Home show that we had Great O'Khan and we had Jeff Cobb turn up as well. So they barged into the ring from New Japan. So they came over. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm just so over surprises. Unless it's going to be someone really significant, I just want some really good storytelling, really good, some nice swerves. Some, maybe someone that you just didn't see turning heel turns heel, or a new alliance is formed, or, maybe we get a brand new story that drops on us that plays out backstage that we weren't expecting. Like, I'm way more excited about that. In regards to surprises, I mean, I can't really say of anyone that I'd be expecting other than maybe some New Japan stars, because we do have Forbidden Door coming up. That's really not that far away. So as soon as we're done with Double or Nothing, the build towards Forbidden Door will start. And it might even start tonight. I mean, there's every chance that, say, CM Punk wins the title and starts celebrating and gets interrupted by Okada or, Naito. And then, boom, there's your main event for Forbidden Door. So, it's really not that far away. It's about 4 weeks or something till Forbidden Door. So we don't have the longest time. They might give CM Punk a chance to celebrate tonight and then do something on Dynamite. But in all fairness, if you've got people tuning into this show that are paying money for this show, you're probably going to want to give them something. You're probably going to want to give them their money's worth, and that might be that you do give them a little surprise, you do give them a little something. But just for me personally, I don't need it. I don't need it. There's been so many that, honestly, are getting, dare I say, less and less impressive. Because we do so many surprises now. The surprises we get... I mean, like, do you remember, wasn't it Friday, WWE did New Day and a mystery partner taking on whoever, and everyone was like, oh, I wonder if it's Tyler Breeze, because he's come back to up, up, down, down now. And everyone's like, oh, it might be Tyler Breeze, or maybe they've gone out and got, like, someone, it could be someone that we've not seen in a while. It turned out to be Drew McIntyre. That's where we are now with these surprises. Like, we do them so often that the quality of them has just dropped down to such a low level that I'm just like, I'm over it. I'm just really over it. So, yeah, unless it's going to be like Paige or someone like that. So that, I mean, that would be significant. Or AJ Lee or Bray Wyatt, right? Unless it's going to be one of those kind of top shelf, top tier surprises. I'm all right. Matt Carney, shout out to you, bud. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. Matt Carney said, with two companies now existing, cutthroat types can now play them against each other, threatening to jump ship. MJF. I now understand why Vince has always ruled with an iron fist. Order must be kept. Yeah, I mean, it's business, innit? At the end of the day, it's business. I mean, business is cutthroat. I mean, I know that everyone wants to live in a world where we all go around hugging each other, and, you know, I'm sure we can make strides towards that, but there's always going to be a cutthroat element to business, because there's always competition, and where there's competition, you're battling against someone else for viewers, for TV deals. You know, you're constantly battling for attention. So where you've got that competition, that you're always going to have, you know, these kind of cutthroat antics and, you know, trying to one-up the competition and everything. And, yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's something that MJF is seemingly taken advantage of right now, because I think he is under the impression that if he isn't treated a certain way by AEW, he'll just walk out and go to WWE. I gotta tell you, though, if I was Vince, I would be looking... if I'm Vince and I've just been stung by Sasha and Naomi, right, who have walked out seemingly over creative that they didn't like. So I've been stung by that. I'm now looking at what MJF is doing to AEW and Tony Khan, thinking, I don't want any part of that whatsoever. I don't want any part of that. Is he a good talker? Sure. Can he deliver a decent match? Absolutely. Do I need him? Nope. No, I don't need him. WWE do not need MJF. And MJF could have a real problem here, whereby if Vince looks at that and thinks, I don't need that kind of trouble, I've just dealt with that with Sasha and Naomi, he might look at that and think, I don't need that. I ain't going to go anywhere near that. MJF might then be playing up with Tony Khan, get out of his contract. Where's he going to go? You know, you can easily say, well, Impact will take him, but how much money do you think Impact are going to pay? MLW will take him, but that's just where he's come from. And how much do you think they're going to pay? So, yeah, you can make a living, but it feels to me like if this is all real, him, like, trying to get out of his deal, right? And that's what's resulted in him not turning up to that meet and greet. Because apparently there's lots of frustration backstage. That's also being reported. If he's trying to get out of this deal and everything and, you know, whatever, he's doing it because he wants something. I mean, he can't want more exposure because, I mean, he's all over the flipping show. Do you know what I mean? He's on every episode. He's in the hottest storyline right now. If he wants the title, well, that's coming, surely. That's on the way. I can't imagine he's frustrated at the fact he's not been champion yet. I can't imagine that's a big concern because you've got to know it's coming. We all know it's coming. We all know MJF's going to be champion sooner rather than later, so I can't imagine that's the problem. I can only imagine that it's money. I can only imagine it's money. I can only imagine that he just wants more money, and that's what it's all about. But yeah, I mean, you're right, and that's something that MJF is taking advantage of because I think he feels that, well, the cards are in his favor right now because he can walk out of AEW and go straight to WWE. But maybe the timing is not the best because Vince has, as we said, just been stung by Sasha and Naomi, and I can't imagine he's looking at what MJF is doing right now, loving it or appreciating it. He's probably enjoying the carnage that it's causing and the trouble it's causing. He's probably enjoying that. But equally, he's got to be thinking, I don't want that coming into my company. I don't want to be working with that. Because that's what I'd be thinking if I was Vince. If I was Vince, I'd be like, well, I'm loving the fact he's giving Tony Khan some headaches, right? Because why not? But I am not loving the idea of him coming in and then giving me those same headaches. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, we're trying to get news as it's coming through. And if you do hear of anything, drop it in the chat. And, we'll throw it around. Gaming in real time, shout out to you, Bud, says, I don't feel the hype with CM Punk, I'm not going to lie. That's fair enough. I think his return has been pretty good. I wouldn't say it's been mind-blowing. I think that his actual return when he first came back was mind-blowing. I think that rampage when he finally walks out is just incredible. It's just fantastic. And then we seem to spend a long time getting him up to speed. There seemed to be quite a long period, and maybe it wasn't as long as what my brain is making me think it was, but it just felt long, where he was just having matches against people, seemingly just to get rid of the ring rust. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This, to me, feels like the first feuds, and maybe you could say the MJF feud. Maybe you could say the MJF feud, but for me personally, this feels like the first feud where we're not focused on him being back and him being, this icon that left for 7 years and all this kind of stuff. It feels like this is an actual feud with Hangman and CM Punk, and CM Punk wants to be the champion, and all of that ring rust, all of that he's been away for so long, all of that, don't think just because now you're back, you're the man, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't feel like it's part of the story for this. And I like that. I like the fact that we've moved on from that because I was getting really bored of that. I want CM Punk the wrestler. I want the CM Punk that was, in WWE, that was just, we weren't talking about how long he'd been away for, or, we were talking about how great of a wrestler he was. And I want to focus on that more than I do the fact that he's back now. So, yes, he's back. I'm glad. And we can move on from that and now just tell some proper stories. But as I said, maybe you could make an argument that the MJF feud was maybe the first time we did that. But for me, I still felt shades of it. Whereas with this one, I've just enjoyed this kind of him and Hangman for what it is. So, I feel like we're probably now just really getting started with his return, which is mental. Because I feel like what we've just done is a load of, CM Punk's back, it's been a long time, has he got ring rust, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like now we're actually up and running. I'm confused. AEW have got a stacked tag division, so why do they decide to go full WWE and put single stars together for the tag titles? It's a fair question. I mean, I would imagine, though, that they're probably looking at it, and the thing is that what do you do with someone like Keith Lee, and what do you do with Swerve? Because the whole roster is stacked. They are creaking at the edges. They are so rammed with talent. I mean, like, we haven't even got Miro around. We don't see Brian Cage. I only found out the other day that Sonny Kiss was still employed. I didn't even know Sonny Kiss still had a job. But Sonny Kiss is still around. Peter Avalon is still around. There's, like, loads of people that are still around, that are still doing stuff, and it's like, really, you've just got to find stuff for them to do. I mean, even Daniel, Bryan, and Moxley are now shoved in a faction. It's a great faction, but again, it's like we need something for them to do. At the moment, the TNT title is Scorpio Sky and Sammy Guevara, so there's no chance of doing anything there with like Keith Lee or Swerve. Not at the moment, anyway. Obviously, title picture is CM Punk and Hangman, and you've got to think that MJF's going to go up there sooner rather than later, depending on what's happened and what happens after Double or Nothing. So, but MJF you would think would be in the conversation. Wardlow's getting a massive push. It's really hard. Like, what do you do with Swerve? What do you do with these people that they've been bringing in? So I think they've just decided to put them together in a tag team and see if they can just get maybe 6 months out of them there. But, yeah, I mean, look, they're bursting at the seams, man, with talent. But, that's good and bad, isn't it? It's good and bad. I mean, it's better than when they first started, and it felt a bit thin. Felt a little bit thin, you looked around and you had the likes of Peter Avalon, Joey Janela, Sonny Kiss, Jimmy Havoc. You had those kind of people that were having to have segments on Dynamite, not Dark, on Dynamite, because we just didn't really have the depth in the roster, but that depth is there now, so it's definitely a positive, but I would say that's maybe also a negative of having such a deep roster. What seems to be frustrating MJF is that he wants more money, which Tony has stated multiple times. Don't worry, you are for sure going to get it, but he wants it on his current contract and not his new contract, says Daniel. Well, the problem that Tony has got there is that if he renegotiates MJF's contract, I can sort of see why MJF would feel that way, but the bottom line is this. When he signed that contract, that's the deal he signed. He signed a contract. Let's say it's $100,000 a year. It won't be. It'll be much more, right? But let's say it's $100,000 a year, and he signed that deal for the next 3 years, okay? So you sign that deal. When you sign that deal, you are agreeing to that. You are agreeing to that. So that is your agreement. Yes, I will work for you. I will tell the stories that you want me to tell, and you will pay me $100,000 a year. Lovely stuff, okay? Now, if he wants to then go to Tony after 2 years or whatever and say, is there any way we can get that, increased? He'll get an answer, and that answer has seemingly come back no. But when your next deal comes in, we'll make it juicy, right? Now, for me, this is where, he can go back to Tony a few times and have this conversation, but if Tony is going to stand his ground, Tony has got every right to do that because the contract's been signed, the agreement has been reached, and that's the deal. So, for me, I can understand that MJF feels that his value is higher than what Tony is paying now because, he's, a couple of years into that deal or whatever. He's worth a lot more than he was a few years ago, so I can understand that frustration. I can understand that he feels his worth is higher, but equally I can understand that Tony has said, I will bump your pay up in your next contract, don't you worry about it. The next one that's coming in a year's time is going to be juicy, right? And I will look after you because I do not want to lose you. And I can understand Tony doing that because if he renegotiates MJF's contract whilst MJF is still within that contract, all you're going to get is other talents coming forward saying, I'd like a bit more money, I'd like a bit more money. And then all of a sudden, your wage bill that was 20 million, without even breaking a sweat, goes to 25, 30 million. Without, do you know what I mean? Like, these things can very, very quickly get out of control. Very quickly get out of control. And, look, AEW are still in their, maybe not formulative years, but they're still in their early stages. They're like a Bambi, you know what I mean? Just, like, still learning to walk. They've only been around for, 3 years. And within those 3 years, we've had a pandemic. There's been, crazy challenges. And, we've not had an audience for I don't know how long, so they weren't even getting, like, ticket sales, drastically, no house shows or anything, you know, no overseas tours. So, do you know what I mean? I can understand Tony's point of view as well, where it ain't like the company has been drowning in money. I would imagine, and I could be wrong, but I would imagine that AEW is making a loss, and a considerable one at that. And certainly if the rumours are true about the video game costing 80 million, which I just cannot get my head around, cannot even begin to fathom how that's true. But it is what's being reported. But yeah, if the video game's costing them 80 odd million, and you know, they've got God knows how much going to CM Punk and all this kind of stuff. And that's another problem in it. I mean, he's brought in CM Punk. That's going to be a high wage. Straight away, you're going to have everyone else in the locker room going, he's on how much? How much is he on? Like, granted, it's CM Punk, but, you know, MJF is going to be feeling like, well, I'm bringing in ratings. My ratings are just as good as CM Punk's. So how am I not worth the same as CM Punk? And you know, you've got all this politics going on behind the scenes, so I can understand it, but nothing, and let's be crystal on this, because I am not going to be accused of double standards, because I don't have them, but nothing excuses MJF from not showing up to that meet and greet. He is absolutely wrong and unprofessional for not showing up to that, and if he doesn't show up for the show tonight, he is wrong and unprofessional, right? So we need to see how it plays out. The reason why we need to see how it plays out is because there is every chance, and I am actually expecting him to be on the show tonight. I think that match still goes ahead, but it still doesn't excuse the fact that he missed that meet and greet. It still doesn't excuse that. Nothing excuses standing up fans that have paid money to see you, because, God, times are hard, man. You know, money ain't growing on trees. And cost of living is going up, food prices going up. You know, if people are good enough to reach into their pocket and spend what money they do have to come and see you and meet you, and you don't show, it's moody, man. It's moody. And that's why if I was Vince, I'd be like, don't know if I want to work with this guy. Brenton said, put the belts on Team Taz. Jurassic Express are dragging down the belts. Have Christian turn heel and wrestle Jungle Boy. Make Jungle Boy better. Dort Knight said, Nottingham Forest are in talks to bring back Steve Stone, Jason Lee, Stan Collymore, and Van Hooydonk. I wish that was true. The Real YT said Sonny Kiss has been doing the YouTube shows. Burn It Down said, when does the main show start? In about an hour and 20 minutes. We're about 20 minutes away from the kickoff show. John said Danhausen's winning the title tonight. I don't think he's competing for any belts, is he? I think he's just in that tag team, and he with Hook. Tony doesn't know how committed the new team at Warner are behind AEW, so there's no guarantees that the new TV contract will be that big. He can't afford to commit to big money contracts right now. It's a very good point as well, actually. It's a very good point. I think, though, I can. It's difficult, and, you know, look, being a promoter, being, you know, in Tony's position is not easy. Being Vince McMahon is not an easy job. You do have to be relatively heartless in order to do that job, because you can't please all the people all the time. So seemingly Vince aims for pleasing no one all the time, and that seems to work out for him. But with Tony, he's, I believe, a nicer person. So he, I think, genuinely does try to help people out where he can. And I think that he genuinely, like, wants to pay MJF, like, what he's worth and, you know, give him that increase. So I can totally believe that he's had conversations saying, I am going to pay you more. But maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe because of the TV situation, and that's a factor, he can't commit to it right now. And he can't give MJF a number. He can't say, let's renegotiate your contract, because until he knows what that is, until some pieces fall into place, until the video game stops costing more and more millions, he's not going to actually know how many millions he's got to actually dish out to the talent. So I can understand MJF feeling that he's worth more now than the contract he signed. I can understand Tony Khan not wanting to renegotiate a new contract for several reasons, and I think that TV deal point is an excellent one. because that could be playing a factor, absolutely. So yeah, you know, I mean, look, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on there. But the only thing I can keep coming back to is nothing excuses not showing up to that meet and greet. And I think what they will do is they will try and spin it a little bit to make it out like it's a kayfabe thing. I think, like, you know, MJF not showing up, well, you know, what do you expect? It's just the guy does what the guy wants to do, and they'll try and spin it sort of that way. He's a heel, and, you know, I think they'll probably lean into that a little bit. I mean, we all know that's clearly not the case, but I can see them trying to smooth it over that way. Whether he's agreed now to a new contract with MJF just to get him to do the show or not, well, we don't know, do we? It's what if he's on the show tonight is going to be interesting. But honestly, what happens after the show is going to be just as interesting, because what has Tony had to agree to get MJF to do the show? And not only that, how has that soured the relationship? If you're Tony, how much are you now going to want to use MJF? And the other problem you've got as well is that MJF, say you've agreed new terms. Well, if you've agreed new terms, like you've given him a little bump in his pay, right? What are you going to do when it comes around to a new contract? He's going to then, I'm guessing, want another bump in pay. And he's just going to keep wanting to bump this up, and it's just going to, you know. I mean, there's going to have to be a line as well where Tony's like, I'm willing to go that far, but I ain't paying any more. And if he walks away, he walks away. If you lose MJF, you lose MJF. Would it be a blow? Yeah, definitely. It would be a blow. But you've got to draw the line, ain't you? Do you know what I mean? If he has negotiated that bump in pay, then he's opening up a door for other people to do it. And then not only that, when this new contract comes around, which I don't think is that far away, he's certainly going to want, and I can't imagine he's going to be like, just pay me what you're paying me already. He'll want another like bump there as well. So yeah, it's not easy, man. Not easy. I do feel for Tony Khan in this situation. I do feel for Tony Khan. Joe says, Joe, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Says, with Jeff Cobb being pulled off Rev Pro last week and then days later turning up on AEW TV, could you see AEW helping Rev Pro as a make good? It's a good point. I think they would work with Rev Pro, yeah. I think that... See, Rev Pro's really interesting, isn't it? Because Rev Pro has that relationship with New Japan. Seemingly AEW has now got a strong relationship with New Japan. Can't see any reason as to why AEW wouldn't want to utilize Rev Pro, because Rev Pro is obviously based in the UK. They could be sending over AEW stars to Rev Pro, which would be great for Rev Pro, but also great for AEW because you're just getting that kind of presence over here. You don't need to send over, you know, the whole cast, the backstage people, the rings, the whatever. You ain't got to send like the whole shebang over. Just send over a couple of stars. Send over a couple of stars to Rev Pro. Rev Pro can then promote AEW in the UK, and you can do a whole campaign around it, like meet AEW stars. I don't know, Chris Statlander and Jungle Boy or whatever. Like, you know, they'll be at Rev Pro, and you can get some press out of it. And I can't see any reason why they won't do that. Rev Pro is no competition for AEW. So, and it's not going to prevent them from coming over and doing their own tours. You know, if AEW comes over, people over here aren't going to turn around and say, forget it. We're not going to bother seeing the AEW tour because I saw Chris Statlander and Jungle Boy the other week at Rev Pro, so I'm going to give it a miss. So it won't affect their ticket sales, but it would be a really good way of just getting a few AEW stars over. Be good for Rev Pro, be good for AEW. Yeah, I think it's a win-win-win-win-win. But I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if Tony Khan's thinking about anything like that. I mean, maybe there was a conversation. maybe a conversation happened where he said, I'll look after you, I'll send someone over once we're past, like, Forbidden Door or whatever, but equally, he might have just took them and not really considered Rev Pro. I mean, Rev Pro, honestly, if he needs, like, someone from New Japan, he'll just, work with New Japan. If Rev Pro come into his thoughts, I really don't know. But it's a really interesting point, really interesting. That'd be a really good way of just getting a regular supply of AEW stars coming over to the UK, because they can't use Progress, because Progress are obviously, I believe, owned by WWE now, underneath that banner, aren't they? Along with, is it IPW up in Scotland? ICW? Can't remember. But the Scottish promotion that I believe is under the WWE banner. They're on the network, aren't they? WXW as well, I believe, is under the banner. So, there's actually quite a few major European indie promotions that they can't use, because clearly WWE is not going to allow AEW talent to come in there. But Rev Pro is still out on its own, and I think getting a relationship with them would be wise. Joaquin, shout out to you, bud, said, did you see some of those AEW figures? I did. I must admit, I only ever pay them a kind of a passing glance, so I can't really comment on them too much. I saw a Daniel Bryan that looked awful. His face really did not look good. But I do think some of their figures look incredible. I mean, some of the stuff they actually do. I mean, there was like believe it or not, I saw an Ultimate Edition Cody, which I'm stunned they showed. But there was an Ultimate Edition Cody that got shown off, which I was quite surprised at. Saw they're working on like Thunder Rosa figure as well, which I saw. And I saw they were doing a Red Velvet as well. I'm trying to go back into my brain as to who I saw and what figures I saw were coming out, but I saw some that looked really good, really impressive, and, a good chunk of that line I think is very strong, but, yeah, there's no denying there's the occasional miss as well, and the Daniel Bryan, the faces on the Daniel Bryan looked a little bit off to me. Lauren said, what are your thoughts on Forest getting promoted? I'm really happy about it. Genuinely, I am. I love Nottingham Forest. I have got a soft spot for Forest because when I was watching football and I first got into it, they were in the Premier League and they were a decent team. I mean, like, Nottingham Forest were like a Leicester, a team that's solid mid-table, and sometimes pushing more towards the top end of that table. They're kind of like what Wolves are now, what Leicester are. Like, Nottingham Forest were always like that, and for me, when I was growing up, and they had some great players, people like Stuart Pearce. I love Nottingham Forest. So, and I love the name as well. I when you're young and you see, like, some Birmingham City or, some at Ipswich Town or whatever, you go, okay, yeah, cool. But then you see, like, Nottingham Forest and you're like, oh, that's a cool name. So that resonated with me. It's a bit like Tottenham Hotspur. That resonated with me as Sheffield Wednesday. That resonated with me. I love those names when I was young, those teams, because I thought their names were cool. And Nottingham Forest I thought was cool. So, yeah, I don't know. There's just lots about Nottingham Forest that I really like. They're got a little soft spot for them. Little soft spot. So I'm really pleased they're back. Genuinely really pleased they're back. It's been like 20-something years, but good. Really good. I was hoping they would get it done today. Matt said, is it true that Goldberg is coming tonight? No, well, no. I mean, look, let's get some clarity on that. The clarity on that is that Dave Meltzer said on Wrestling Observer that if Wardlow, like, they were discussing what will happen if MJF doesn't show. And they were saying, would they just not do a Wardlow match? And they were saying, well, there's a possibility that there won't be a Wardlow match. But after such a build, you'd have to say that's probably really unlikely. So what would they do? And they were saying, well, they could always go and get Goldberg. Because if you want a massive name, in wrestling, it's sort of an unwritten rule that if you advertise something and you can't deliver it, you give them better, or at least you try at least to match what was already advertised. So if you can't deliver MJF Wardlow, you're going to need something that's still that caliber. And it's going to be very difficult to find something that's still that caliber. It's going to be very difficult to find something that's still going to be as satisfying as this story that has just been, built up for like 2 years or whatever. So it's going to need to be something big and juicy. And so that got the conversation onto, well, who's out there that's available? And the conversation came around to Goldberg. Goldberg is actually a free agent, apparently not signed under any WWE deal at the moment, and would cost quite a lot of money, but because Wardlow is compared and clearly based on Goldberg, it makes perfect sense that is an option. Whether it's an option that Tony would explore, don't know. The only thing I would say is that anything that Dave Meltzer's going to say on Wrestling Observer, you've got to know that Tony Khan is listening to as well. So it's not that Goldberg is coming in, it's a done deal, he's going to be there tonight. It was more Dave talking about realistic alternatives as to what could happen for Wardlow, what could we see. And because another option he threw out was, well, they won't not use Wardlow. Really don't believe that's what they would do. I don't think they'd just cancel the match and that's it. One of the things they could do is add him to the title match. So you could have CM Punk versus Wardlow versus Hangman Page. And you could actually do some kind of an angle where Wardlow backstage gets added. Tony Khan backstage with Wardlow saying, look, you know what MJF's like. I can't say that I'm surprised that he's decided to no show tonight. I feel really bad for the fact you don't have a match, so what I'm going to do is add you to the title match. Like, you could very quickly just get around it that way, put him in the title picture, and who knows, the show tonight could end with Wardlow as the new champion, and that would be a massive swerve. I think it'd be amazing, actually, if they did that. I think it'd be amazing. That, we were talking earlier about surprises, and I said, I don't want any surprise. I don't want, someone coming in. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in Tegan Nox arriving, right? No disrespect to Tegan Nox. I'm just not interested. But I'm more interested in stories and swerves and things like that. And if they turned around and said, right, we can't do the MJF Wardlow match, but we can put you in the title match, and it's all of a sudden, because he's so over and it's so unexpected and organic, and then if he wins the title, it would be an amazing moment. An amazing moment. And Dave was saying, I know people would say he's not ready, but wrestling history is full of champions that weren't ready. Full of them. Loads of people that weren't ready when they got the belt, but it's you've got to sometimes just make the best of a bad situation. And, that's potentially an option. So, look, there's another option, which is you go and get Brian Cage or you go and get Miro. But I just don't feel like those options are equal to what you advertised, which is MJF. MJF Wardlow, you need to replace it with something that's just as good. And I don't know, maybe there'd be a nice reaction for Miro coming back. But is Miro Wardlow as good as MJF Wardlow? I'd say definitely no. Definitely not. Because there's been no build for it. There's no heat there. It feels like a match that you could just see on Dynamite. So that just wouldn't be equal in my eyes. But, if you went out and spent money and got Goldberg, the thing is, though, if you was going to go out and get Goldberg, you would surely want to be advertising Goldberg, because you'd want all the Goldberg fans to buy the pay-per-view. I don't know that you would drop Goldberg into the show without advertising it in advance. So I would say that's unlikely, very unlikely. But I do like him being added to the title picture, though. I must admit, when Meltzer mentioned that, I was into that. Bailey, shout out to you, said, if they can't secure MJF or Goldberg, what about Wardlow against Karrion Kross? Well, Karrion Kross would be an interesting one, because obviously he's got, he's had a lot of attention what with being in NXT and then the main roster of WWE. So he's definitely known, and he's got a bit of star power to him. He wasn't on the main roster very long, and they had him dressed like a kinky gladiator. But other than that, you know, it was definitely eye-opening. You know, I don't watch Impact, so I wasn't really aware of him before he joined NXT. So yeah, I mean, definitely I feel like there's going to be people like me that are now aware of him. If you went out and got Karrion Kross, that would be a nice surprise. I think it would work. I feel like that is it equal to MJF? I know, I'm guessing a lot of people would say no. I would be all right with it, you know. I'd be all right with it because I think Karrion Kross is a top star. The only problem you've got is how the hell do you book it? Because Wardlow has got to win tonight. Whoever he faces, he's got to win. If they did get Goldberg, he'd have to beat Goldberg. If he's facing MJF, he's surely beating MJF. So if you go and get Karrion Kross, he's probably going to have to beat him. And it's just not a good look to lose your first match, is it? Certainly not when you are, you know, well respected and was seen as being underutilized in WWE. You get brought into AEW and then boom, you lose your first match. I can just see the Twitter comments now. I can see the reaction right now. So that would be one of my only concerns, to be honest. I think if you're bringing in Karrion Kross, you would want to really tease it. You'd want to build him up as a big star. You'd bring him out. You'd want to spend time. Like, you'd want to sit down and work on his look, his entrance, his music. Do you know what I mean? You'd want to really get that package right because he's a world champion in waiting. I mean, they got him to the NXT title relatively quickly. And then God only knows what they were doing with him on that main roster of WWE. I don't think they knew. I think they had a kinky gladiator gimmick and they were just like, let's give it to this guy. This guy can do it. But they just didn't seem to know what they wanted to do. Didn't he lose his first match on the main roster to Jeff Hardy? I don't even need to imagine how Twitter would react. Because I'm pretty sure he lost his first main roster match to Jeff Hardy with like some cheap roll-up or something. So, and I remember the fallout of that. So yeah, I think it's a good shout. I would be down for it, but maybe it's just not the right position to put him. That's my only concern. Right, I want to make sure that I'm definitely not missing any of these. Let's see if we can... Right, is Goldberg showing up? We answered that. AEW figures, we answered that. Goldberg, done that one. Crazy post-match happening at St. Etienne, if you haven't watched it. I've rewatched the video if you haven't seen it. Crazy post-match happening at St. Etienne. I don't even understand what that means. What does that mean? St. Etienne, like a football team. Something happened, or what are we talking about? David Paul, I'm going to need more information than that. There was another one that just came through. There it is. CJ, shout out to you. I hope you are well. We are a minute away from the kickoff show, by the way. Could us just chatting away. Hey, shooting the breeze. Being young and carefree. We do have the kickoff show. It's going to start. Apparently, there's one match on it, which is the Hookhausen match. So, we will... Give me a chance. I think, is this on YouTube? Is it on YouTube? I could never find these kickoff shows. I think they are on YouTube. Right, let's have a look. We have got AEW. Kickoff show. CJ said, what surprises do you think we see tonight? Surprises. Stupid surprises. Goddamn surprises. Do you know what surprise I think we see tonight? MJF. That's the surprise I think we see tonight. I think we'll see MJF, and we'll all be very surprised that he's there. Tony Khan will be surprised as well. Look, I'm not expecting anything. I'm expecting maybe some New Japan stars. That's it. I'm not expecting anything beyond that. I think this is a stacked card. I think that there's... God, I mean, could you imagine, like, MJF is kicking off, he wants more money, and Tony Khan's like, look, I just don't have it at the moment, and then he brings in AJ Lee, or he, do you know what I mean, brings in a load of new people. Like, I just don't. We just don't need any more. We don't need any more. It's stacked, isn't it? It's stacked, and there's no room for everyone they've got. So, I am way more now into. I'm way more into stories, swerves, people turning heel that you didn't expect, Luchasaurus turning on Jungle Boy. Yeah? I mean, imagine that. Heel Luchasaurus attacking Jungle Boy. Like, give me that stuff. Give me that. I'm way more into that than... Ooh. Not happy, is it? It's not happy. There we go. Right. We've got a video package. But we haven't actually... Oh, saying that. They're probably not going to do anything other than show us video packages for the buy-in. It's probably going to be half an hour of just video packages, isn't it? Thinking about it. I'm expecting to go over to, like, the commentary table or anything, but maybe they're not going to do that just yet. Buy-in. There we go. So, we are watching the buy-in. The buy-in is on... look for Jungle Boy to turn heel and join House of Black, says Jihad. Go check out Serena Deeb's new tweet. You're going to love it. She was talking about the situation before. What's she saying? What's Serena Deeb saying? Oh, I'm such a boomer. It takes me forever to find tweets. I'm like, hang on, let me go to Twitter. Vape Ross Vape said Wardlow versus MJF is scheduled for 8 p.m. Oh, that's interesting. I do expect it, to be honest. I do expect it. I think that we will get that match because it's not been announced as being cancelled. I think if they were going to cancel it, Tony Khan would surely come out and say, listen, this match isn't happening, but we are going to still have Wardlow taking on a mystery opponent. We've got to have surprises. So it's going to be Wardlow against a mystery opponent or something like this. But there's been nothing like that. So unless they're going to announce it at the start of the show, we'll have to wait and see. Right, yes, Serena Deeb, 12 years later, tonight we crown 2 new world champions. That's what she said. Picture of her and CM Punk, and she says, tonight we crown 2 new champions. Cross refused an AEW debut on Dynamite as he didn't want a repeat of his main roster WWE debut, losing upon arrival, so I don't see him appearing until a better debut is planned. That's fair enough. Christian said, on this Memorial Day, is it Memorial Day? We've got Remembrance Day, but that's not yet. So if it is Memorial Day, happy Memorial Day. On this Memorial Day, let's pay tribute to those that were lost in wars and a moment of silence for the victims in Texas. Listen, that Texas thing, absolutely horrific. Thoughts are absolutely with those people. I was listening to the Jim Cornette podcast, and he was talking a lot. It seemed to do like half an hour, 40 minutes, all about, like, you know, guns and Texas and all this kind. He was just going, he was ranting, man. He was off. Just like going, talking about loads of different things. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to obviously get into it on a AEW stream, but heartbreaking stuff, and absolutely thoughts with the people of Texas. Edward says, Days don't cry. Mane wouldn't want to play that's going to finish 10th. I told you, Edward, that's why he's leaving Liverpool. Liverpool have had a great season, but you won't repeat it next year. But I think saying you're going to finish 10th is a bit harsh. I think you'll finish above that. Harley said, Days, apparently MJF Wardlow might start the show. I'm guessing it's because MJF wants out early. After this match, I feel like MJF is going to be gone. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, I expect him to lose. When he's in the ring as well, God, is he even going to do the job? If the match is happening and it's going to take place and it's opening the show surely he does the job. Surely he will, like, lay down. But will there be any silliness? Is he going to care about putting on a great match? I mean, he'll put Wardlow over, but if he's going to walk after... If he's literally doing this and then he's quitting, is he going to take it serious? Is it going to be Hulk Hogan, Shawn Michaels, SummerSlam 2005, where Hogan would, like, hit Shawn Michaels and Michaels would go flying and, like, flip over and, like, fall out the ring and just absolutely go over the top with everything? Who knows? Who knows what he's going to do? I mean, who knows? I have no idea how professional MJF is going to be in this match. I'd like to think he's going to be professional. I would like to think that he's going to go in and do the job and pay respect to Wardlow and not screw Wardlow over. But equally, the rumours are he's been frustrated for a long time. And I've got to tell you as well, right? I said this before. I said that, you know, he's been doing these interviews and he's been talking out about, like, maybe I'll go to WWE, right? And he's been saying, like, 2024 and all this kind of stuff. I said all along, I was like, I think this is a work. I think that him saying that stuff is just to get people talking. You know, he's a heel. He wants to get heat. Like, I think he just wants to get people talking. Obviously now, with what's happened this weekend, I'm now starting to think, God, maybe that wasn't a work. Maybe that wasn't a work. Maybe he has been speaking out, saying that he is genuinely going to go to WWE and he genuinely is thinking that in 2024 he's going to leave and all this kind of... Maybe all of that was true. And honestly, if he's been doing that, I mean, he's even been on Dynamite and spoke about, like, in 2024 he's going to leave and all this kind of stuff. Like, his promos have even referenced 2024 and potentially going elsewhere and all this kind of stuff. So if he's been doing that and it's not been okayed by Tony and he's just been doing it because that's genuinely how he feels, like, honestly, we are talking, like, next level unprofessionalism in my eyes. Apparently he did an interview with Ariel Helwani that AEW didn't even know was happening, didn't even know he was doing it, did not get okayed, wasn't confirmed. Dare I say, right? Dare I say, if you give talent an inch, yeah? If you give them a bit, like, oh, yeah, do your shows, go and do your indie shows, yeah, have a Twitch, do this, do that, do your own promos. Is it a case that if you give them an inch, they want to take a mile? Is it a case that, like, well, I can do this, I can do that, I'm going to do my own interviews, I'm going to say what I want in my promos, I'm going to, like, I don't need to get anything checked? Is it a case that, like, that kindness is mistaken for weakness or something? I don't know. It's mind-blowing. All of this is mind-blowing. All of this blows my mind. Like, it's pretty crazy that we've allowed MJF to do this. I mean, like, could you imagine if someone in WWE did an unauthorized, like, interview? I just can't imagine how Vince would react to that. I certainly don't think they'd be getting booked in major storylines. I'm pretty sure they'd be, you know, suspended and given, like, put on the back burner. You know, made to sit out for a few months or something. I don't know. It's just crazy. The whole thing is crazy. People saying lag. Yes. What's the outlook for Bray? Don't know. Haven't heard any news about Bray. Haven't heard any rumours about Bray. Could Bray come in? I feel like it's settling down. I mean, maybe with it settling down, that's the best time to do it and catch everyone off guard. But I was saying earlier, like, we keep getting to these shows and the chat for Bray gets less and less. So I kind of feel like people are potentially not expecting him. I'm not expecting him. I'm not expecting him tonight. I do think he'll come in eventually, but I'm just not expecting him tonight. I'm just not expecting to see him and for him to come in and then be a weird time as well, because I can't see him being a part of Forbidden Door. So, yeah, I haven't heard any rumours. They are pretty good, actually, though, of keeping those rumours quiet, so, maybe you can't really read much into that. If this was WWE, we would have known about it about 2 months ago that he was coming in, so... But AEW tend to do a better job of keeping it quiet. Dave was saying, and Busted Open Radio, that it started off as a work, and he worked himself into a shoot where MJF and AEW are concerned, and Tony lost control somewhere along the line. I can believe that. I can believe that it started off with them using it as a way of, generating heat, because it makes perfect sense. If you want the AEW fans to hate you, then talk about going to WWE. Praise Vince. Do you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be the Jericho appreciation. It should be the Vince McMahon Appreciation Society. If you want heat, if you want real heat in AEW, then, worship Vince McMahon. Have his picture up in the wall out back. Have the Vince McMahon Appreciation Society and all this. Legally, you probably couldn't get away with it, but you get my point. Praise WWE as much as possible. That is how you're going to get mad heat. So MJF is basically doing that, and he's saying, I'm going to leave this company, I'm going to go to WWE. So it always struck me at the start as being a work, because no one was getting hurt. No fans were being cheated out of money. No, all it was just, I'm going to go to WWE, and that's a great way of getting heat. So whilst we're at that level, I'm thinking work. But as soon as fans pay to see you and you don't show up, that's when you go, oh. Or he starts booking interviews and AEW don't know about it. I mean, the only thing I'd say about that is we don't know if that's true. Tony Khan might have known about it, but has just made out he didn't, So it's always hard to know if there's any truth in that. But you can't really spin the fact that they sold tickets to actual people to meet MJF and then he didn't show. That's the red flag. That's the moment that you go, oh, okay, something's definitely not right. Something's definitely not right here. I got told about it yesterday, and my first reaction was, oh, maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe because that actually did happen with Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe didn't show either, but it turned out there was a miscommunication. So my first reaction was, maybe he got caught in traffic. Maybe he didn't realise he had to be there. Maybe, there's overslept. Maybe there's a plethora of different reasons. But certainly it's enough to make you go, okay, well, clearly something's gone wrong. So keep an eye on it. And then, of course, the news broke that he'd booked a flight and that he was leaving and he might not be at Double or Nothing. And then this snowball just started rolling downhill, didn't it? So very interesting 24 hours. Very, very interesting 24 hours. But, yeah, I think, look, this match, get it done. We'll see out what it's like. We'll see if he is professional. What is, is he going to do the job? He's going to do the match. And then, honestly, after the show is going to be just as interesting as before the show. Because how's it going to go? How's it going to play out? Is there going to be an announcement that MJF has left AEW? Is there going to be an announcement that his contract has been terminated? Is it just going to be a case they're just going to plod along? And I would feel like that relationship is so sour now. That Tony Khan and MJF relationship, I should imagine, is just through the floor. Through the floor. Brenton said, MJF cheating fans out of money. What a heel. Why would you want to get a heel's autograph? Heels shouldn't be doing them. If they do, they should be mean or standoffish. He is. When he does them, he is mean and standoffish. But you can't escape the fact that he's got an AEW contract. And in that AEW contract, even in kayfabe, even as a heel, he's got commitments, and one of those commitments is to do the meet and greets. So even if he's a heel, he can sit there and look uninterested and, tell everyone he meets, I'm only here because my contract says I have to be, kind of a thing. Just scribble it. There you go. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't even need to look up. And if they're like, can I get a picture? He could be like, yeah. And just keep his head down. Like, there's loads of ways that even as a heel, you can do a meet and greet. In fact, you could have fun with it. There's loads of different things that you could do. And he does that, actually. I've heard him doing lots of different things. In fact, I've seen loads of videos on Twitter where he's been abusive to kids and everything and, like, gone off on children and got into it with fans and everything. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think being a heel at a meet and greet is fine, but actually, like, not turning up for it that's unacceptable. That's where, like, you cross a line because you are actually, like, people have paid money, gone out of their way to see you, and that for me is where, that stops being a heel. It stops. The conversation isn't about a work then, because even if it is a work, it's crossed the line. Daniel said that's where the relationship and him with Tony started to plummet when he was on that Ariel Helwani show, publicly talking about Tony in 2024 without letting management know, which is a rule of AEW. Holloway fan, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Punisher said AEW fans saying that Sasha and Naomi not coming to work is fine because talent deserves respect. These fans also say that MJF not coming to work is unprofessional. What a hypocrisy. Well, I feel like my messaging has been very consistent. Dork Knight said, I respect that this is a wrestling stream, but the scenes after that Saint Etienne game were unbelievable. I don't know what this is about. I have no idea what is being spoken about. I haven't seen anything to do with the Saint Etienne game. My focus has been fully on AEW, so I will check it out after. Jamie said, how hasn't anyone mentioned a New Japan invasion at the end of the show to set up Forbidden Door in a few weeks' time? We have spoke about it. I think that is... I don't know if it's likely, but I would say of the surprises, it's probably... the most likely surprise would be New Japan Stars. We've already had Great O'Khan and Jeff Cobb on Dynamite, so yeah, I can see that happening. Is it? I don't know though if I can see a giant brawl, a giant invasion at the end. I don't know if I can see that happening. It could do, but a giant invasion of New Japan Stars. I suppose, like, I could see some coming down. But, I mean, like, can I see 10, 12? And, like, a mass brawl? Don't know. We'll have to see. Be interesting. Definitely something to keep an eye out for. Just worth knowing as well, by the way, I know that we're just chatting away, but there is nothing happening on the buy-in. The buy-in is literally just video packages of how we got to the matches, which is fine. You know, there's people that won't have been watching AEW that need to know how we've reached some of these stories and some of these matches. So they're just, you know, telling those stories for those that haven't watched. Wrestling as a whole is in a chaotic state right now. This BS of walking out shouldn't be happening on either of these promotions. Completely agree. John says, wait, isn't Becky Lynch the man? I don't think she is anymore, actually. Big time Bex now, isn't she? Big time Bex. She probably still calls herself the man as well, though, but I think she's leaning more into the big time Bex nickname. Sosco said, MJF wants to be world champion and he deserves to be. I think he will be. I mean, like, I would be shocked if that's the problem, because I feel like that is really fixable. Because I feel like he will be world champion. And I don't think that Tony Khan's got any problems about making him world champion. So if that's the barrier, I don't think that's much of a barrier. So yeah, I can totally see him get into that. The only thing I would say is maybe everything that's happened now is maybe not going to be beneficial for MJF if he wants the title. Because if I'm Tony Khan, I am seriously thinking about, do I need this guy? Do I need him? Like, how does he affect the ratings? What's my show going to look like if I get rid of him? Is there anyone that can step in and do the job that he can do? Is he a great talker? He absolutely is. Can he push buttons? He absolutely can. But, you know, Vince has shown, and other wrestling companies have shown, that the company has to always be bigger than any one star. I mean, look, if WWE lost Roman, it would be an incredible blow. And it would take a long time to recover, but it would recover. And if AEW lose MJF, it would be an incredible blow, but it would absolutely recover. Like, the promotion, the company is bigger than its, you know, individual parts. And, you know, you just can't afford to be held to ransom like that. So if I'm Tony Khan, I'm already thinking about what's life like without MJF. I mean, the idea of re-signing him and then going through this palaver again for the next contract. That's what I'm thinking, you know. That's what I'm thinking. I'll give him a new deal. He'll get a couple of years into that. And then I'm going to go through all this again. It's just not how you do business, man. It's not how you do business. If it's a work, it's a terrible one, said Vin. Why screw fans out of money just to get a little bit of heat? I agree, bud. I agree. How can you do this as a heel? What if you travel first class from Australia for the meet and greet? Yeah. I mean, that's an extreme. But yes, the point remains that there could be people. Obviously, I don't know that there were, but it's irrelevant because there could have been people that bought tickets, travelled, got hotels, and, you know, they just wanted to meet MJF. They wanted to go to Double or Nothing, of course, but they, you know, wanted to meet MJF, and they bought the MJF ticket, and that was the big thing they wanted to do at the meet and greet. I mean, there were angry AEW fans at the fact that the MJF meet and greet was cancelled. They were disappointed. They were angry. It's really bad PR. If it was a work. Really bad PR. I know that you could sit there and say, yes, but the positives are going to outweigh the negatives. It's just, fans aren't going to take kindly to it, man, because if you've cheated those fans for the sake of, you know, boosting your pay-per-view sales, like, it's going to leave a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. If it turns out this was all just a work and they didn't, they just thought, well, it's only like 100 fans that have bought tickets. We can mess 100 fans around. We'll mess 100 fans around because the benefit of the boost to the pay-per-view and it's going to be worth more to it. I just don't see that. I don't see that conversation happening. I don't believe Tony Khan is that kind of a promoter. And, I just don't think they would treat the fans that way. So I really, that's the one that's swinging it for me to make me think, yeah, this is legit. And then not only that, but you've got like Dave Meltzer talking to talent backstage. He's got loads of contacts, of course. And they're all saying that he's very frustrated, and he's been frustrated for a long, long time. So the picture that's being painted is of a genuinely frustrated MJF backstage who is genuinely not happy. And apparently that Ariel Helwani interview was genuinely organised without AEW knowing. Like, you just put the pieces together and you sort of get the picture of what's going on. Matt Carney said, you do make a good point in regards to MJF. When a dog bites its old owner, how likely is it that it will then see adoption? Trust is important. That is true. That is true. The only thing I'd say about that is I do love dogs. And if my dog bit me, I think I would forgive it quite quickly, to be honest. But I'm not sure that Tony Khan loves MJF like I love my dog. So maybe that's not the best comparison. But your point does stand. Your point does stand. It would definitely put that seed of doubt in your mind, wouldn't it, you know? I mean, look, that's happened anyway with dogs, hasn't it? I mean, it's happened like where people have gone, and got a new dog, and the dog hasn't settled, and it's, bit the new owner, and they've gone, look, this just isn't going to work out. So, I mean, it does happen. But, yeah, I would have those concerns if I was Tony. I'd just be thinking about the future, I really would. Not only would it be like, okay, we've got past that hurdle now, and I'd be thinking, like, what message does that send the locker room? Because all of a sudden now, all the other talent are like, oh, if I refuse to do my match, I get a bump in my contract. Good to know. Good to know. So that, sends a really bad message. Then not only that, but is MJF going to do it again at his next contract? So have you got that problem? Are you literally not solving the problem, just kicking the can down the road? So yeah, there'd be a few things to consider, and honestly, I'd be looking to move on. I really would. Jericho is a wizard. He is a wizard. Right, we've got 32 minutes to go until the start of the show, so we are we're tiptoeing our way down the corridor of pre-show, and we've got a match coming up. I'm not sure when we'll go to that match, but it'll probably be within the next 10 minutes. Do you know Goldberg is actually trending? Goldberg is trending, which is fun to see. So, yeah, Goldberg is trending. If Wardlow needs a new opponent, Goldberg is a free agent. Looks like what Dave Meltzer was talking about has kind of resonated with people then. I just looked down and saw that Goldberg was trending. The buy rate won't be massive tonight, as there is a monster Game 7 between Boston and Miami, and the winner is going to the NBA Finals. Boston could have won 2 days ago, not making this clash. So, what, Boston or Miami? Who would they play? Boston Celtics or Miami Heat will go to the finals to play who? That's interesting. I didn't know that it was coming to an end. But that has definitely caused carnage with ratings. So I'd imagine that Tony's probably a bit annoyed that it's clashed and it's such an important game. But he's probably equally counting down the hours until this NBA thing finishes, because it has properly messed around ratings. Jordan said, if the whole plan is to go to WWE, they're not going to look too kindly on the attitude. Very true. Warriors, Golden State Warriors, have they got through to the final? Have they? I don't know. Do you know Golden State Warriors are one of those teams I just don't know anything about. I don't really know a great deal about basketball, but I do support the Toronto Raptors. And by support, I mean if I ever remember, have a look to see how they're doing. And that's about it. So I think I saw they got to the playoffs this year, and they got knocked out in the first round. And I did see they won the championship. I actually watched some of the games when they actually won the finals a few years back. So I did see that. But I'm an awful fan. I will admit this, right? I don't want anyone going, oh, God, you sound like a rubbish fan. Yes, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. But they are the team that I would be supporting up the north. So, yeah, I don't really follow it too much. But out of all of those, I probably would I'll go Boston. I'll go Boston because I do a podcast with a guy from Boston, Tommy Toy Travels. So that could be fun. So I hope Boston get it done tonight. Shout out Boston. I'm walking here. Hey, I'm walking here. And that's Boston, I think. I don't know. My Sixers beat the Raptors. Yes, it was the Sixers. How dare you? I've got Toronto Raptors season tickets. Very cool. I have seen the Raptors play. Just saying. The whole reason why I support them is because I went to Toronto when I was young. And I wanted to see a basketball game because we have basketball here, but we don't really have basketball here. So I wanted to see a basketball game, so we went and saw the Raptors. And, I mean, look, the Raptors are called, I believe the Raptors are called the Raptors because Jurassic Park was big at the time when the team was formed. Because the team was formed in the 90s, and Jurassic Park was, like, a big thing, and I'm sure it comes from that. I know it sounds like I'm lying, but I'm sure it does. And I was into Jurassic Park and all of that. So not only did I go to Toronto, but the team that was there were called the Raptors, which are cool. Raptors are cool, fact. Loved the logo as well. Thought that looked amazing. Had a great time at the basketball. It's the first game I'd ever been to see. I mean, there's a lot of ticks here. There's a lot of ticks, and so that's how I got round to supporting. I didn't just wake up one day and go, I'm going to be a Raptors fan. So I have actually been to see him, had a wonderful time, and very cool. If you're a season ticket holder, shout out to you. Days, how has Scorpio Sky changed the TNT Championship to yellow? What is your favourite championship, red, black, white, or yellow? It's gold in it. Isn't it gold? I thought it was gold. Do you know what, right? I saw this new one, and I was like, oh, it looks kind of cool. Yeah, fine. It suits him. But apparently it's Lakers-themed. It's Lakers-themed, and it's got 816 on it, which is something to do with Kobe. And it's got some purple on it for Lakers as well. And maybe it is... I mean, it looks gold to me. But maybe it is like an off-brand yellow or so. I don't know. But, yeah, it's meant to be like Lakers. Have Lakers references. Because apparently Scorpio Sky's a massive Lakers fan. I gotta admit, like, that doesn't really do it for me. Like, a custom belt is cool. But I feel like it should represent the wrestler, not what the wrestler's into. Do you know what I mean? Like, what if you've got a wrestler that's into bingo? Are you going to have, like, bingo numbers all over it and two fat ladies and all this kind of stuff? Like, I don't know. I don't really get why we're doing that. Like, he wants a belt. Surely, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know why they've gone with the Lakers thing. I mean, I suppose that's what he's into and it represents his interests. But I think it'd be better if it was like just represented him, really. So I'm going to dismiss that for that reason. I'm going to say not that one. I think the black strap looked boring. I think it's just boring. It's like every other belt in the world, so that doesn't do it for me. So it would be between the red and the white, and I'll go with the red. I'll go with the red. It's not really much between them, but I think the red just popped a little bit more. So I'd go with the red. And of course, when you see it, you think of Brody Lee, and it got retired, and it takes you back to that moment. So I'll go with the red. But do you think that belt could be improved further? To be honest. Right, we've got the Acclaimed. I think, are we live here now? Days, can you shout out my daughter? Her name is Coral. Coral, shout out to you. She graduated high school this week. She finished Summa. Oh, I don't speak Latin. She finished with a 4.0 or above GPA. Okay, none of that makes any sense to me. But, Coral, shout out to you. Many congratulations. Just even reading what you've achieved is enough to make me get confused. So, let alone what you've actually achieved. The other sport that's worth watching is hockey, says Luke. We watched a bit of that. We did some Olympics. We did some Winter Olympics watch-alongs. We watched hockey. It was good. Watched USA, a bit of Canada. It was good. We'll satisfy your wishes online. Shout out to you, nakedhd.xyz. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Hello, what's happening? They've gone. They've gone. They came out and they've gone. Okay, well, I didn't hear what they said, but people were enjoying it. So, Austin said GPA means grade point average. Grade point average. Sure. Still haven't got a clue what it means. I mean, that I didn't go to university. So, guys, do you know what I mean? You do you. Yeah? You don't need all this education stuff. I mean, it is good. It is good to have it, in all fair. If you are young, do try and get an education. But, don't need it. Pro Wrestling Entertainment said, is it true or just a rumor that Goldberg is replacing MJF? Just a rumor. Where it came from is Dave Meltzer was throwing around the ideas or, you know, what it is that they could do to replace MJF. And what he actually said was they could go and get Goldberg because he is free. He's a free agent. He's not actually signed to WWE. But he would cost Tony Khan a lot of money. Nothing to do with Tony Khan has reached out and is going to do it. Nothing to do with that whatsoever. Just that he could do this. The other thing he said as well is that he could put him in the world title match. I mean, he could do lots of things. But these were just like some of the things that Dave was saying were, you know, realistic. They are things that Tony could go out and do. The thing I would say with Goldberg, and I said it earlier, was I don't think you would go and get Goldberg if you... I don't think you would go and get Goldberg if you weren't going to advertise him in advance. Because you're going to definitely want people to know you've got him. I don't think you just bring Goldberg out because you're not going to get the promotion, are you? Do you know what I mean? No one's going to buy the pay-per-view halfway through because Goldberg's on it. Like, you're going to need time to let people know that Goldberg's on the show. So I would say it's a real outside chance. Darwin says, MJF has said millions of times on interviews he will not re-sign a contract. He will walk away until his contract is expired by 2024. Him and Cody will keep in touch. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what to believe now, to be honest. In regards to, I've been very honest. I'm always honest. I thought what he was saying in all those interviews was a work. I thought it was a work. I really did. And I'm not one of these people that thinks everything's a work. I'm really not. But I thought that was a work because it wasn't hurting anyone. Him praising WWE is a really good thing for him to do because it's one of the easiest ways of getting heat and anger in AEW fans. And who is he actually hurting by saying that? I mean, he's not hurting AEW. He's not hurting Tony Khan. He only hurts them if they don't know about it or if it is actually true. So there's no reasons to think like, why wouldn't he say it? Why wouldn't Tony Khan allow him to say that? It's a great way of getting heat. So I was kind of like, yeah, I feel pretty good. That's just a work. But obviously now, with everything that's happened, you look at those interviews, or I look at those interviews in a slightly different light. And I start to think now, well actually, were they all true? Was everything is everything he's been saying the gospel truth? Like, he is going to walk away. And 2024, like, he wants to go to WWE and he's going to go where whoever pays him the most amount of money and he wants to start this bidding war. Like, I just always put that down to, whatever. Now I'm starting to think, wow, could be something in that. Could be telling the truth. So, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it plays out. As I said, I think we haven't heard that the match is off, so I think the match is going to happen, him and Wardlow. I think him and Wardlow will happen. It's going to be really interesting to see the reaction when he comes out. It's going to be really interesting to see how he acts during the match. It's going to be really interesting to see how long the match is. There's going to be loads of things that are going to be, is he going to oversell? Is he just going to get into the ring and lie down and just pin me? Do you know what I mean? Is he going to be unprofessional? Is it going to be like the finger poke of doom? Like, there's so much stuff that is going to be really interesting to watch. And then not only that, as soon as the show is over, there is every chance that Tony Khan could just issue a statement saying, due to the unprofessional nature of Maxwell, Jacob Friedman in the build towards Double or Nothing, we regret to inform that we have terminated his contract and we wish him all the best in his future endeavours. Like, there's every chance that a statement along those lines gets released and boom, thanks. You can be someone else's problem now. Would that be a crazy thing to do? Maybe. But no one promotion can be bigger than the... No one person can be bigger than the promotion. I've sent you some match order notes on Twitter. Thank you, Jonah. And we'll glance down at that. My Twitter's probably going crazy. Not that sounded bad. Only meant because like people will be tagging me in anything to do with AEW right now. We get so much sent in, which is brilliant. Thank you so much to everyone that is sending bits through. If you're seeing anything on about AEW, feel free to tag us in it. But it just means it can also be a bit tricky to find specific tweets. Although I have found it. It says, per sources close to AEW, the opening match tonight is MJF Wardlow. Young Bucks Hardys will be second. Jade, Cargill, Anna Jay. Anarchy in the arena is 2 matches before the main event. And the main event is Hangman Page versus CM Punk. Very interesting. Darwin said his dream when he was a kid was to be a WWE superstar. Okay. I mean... The only thing I would say to that, though, is if his dream is to be a WWE superstar, that is a conversation that you have with Tony Khan behind the scenes. And you say, listen, my dream is to be a WWE superstar. I love what we've done here, but I just want you to know that if WWE come in with a really good offer, like, I am going to go. I'm going to go because it's always been my dream to go to WrestleMania and do all of that. I would love to think that we've got a good enough relationship whereby when my time there comes to an end, if I could come back or if there's a chance of coming back, you know, hopefully I can be a big star. Hopefully I can help out. Like, there's a way of going about it and having those types of conversations behind the scenes. This whole doing interviews, unauthorized, talking about who's going to bid more for me. I mean, if his dream is to go be a WWE superstar, then why is he saying whoever bids more for me in 2024 is where I'll work? If your dream is to go somewhere, then you'd look to go there, wouldn't you? No, man. This whole thing's just messy. Leaves a sour taste in the mouth. Doesn't make MJF look good. Actually, does something that I thought was impossible, and it makes me feel sorry for Tony Khan. Didn't even think it was possible. Didn't even think it was possible, but it makes me feel sorry for Tony Khan. Unbelievable. Dragon Den said, this looks like a Dynamite. How come WWE get pooped on for looking uninspired? Double or Nothing stage is just a Dynamite Rampage stage. It's just the same, says Dragon Den. I can't say I was really expecting anything different. Aren't the stages normally just the same? I'm trying to think back now if the stages, like, have ever been different. Sometimes they put, like, you know, if it's Double or Nothing, they'll put some casino slot machines around somewhere. But I think we've always had the 2 tunnels, haven't we? And the little thing in the middle. Don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe the stages have always been a bit more adventurous than what I'm remembering. Cody is going to bring MJF to WWE to destroy WWE from the inside. It's a Sith move. I like that. Avenge said Dave Meltzer just tweeted the MJF match is first and the Young Bucks are second. Mark says, who likes sausages? Yeah, now we're dealing with the big stuff. That's good. Love it. Right, we have got our first match, I believe, coming up. I thought we've only got 13 minutes. It's Hookhausen against Tony Nese and Smart Mark Sterling. So this is going to be our first match. Hookhausen versus Nese and Sterling. Right, here we go. I tell you what, this has absolutely... there's been so much to talk about, mostly MJF. But so much to talk about that it's flown. We've been going for like an hour and 50-odd minutes now. It's crazy. So, Mark Sterling is in like a bodysuit. It's pretty wild wrestling attire. It's the kind of thing you would wear if you're not like, you know... If you was going out for Halloween. If you was going out for Halloween as a wrestler, then that's the kind of thing that you would sport. So, right, here we go. We've got these two coming down. The reaction to Hookhausen is going to be huge. Right, and Danhausen getting his entrance first. And big reaction for Danhausen. Danhausen coming out. He is 0-1 in AEW. But wasn't it a short little squash match thing? Because he's only just recovered from like a broken leg, I believe. Danhausen coming out. Right, here's Hook. If they're advertising MJF Wardlow as the first match, it's probably because he's there. Why else would the top star have the opening match? Opening match is really important, though. Opening match is really important. Opening match always sets the tone. So your main event is really important. You could maybe argue the match in the middle is really important. Certainly, like at WrestleMania, they tend to put a match in the middle that's kind of like... actually kind of like a main event. Thinking about WrestleMania 8 in particular, you kind of had the card build to Macho Man Ric Flair, then it settled back down again, and then built back up to Hulk Hogan and Psycho Sid, or Sid Justice, I think he was. So they do that where, you know, the first match sets the tone, the middle match is kind of what, you know, the end of Act 1, then you might have a bit of a break whereby you might do the Hall of Fame, or you might do some backstage segments, or you might do some skits, or some interviews, or whatever it might be. Give people a chance to go to the bathroom, get some refreshments, you know, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. You fill the time with something, and then like you go again and build towards the main event. So I would say the first match, middle match, end match, those are probably your three that you want to position some really juicy matches in. It doesn't have to be big names. Your first match can just be like a tag match that's got like good pace to it. It's going to really get like, you know, people involved. So, yeah, I mean, like, I must admit, like, MJF Wardlow being the first match, I'd actually probably have put it in the middle. I actually would have probably positioned it in the middle of the card, and it would have been my main event of the middle. Then I would have dropped back down, maybe done some backstage segments, followed by Jade, Cargill, Anna Jay, or... you know, followed by something that was a bit skippable. And then built towards the main event, so... Danhausen is being tagged in. Do you think Cena will return to WWE as a heel? Nah. I don't think they'll bring him back as a heel. I think the time to turn him has gone. I think if you turn him a heel now, it's not going to have much effect, because he ain't going to stick around. So you're just going to have him heel for like one match. So I think the time to turn him has been and gone. I think now you bring him in, and honestly, I would bring him in and have him going up against Gunther. The King General! The King General! I'd have him up against the King General. Gunther. Danhausen looks like he is trying to curse Tony Nese. Heads his takedown by Danhausen. Now he's trying to curse Mark Sterling. Tony Nese collides into Danhausen. Danhausen goes down. 88,000 watching on the AEW website. Or the YouTube channel, I should say. If you want to see how Florida handles missing mothers... Where's this come from? Read the fundraiser book about WWE wrestler Teddy Hart's missing Native American girlfriend searching for Samantha Fiddler by Matthew Brown. Okay. I actually don't know about that story. Wrestle with Andy said, hello, by the way. What do you think will be match of the night? Well, listen, the match everyone's most intrigued by is MJF Wardlow. I think that might have been the match everyone was most intrigued by anyway. I don't know that it'll be match of the night. It could be. I've got reservations about Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb. I think that could be as well, but I haven't seen a good Thunder Rosa match in a while, so I really don't know what to expect there. MJF Wardlow, how much is the stuff that's happening outside of the ring going to overshadow it? So, got some concerns there. And then Hangman, Adam Page, CM Punk, I think could be great. I'd say that's front runner. Samoa Joe, Adam Cole could be good. Adam Cole's just not seemed quite as good, but putting him in there with Samoa Joe, that's I can't see that stealing the spotlight over Hangman, Adam Page, and CM Punk though. I'll go. Man, I think MJF Wardlow has got a great opportunity because every movement, everything they do is going to be analysed. People are going to be so invested in that match that if it's even just like half decent, people will be so into it that it'll feel better than it actually is. So I think that's got a great chance, but we just don't know in what mindset MJF is going to be in. Just don't know. So I'll play it safe and say the main event. I'll go the main event. Great question, though. Hollywood Guy said, did you hear Hogan Flair at Starrcade? What are your thoughts? I didn't hear that has been confirmed. I heard that was what they were hoping to do. Is it a tag match or is it one-on-one? It's his last match, isn't it? It's really expensive as well. It's like $40 or something, I believe. I think it's about $40 odd. His last match is sold out. Yeah, I haven't seen anything actually announced as to who the opponents are yet. I'm guessing it's going to be a tag match. Danhausen's just got the pin. Hookhausen with the win. It's Danhausen that pinned Mark Sterling. Yeah, look, people are split on it. For me, I'm all about the legends, man. And I've got to admit, it's got my attention. Am I ashamed about that? Sure. But it does have my attention. It does have my attention. So I don't know that I'm going to be spending $40 to watch it, though. I'm staying to see what happens with MJF and Wardlow. If it's indeed first, or if he no-shows. Well, I mean, look, people are definitely interested in doing that, aren't they? It's definitely going to grab people's attention. So I think a lot of people are going to be interested in how this first match goes. What channel is Double or Nothing going to be on? It's a pay-per-view, isn't it? So it's on like Bleacher Report Live, isn't it? In the US. Here in the UK, it's on Fight TV. We've got 4 minutes to go. Glad they showed that Danhausen can wrestle, says Brent. If MJF no-shows WWE won't like that. That's true. I can't imagine they like the fact he no-showed the meet and greet anyway. Or the fact that he had a plane booked and was not far away from walking out on this show. Could Kenny return? I heard that he wasn't going to be ready for Forbidden Door. I think there's a chance he returns at Forbidden Door. Unless he's, like, ahead of schedule. Unless, like, there's been some kind of drastic turnaround. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say he comes back at Forbidden Door. Because I think he's got to feature on that show. Even if he's not got a match, he's got to appear. I mean, you know, Kenny Omega and New Japan and AEW, they're just like the perfect triangle. So, I'm not going to watch a bunch of 70-year-olds. Oh, you're missing out, mate. That's all I watch. I won't watch anything else. John said, did you like Evolution? Evolution? Who the hell's Evolution? Evolution versus The Shield. I did. Resulted in The Shield splitting up, didn't it? I remember watching their match, that pay-per-view, really enjoying it. And then when they split the next night on Raw, it was a massive, massive shock. That's one of the best breakups of a group or a tag team ever. The Shield, I mean, like, maybe the pinnacle is the Rockers and the Barbershop, but the Shield splitting up was really, really well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Right. That is the end of the buy-in, and so we are just a minute away. I just saw, actually, someone in the YouTube chat for the buy-in was constantly spamming the word Cesaro, which is a very interesting shout, isn't it? Cesaro. I'd like to see Cesaro in AEW. That'd be good. He'll need a manager. I don't know who. And not Mark Sterling. They've got some awful managers. That Alex is awful. Mark Sterling doesn't do it for me. Their managers are really poor, actually. Do you know who I did like? Don Callis. I thought he was very good. I thought he was great with Kenny. I feel like if you bring Cesaro in, you bring him in as a face. Don Callis ain't going to work. You need a face manager? I don't know if they've got one. Arn Anderson? Maybe? What happened 2 times? The second one was more sad. The StarCast event is a bundle at 190. Yeah, you can get that match on its own, though. Because I was looking at it yesterday. So you can get the StarCast bundle. No. You can get some of the... There's about 3 different bundles, but one of them is just Ric Flair's last match, which I think is $39.99, which is unfathomable to me. Considering this tonight is $19.99. Like, Ric Flair's last match being $39.99. Oh, God, I mean, what? I need to see that card. If it's just that one match, I can't justify that. But if there's like a card and it's, you know, there's some names on there and there's something else that's a bit juicy, then maybe I'll take one for the team. He's been looking all right, actually, in his training videos. He's looking all right. Right, I tell you what, though. Forget that. Forget Ric Flair. We are live with Double or Nothing. We've got JR, we've got Excalibur, we got Tony. Hey, Tony. MJF? Question mark. Right, I think we got some foreign language commentary team as well. Okay. I bought the pay-per-view and I can't watch it, says BDO. Why? How did you buy the pay-per-view and you can't watch it? We're going to hear from DraftKings, official partner of AEW. Flair has got to pay for those jets and limos. Woo! Someone's going to die in that Flair match, says Huff Sports Media. Why do you think I'm watching? Nah, he's been working hard training. He looks all right in his training videos. Is it a money grab? Sure. But if it is going to be his last match, which I know we've been down this road before. Here's MJF. Then, look, they've got my attention. Rightfully or wrongfully, they've got my attention. Right, MJF's music plays. Oh, he's not come out yet. It's not come out yet. Yeah, they're really... Here he is. Here he is. He's there. He doesn't look happy. He doesn't look happy. MJF has come walking out. So, MJF is there. He's got a really nice robe, actually. He's got a really nice robe. It says, better than you, and you know it. That I would say that would be a figure, but he might not be around long enough for it to be a figure. A-hole are the chants by the crowds. A-hole. MJF getting his intro. I mean, he's definitely got heat. He's there. He probably didn't want to put over Wardlow. No, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the problem. Because, honestly, what I can see happening is he puts Wardlow over and then you give something to MJF to build him back up straight after. That's how you would book it. That's how I would book it. It's one of them, innit? Like, he takes a big loss to Wardlow. And then you very quickly move him on to attacking someone and, you know, he's off in a new feud. And you give him something back the next, you know, on Dynamite, the next show. Here's Wardlow. Not sure about Wardlow's ring gear, right? Wardlow's wearing like a singlet. It's a white singlet. It looks nice. It looks great, but Wardlow's like a badass. I don't know. I don't know if this ring gear kind of reflects how I feel about Wardlow. Wardlow making his way. We're actually with him backstage. We're proper Goldberg style, following him all the way to the entrance ramp. We've got security. Big reaction as Wardlow comes out. Can't give Wardlow Goldberg, so give him Goldberg's entrance. Yeah, his ring gear has definitely got me conflicted, because it does look classy. I mean, it does look great. White singlet, looks really smart. I just don't know that he's here to kill MJF. Do you know what I mean? He's here to murder MJF. I tell you what, he's wearing white as well. I wonder if there'll be any... Nah, probably won't. I was thinking, I wonder if there'll be any blood. Blood shows great on white. And honestly, this is a match where I think people would like to see MJF busted open. But I don't know if MJF will go that far, to be honest. Cuffs are being taken off. Wardlow climbing up, getting into the ring. It's also a little bit strange that some of these guards are like as big as Wardlow. That's just a bit strange. You would think they would have like really small guards to make Wardlow look even more of a monster. But a lot of the guards, like, he was just talking to a guy there. The guy who was taking the cuffs off was like up here on Wardlow. MJF jumps out the ring, and we're waiting for this to get underway. And there we go. The bell sounds. MJF jumps out the ring. He's on the outsides. Wardlow is even more over now, so the work worked. Powerbomb Symphony coming, says TJ. Hot start. Crowd chanting a-hole to MJF. He showed up is the chant. MJF with a strike to the back of Wardlow. Wardlow grabs MJF. MJF gets out the ring, and some woman is shouting some stuff at MJF. MJF goes over and exchanges a few words. A-hole chants again as MJF gets into the ring. MJF is playing this crowd. Well, the crowd are playing themselves, to be honest. MJF's not really having to do a great deal. Wardlow grabs MJF. MJF up over the top. Sunset flip, trying to drag Wardlow down. Wardlow just staring at MJF. Grabs MJF. Looking to powerbomb him. He's got him up. MJF biting the head of Wardlow. Forearm strike by MJF. And again, Wardlow poking the eye. Why is the ref's just letting a lot go here? Bit him in the head. He's poked him in the eye. At what point do we get the DQ? Strike there by Wardlow. Wardlow wouldn't want that. This is MJF's last match. We don't know, to be honest. Hurricanrana by MJF. 2 count. MJF selling an injury. Yeah, we don't know if this is going to be his last match or not. I mean, we don't know what has, resulted in him getting into the ring. Ultimate Mix, hello, hope you are well. Could it have been a COVID scare as to why MJF and Joe missed the meet and greet? Apparently not. I mean, this is, according to Sean Ross Sapp, the Samoa Joe one was a miscommunication. There's been no reports of illness, and obviously, if it was COVID, he wouldn't be in the ring. As you're saying, was it a COVID scare? We haven't actually heard his side of it as to why he wasn't there. So we haven't actually heard. But what I would say is that it doesn't seem like correct procedures have been followed, because AEW tried to get in touch with MJF and they couldn't contact him. And then he booked a flight to leave as well. It seems like there's quite a bit here. We do need to hear his side of it. MJF wants to shake hands with Wardlow. He's trying to walk away, but Wardlow holds on to his hand. Smile on the face of Wardlow. Now, he's got him into position. He's going to look to powerbomb him. Picks him up. There's one. First powerbomb is delivered by Wardlow. And he enjoyed that. He enjoyed that. You can tell he enjoyed it. I heard someone bought the pay-per-view just to see Wardlow MJF. Looks like that person is going to have 20 minutes for $50 to $75. Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's so many matches to go through. It's a really stacked card. This match ain't going to have that long. He's got, I think it's going to be like a 4-hour pay-per-view. I'm prepared for this to be a, like, you know, I think we're going to be here still in 3 hours 40 odd. Second power bomb. I personally think he went out kind of like Happy Corbin, got wasted, says Michael. There's third power bomb. I think there is a lot going on behind the scenes, says Lee. I reckon this is definitely MJF's last match. Yeah. Yeah, so hard. It's just hard to know, isn't it? It's really hard to know, like, why was it? I mean, feel like it was to do with money, but who knows? Maybe there was another reason for it. For him not showing up at that meet and greet, maybe there was another reason for him booking the flight. Maybe there was family concerns. Do you know what I mean? Like, he heard there was something wrong with his family. He booked the flight. He called back. The situation had improved, so he decided to stay. And you know, maybe then you can explain it. We've heard nothing from MJF's side, so. But it is more than likely to do with money. But without knowing that side, and without knowing how it got resolved, and how he's actually there now, it's so hard to know. Here's another power bomb. I think we're up to 7. Was that 7? I think we're up to 7 power bombs now. BLM said they're doing MJF dirty. I think he knew this was going to go this way, though. Crowd wants 10. Oh, I tell you, he's not taking these power bombs very well. He's kind of taking them on his arms. God, how many are we up to now? I don't even know what number we're up to. MJF goes down to one knee. Wardlow goes for another. And there we go. I think that's going to do it. 1, 2, 3. Wardlow beats MJF. It was like 10 in the end, was it? Jamie, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed that opening encounter. Here's stretcher, and MJF is being taken out on a stretcher. That could be a ready-made story for us not seeing MJF for a while. Couldn't it? Could be a ready-made story that we don't see him for a while. He's being helped out onto the stretcher. Why is he put the mask on the wrong way? What's that guy doing? Is that how you put the mask on? He's put the mask over his nose and his eye? Doesn't it go over the mouth and the nose? Hasn't that medic just put the... Hasn't that medic put it on the wrong place? Doesn't that go... He's put the mask there. Doesn't it go there? Whenever I've seen any kind of medical show, the mask goes over the nose and the mouth. Oh, God, I hope that's a botch. If that's a botch, it's one of the funniest botches. They got a guy to pretend to be a medical doctor, and he's put the mask on here rather than down here. Maybe it's a different mask. I don't know. Maybe it's one of them newfangled masks. Well, there we go. So, not much of a match, to be honest. But the right result, MJF is stretchered out, and a ready-made story there for us to not be seeing MJF for a while. Wardlow is all elite. You are now all elite. So the graphic is on screen. People applauding. Botchamania. MJF is going to come back, and we deserve him. You deserve it is the champ for Wardlow. You deserve it. You deserve it. It's thanking the fans, thanking the crowds. Well, there we go. Fans are going to turn on Wardlow. It's going to be hard to maintain that momentum. It will be difficult. I mean, MJF is, one of the biggest heels they've got, if not the biggest heel they've got. And that program feels like it's concluded now. So, yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult. This is now where Tony really earns his stripes. This is now where, if Tony is the booker that he is claiming to be, booker of the year, all this kind of stuff, this is where it's hard now. It's easy booking a lot of, the obvious matches and the obvious feuds, but what do you do with Wardlow now? How do you maintain this momentum? Who's the next rightful opponent? That's tricky. That's tricky. There's several ways you can go, but what's the right way? What's going to be the most effective way? How are you going to maintain this momentum? But now Tony Khan can sign Wardlow. Could that have been MJF's last match? Could have been. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what is reported over the next 48 hours. We're just seeing the Young Bucks in Vegas. I think this show's going to move at quite a pace, to be honest, because there's a lot of matches to get through. So, Hardys and the Bucks. Young Bucks Super Kick Party. Is this their intro? Yes. Right, here come the Bucks. We are moving on to match number 2. Khan screwed Khan, says BLM. Michael says, JD thinks the MJF situation is to do with creative and not money. What are your thoughts? I honestly don't know why he would have an issue with creative. I mean, why would he have a problem with creative? I think he's been booked quite well. I can't say that I've heard anything to do with creative. I can't say I've heard any reasons that creative is the issue. But, I mean, look, he's just done this whole stringing it out. I mean, you've only got to look at the reaction to the MJF Wardlow segments to see that it is absolutely working. And, Wardlow is red hot MJF has got more heat than ever, and like I just think like the booking actually of MJF and Wardlow has been really strong, has been really good. I would struggle to see why that's been a problem. Really, look, if MJF thinks that he should be going over Wardlow, unless he wants to stretch the feud out longer, which, you know, you don't tend to get in AEW. They tend to do the match and then move on. Like, they don't tend to go back and do loads of rematches. Not really a rematch company. They're not WWE. WWE will do rematches till the cows come home. But AEW tend to do the match and then move on. So, unless he just wants to win here so they can stretch this longer, I really don't think this MJF Wardlow feud has been badly booked. It's been getting the biggest reactions on the show. So I'd be surprised if it was creative. I'd be surprised, unless it's like, well, there's no plans for him to win the title anytime soon. You know, maybe he's like, look, I'm just spinning my wheels here. I've already been in this company for a couple of years, and you're telling me that the next couple of years you don't have any plans for me to be champion. You know, if it was something like that, which I have not heard, but if it was something like that, then yeah, maybe then you could understand him being frustrated. But you just, you know, look, you bear that in mind when you get round to your next contract, don't you? As soon as you get to your next contract in 2024, which it's not that far away, 16 months or so? 18 months for your next contract? So you get to your next contract. If you haven't been champion, you say that you want it in the contract. Not only do I want a bump in pay, but I want to guarantee that during the length of this contract, at some point I will get a run with that belt, because that is something that matters to me. I don't know. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that what he's been doing has been a problem. And I can't. Who knows what creative is coming down the line? So he might be aware of some creative that I'm not, you know, privy to. But it seems to me to be more about money. Some have been having issue without Khan's been doing it, but if MJF was one of those, but that's what I've heard. I don't know if MJF was one of those. It isn't a good thing because AEW going through feuds too fast, says Tommy. I don't think the MJF is about wins and losses. It's about him making $250,000 a year whilst constantly delivering ratings, while CM Punk, Adam Cole, Bryan Danielson make millions. Yeah, I think the money thing feels more like what it's about. Just because MJF is always in big feuds. I mean, he's just come out of a massive feud with CM Punk, which was, you know, a massive feud. He got loads of praise for that feud. Before that, wasn't he in a feud with Jericho, where he joined in a circle and all this kind of stuff? Or in the background, whilst all that was playing out, we had, you know, when's Wardlow going to turn? When's Wardlow going to turn? Wardlow finally turns, and then you get another hot story. So I do sort of look at like the stories and the talent that he's been involved with, and it's top talent. It's all top talent. It's top talent. It's top feuds. It's the biggest parts of the show. I really can't say that his creative to this point has been bad. I mean, no, that ain't bad creative. Go give T-Bar a call if you want bad creative. Do you know what I mean? Go give Brian Cage a call. See how he feels about his creative. So, I don't know. But could it be about something that's coming down the line? Could it be about something that's in the future? I don't know. Maybe. Thing with creative is that, you know, it's all well and good me saying all this, but it is subjective, of course, you know. What I feel has been good creative, other people might think has been an absolute disaster. So, I mean, it is subjective. Maybe MJF just does not wanted to tell those stories, just like Sasha didn't want to, you know, be in the title picture. She wanted to do something different. So, but it feels like the money one is probably more likely. Right, we are underway with the Bucks and Hardys. Hardys all in black and Bucks in white. Jeff is in there with Nick Jackson. Nick Jackson goes to the outside, and I'll tell you what, Matt Hardy's got some guns on him. Matt Hardy's looking in quite good shape. Nick Jackson trips over the rope as he gets back in. Gets clotheslined outside the ring. Matt Jackson comes in. He goes against the ropes. He gets knocked down. This is goofy. I had my mum look at me like, WTF is this? Wardlow MJF looked real, and this looks fake. Yeah, it was a bit weird, actually. When Nick Jackson got in, he tripped over the bottom rope just out of nowhere. It was a bit strange. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. Huff Sports Media said, I wish these contracts weren't so public. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, isn't it? So weird. How, like, what's happening in real life behind the scenes gets, like, more exposure and spoke about more than the actual stories they're telling, you know, on the actual show. Contracts and behind the scenes drama and all of that, like, that just was not a focus back in the day. We never even got to hear about it. It's just funny how wrestling has evolved and where it is now, you know. It's but I mean, look, the other way to look at it is it's provided a lot of entertainment for people. I know it's like, you know, maybe not the best situation for Tony Khan, or maybe not even for MJF, but there's a lot of people that, like, you know, have really followed this story and, you know, wanted updates, and it's kept them entertained, if you will. So I suppose it's still entertainment, it's just a different form of it. Lovely top rope enziguri there by Nick Jackson. That was great. That was great. That was a really nice enziguri. Matt Hardy was looking for like a razor's edge, but super kick by Nick Jackson. Young Bucks in the ring. Going to the outside. Jeff Hardy is on the outside. The easiest way to create chaos amongst employees is to tell everyone the other person's salary. It'll always cause problems. They should never make public CM Punk's contract amount, says Trini. Christian said, want to give a shout out to Lacey Evans for being Grand Marshal at the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte. Mm-hmm. Is that the person that waves the flag at the start of the race? Is that what that means? In my head it is. And even if you tell me it isn't, it is now. Right, Jeff is down. He got hurled into the corner. Crowd are clapping along. They're into this. Young Bucks are in control. If you are just joining us, Wardlow was successful earlier. Wardlow beating MJF. We did get MJF. Match was a weird one. It was a bit strange. Wasn't really loads of wrestling in there. There was a lot of, like, MJF taking his time, trying to run away, trying to do a deal, all that kind of stuff. And eventually we got to the point where he got hit with a powerbomb, and then he just got smashed with, like, 10 powerbombs. It was a bit of a squash. There was a few moments, though. You know, he got picked up for the powerbomb, and MJF bit him on the head, poked him in the eye. Tried to use some dirty tactics, try and gain an advantage. They didn't really get loads of time to work with, really, did they? But the end result is MJF loses. He gets wheeled out on a stretcher, and Wardlow wins. He gets made an AEW employee. And that was our first match of the evening. It's going to be really interesting to see if there's any updates as well. You know, behind-the-scenes updates. You know, as MJF took his stuff and gone, as he just walked out of the building. Is he on a plane? Jeff comes crashing down onto Nick Jackson. Wardlow effectively squashed MJF after a lot of powdering out tons of power bombs. Hope that slip is just that. It looked bad, says Johnny. Do you think Jurassic Express are going to drop the belts tonight? Don't think so. It might be fun to split Jurassic Express, but I don't know. I don't know if now's the right time to do that. I kind of feel like they've run their course. I don't feel like this tag run is very exciting at all. Brandon Cutler's being smashed into the ring posts. Hardys are coming back into it. Sidewalk slam, 2. Kick out by Nick Jackson. Jeff Hardy is down in the corner. It's all Matt Hardy at the moment. Jeff Hardy is slumped in the corner. He doesn't look to be in a great place, to be honest. But out the ring goes Matt Hardy. Kick there, and down goes Matt Hardy. Jeff's managed to get up. Sticks his finger up at Nick Jackson. Nick Jackson goes through the ropes. Oof. Jeff Hardy planted down. Clothesline by Matt Hardy. Jeff is still down in the ring. Matt Hardy goes down. Drop kick. It's fast-paced action, I'll give it that. Jeff going up, super kick though. He goes down, he falls onto Matt and onto, both Matts actually. Both Matts. He's in a Matt sandwich. Buck's back in control. What matches have been done? We've had one so far. We're, I'd say fairly a decent way through this second one. Young Bucks and Hardys. Cannonball outside the ring. James said something doesn't seem right with Jeff. I agree. He was sat slumped in that corner for a long time. I don't know if he was just waiting for his time to come back into it. If this feels like a match that's like quite spot heavy, like we're going to do this spot, now we're going to do this spot, in a typical Young Bucks match. So maybe he was kind of selling in the corner, waiting for his spot to come around or something. The problem when you do spot after spot after spot is that the spots don't always feel very natural. Like, there was a bit there where Jeff was on the outside and he was waiting to do like a moonsault and crash on the people. And you had Matt Jackson that was just sort of waiting. He was kind of on the outside. And he had managed to get to his feet, and he was looking at Jeff, but you could tell he was looking at him, like, just waiting to be landed on. And, like, Jeff in the corner, he was down for quite a while. He might have just been waiting for, right, it's now time for me to do this spot. One, two, kick out by Matt Hardy. We've got Matt in the ring. We've got Jeff on the outsides. Right, I do agree. Something seems a little bit off. I mean, I don't know if it's timing. I don't know if they're just not getting to the spots quite right. Or something just seems a little off with the match for me. But Bucks are working. Everyone's working hard. Knee strike there by Nick Jackson. Goes on the outside. Nick Jackson keeps... Cutler's... Tell you what. Respect to Cutler, because he has taken some big bumps in this match. He's taken some really good bumps. If that's his only job, he does it really well. Shoulder tackle by Jeff. Nick Jackson goes down. Slam onto the hardest part of the ring on the outside. Rest with Andy says, when do you think MJF would be free to go to another company if he leaves AEW? Well, I mean, who knows what Tony would do in regards to, like, 90-day non-compete and all that sort of stuff. I mean, Cody seemed to be relatively quick, didn't he? So, I don't think that Tony needs to worry about 90-day non-competes and all this kind of nonsense. I would imagine he would just, you know, if the contract, if all of this stuff is true and it's all played out the way that, you know, has been reported, it'll be really interesting to see what the fallout is of it. But I could see Tony just terminating the contract and then MJF just being free to go wherever. I don't know that there would be these 90 days. The only thing I would say about the 90 days, though, is that it does give you time to wrap everything up because there's a lot of things you've got to sort. You know, that 90 days, if you've got any scheduled videos, scheduled posts, if you've got any footage that's being used in, like, highlights packages, if you've got to change the signature, you know, like Sasha, for example, she was in the signature. She got took out. The signature is the first thing you see, you know, the then, now, forever thing. You know, as you said, you know, videos on YouTube, images that are being shared, future posters that are being created. Buck's going for the cover, 2, kick out. So, the 90 days gives you time to deal with all of that before before they pop up in a different company, because you're not going to want MJF being part of the Dynamite intro when he's an active WWE superstar, are you? So, it maybe you don't need 90 days to sort it, but it's probably still wise to have some kind of buffer. It's probably still wise to have something. Young Bucks going for the knees. They collide into each other. Tony Khan's booking made MJF look like a guy who always runs his mouth but isn't able to back it up. He's lost all of the big feuds, says Jens. That's sort of what a heel will do, though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, he runs his mouth, he gets a ton of heat, and then the babyface suffers but ultimately gets the win. Like, and that story is sort of how it goes. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find an example, or many examples, where, like, the heel prevails. Like, you have a feud and the heel prevails at the end of it. Unless that person is, like, say, a champion, and their title reign is going to continue. You know, like Roman, for example. Or Triple H and Booker T. But those examples are because, you know, Triple H was champion at the time and his title reign continued. Roman's champion, his title reign continues. But normally, in just like a normal feud, you would the end result would be that you'd put the babyface over. 1, 2, kick out by the Hardys. I feel like this match might be a bit long. Would you trade MJF for Sasha Banks? No. Put them all in a new promotion, WOW, Walkout Wrestling. Walkout Wrestling. Dub-O-Dub. 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 I'd have Naomi. I'd have Stone Cold. I'd have Neville. I'd have MJF. I'd have Sasha Banks. I'd book incredible shows, and then I'd have to constantly cancel them because the talent never arrives. So, I'd sell loads of tickets, make a big deal out of it, book the venue, and then I'd have to cancel it all. Every single show. Right, here we go. We got some steel steps turned on the side. Jeff Hardy on those steps. Looks like they were going for the Meltzer driver. Haven't been able to get it. Matt Hardy. Big powerbomb by Matt Hardy. We've got Jeff on the outside. He puts Matt Jackson on top of some steps. Matt Jackson is on some steps as Jeff Hardy is going up. Yeah, I feel sorry for Jeff, man. Jeff's climbing up and he's taking a deep breath. I don't know, I sort of look at Jeff like, I don't know if he wants to do this. But he does Swanton, lands on top of Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson was on top of the ring steps. There's a twist of fate in the ring. And it looks like the Hardys are going to get the win. No, 2 count. 2 count. That would get you sued and copyrighted because of the original Dub O Dub. 1, 2. Cyborg. No. Gets up. We've got at the moment, we've got Matt and we've got Nick. Another twist of fate. And now it looks like we're going to get... Is it another one? Crowd are really into this. Crowd are into it. Jeff Hardy going up top. Lands it. 1, 2, 3. Hardys win. Jeff needs to retire, says Yasphere. The match has been good. I don't know what people are talking about, says Mason. Lance said it's gone on way too long. Who's in the crowd? Oh, Jeff's in the crowd. Jeff's in the crowd. There was just a camera shot then of something happening in the crowd, but it was Jeff. Jeff's in the crowd. I remember when Matt put on weight and people called it the twist of cake. Good times, says Tim. Good times. It would be great to see MJF all of a sudden turn up on Raw on Monday, said Lee. Could be dub World Walkout Wrestling. That'll do. Dub dub. Dub. Oh, yes. That's better. Dub is better. What you could do as well is you could have a sign or something that says dub, and then you could allow people to rub it, and they could rub a dub. That's where my brain goes. That's the kind of place my brain goes to. Rub a dub. That's the kind of thing wrestling fans would get into. Dub. World Walkout Wrestling. Right, we've got like the Acclaimed. I don't know what that was again. We got another little Acclaim segment. They were all passed out. It's like the Hangover. They're having a great time in Vegas. Okay, so we are moving on, and I think we're moving on to Jade Cargill, Anna Jay. Dream match. Here we go. What if Anna Jay is the one? What if she is the one? Jade Cargill against Anna Jay. Is she still part of the Dark Order? She doesn't seem like she is. She seems like you got an... Oh, yeah. Just as I said that, it came up. Dark Order's Anna Jay. But she's got, like, new graphics and a new entrance jacket and seems to be wearing, like, different makeup and... But she is still part of the Dark Order. Where are they, then? Why aren't they here to, like, wish her all the best? Can't see Jade dropping this, says TC Shop. Anna Jay is going to win, says Eric. Michael said, do you think Wardlow should win the TNT title and have a reign like Jade? Nah, I think he's too big for it. I think he's bigger than the TNT title. Okay, we've got some dancers. I don't know. Lots of feathers and boas and... Jade is rising up from the floor. There's a little... There's Jade. She feels like a big deal now. I mean, she's 31-0. 6 title defenses. Jade Cargill. I think Vince would be interested in her, or at least he should be. Every match that she's having and every performance and all the stuff that she's doing behind the scenes, working with, I think she's working with Bryan or Bryan Danielson and William Regal. Like, you know, they're definitely investing in her. She's got a killer look, man. Killer look. She just needs to have the matches to back it up. Short and sweet, that's all they need to be. And, yeah, they've done a really good job with her, considering she's as green as her hair. Right, Bella sounded. Jade Cargill against Anna Jay. Cargill driving Anna Jay back to the corner. Knee strike to the midsection. Anna Jay goes over to the other side. Cargill charging over. Big boot by Anna Jay. Anna Jay climbing up. Crossbody gets caught. She's got great strength, actually, because Anna Jay just did a crossbody, but she actually was landing quite low. And Jade Cargill just caught her and just picked her up. Just like, no problem whatsoever. She actually had to catch her really quite low there. Nice fall away. Kip up by Jade. She feels like a big star, man. When Jade's in-ring catches up with her presentation, she is going to be a mega star. I agree. Nice suplex. Another kip up. Clothesline. Anna Jay goes down. It seemed heavy, man. That clothesline seemed heavy. Did she bust her nose there or something? She's up top. Oh my god. I don't even know what that was. Was that like a double axe handle or something? There was a clothesline that just sounded like a flipping gunshot. The clothesline she hits her with sounded awful. I don't know. I don't know if she's broke her nose or something. Is there blood coming out the nose? The clothesline sounded so heavy. It could have just been like a slapping sound. You can see that Anna Jay does keep doing this, though. Forearm. The crowd was into the spot fest, but they're silent for this. Nice suplex. Superplex, actually, by Anna Jay. She's got a tear in her tights, and she just said something to Jade Cargill. She rolled over, and she's gone back to her nose again. I don't think there is any blood there, so maybe not as serious as feared. But again, she goes back to it. Look, she's really uncomfortable with whatever's gone wrong with her nose. Big boot there by Anna Jay. Moves away from the corner. Nice spin kick. Against the ropes goes Anna Jay. She tries to collide into Jade. Jade goes down to one knee. Anna Jay, when she runs, she she doesn't really, like, throw herself into things. It's like little steps. Like, the way she hits the ropes. She, like, goes against the rope, and it's like, oh, I don't want to make the ropes move too much. I'll just do that. And then, like, she runs over, little steps, goes over to the corner. Like, do you know what I mean? They're not big strides. It's not big moves. It's not, into the ropes. It's like, I'm just going to do that. Kick to the midsection. Oh, God, Jade went hard into the ring post. Damn it, man. What's going on? She went hard into that ring post. Here is Kiera Hogan, Red Velvet, double DDT on the outside. These are the nasties, Paddy the baddies. Boot by Jade. Some of these shots, man. Some of these shots just do not look like they're being worked. Kick out by Jade. Kick. This hasn't nearly been as botchy as the Bucks match, says Dragon Den. Mark Sterling is making his way down. He's got a crutch in his hand. It's Mark Sterling. Mark Sterling trying to distract the ref. He throws the crutch into the ring. Anna Jay is using that crutch. 1, 2. Jade manages to get her shoulder up. Jade is down. Anna Jay is down. Here's Silver. Silver, kick to the midsection of Sterling. Takes the net brace off. Oh, God. Is that Brainbuster? Brainbuster on the outside by Silver. Jade in the ring. 1, 2. Oh, my God. Why is Anna Jay just kicked out of Jade Cargill's Eye of the Storm? Why is she just kicked out of that? Rolling through. Sleeper hold by Anna Jay. Hookhausen went on the pre-show. Pineapple Skull said this isn't very good. She's getting backed into the corner, Anna Jay. Jade goes over, tries to throw in an elbow. Anna Jay moves out the way. Jade is down. Anna Jay is climbing up. Don't know what she was going for. Maybe a moonsault or something, but she's been caught. She's been caught by Jade Cargill. Straight to the back. And again. Anna Jay sat on the top rope. Jade Cargill is right behind her. Throwing in forearms to her back. Don't know where we're going here. I don't know what we're doing. Is that Bivens? Is that Malcolm Bivens? Damn. He said he was leaving wrestling for a while when he left NXT. He's a good manager. Anna gets planted. Big move. 2, 3. What? Hang on. Bivens is with Jade now. I thought he was with Anna Jay or something. What's he doing with her? I like it. I like them together. Here's Chris Statlander. Statlander's coming down. Oh, it's just a flipping free-for-all, this match, isn't it? We've had Mark Sterling come down. We've had Bivens come down. We've got Chris Statlander come down. Someone else coming down. Ember Moon? Ember Moon has come out. Good signing. Good signing. Ember Moon's a good signing. Good signing. Ember Moon has come out. So we've got Kiera Hogan, Red Velvet, Jade Cargill on the one side, Ember Moon, Anna Jay, Chris Statlander on the other. Sort of feel like they buried Bivens there, though. I mean, they've brought Bivens out in this segment. I feel like you could have brought Bivens in a separate segment. I mean, Malcolm Bivens is a really good manager to bring in. But, I mean, the main talking point here is Ember Moon. Ember Moon is all elite. I like that sign-in. She deserves to go to AEW. Good talent. Criminally underutilized. Athena. Athena is her name. Very good. Very good. AEW won't do anything with Ember. Athena, Ember is no more. This is poor. Athena. No, I like it. I mean, look, I really like her. I really like her. I think it's a good sign-in. Is she going to be used right? We'll have to wait and see. But, credit, kudos. Good sign-in. Good pickup. I thought Ember was working a storyline with Johnny Depp. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. We got a little promo for Forbidden Door now. That's obviously just round the corner. Why did I think Ember was already there? I don't know. Do you like it? Let me know what you think. Ember Moon, Athena is in AEW. She is all elite. What do you think about that? What's your thoughts? Are you happy? Are you sad? Do you like her? Do you rate her? Do you hate her? I like her. I thought she was criminally underutilized in NXT. I thought that I think she's a great promo. She's got a great look. I think she can wrestle. She can work. She managed to get to the main roster, and then they just didn't really do anything with her. So yeah, I'm pleased for her. I'm pleased that she's landed on her feet. She's got something. Right, I've got a black screen. Nothing's happening right now. I can hear people though. Oh, House of Black. Stokely Hathaway is his name. Stokely Hathaway. Formerly Malcolm Bivens. Here are House of Black. Rob said, can you scroll winners on screen? Do you know, I thought I was going to be able to, but I don't have it set up. And I don't know why, because this is the screen we normally tend to use for... I must have deleted it by mistake or something. So, I actually don't have it set up. I can look to set it up again. It might just take a bit of time. House of Black. They're taking on Death Triangle, aren't they? Death Triangle. Okay, so we are moving moving forward. They've announced Stokely. We haven't got an announcement yet for Ember Moon. I want to retweet that when they do, because I think that's really good signing. Right, House of Black made their way down to the ring. They're in the ring as we speak. Lights out again. I love Aleister Black's entrances, says John. Austin says House of M. They're taking their sweet time to announce Athena. Here is Death Triangle. There is Penta, Fénix, Pac. God, what's going on? Who's that? Is that a child? Is that Fénix's kid? There's a child out there? Marco Stunt's back? Oh my god, Marco Stunt has joined Death Triangle. That's amazing. Scenes? Tony's tweeted it, has he? Oh, Tony has tweeted it. Oh, I'm on the AEW one. Oh, there, yes. Thank you. Do you know what? I've done all that and I've realised I'm on the wrong account. I'm on the flipping Wrestling Escape Pod account. Tony. Great signing. Really pleased for her. She deserves it. She deserves it. Right, we are underway. Instead of Big Cass, originally, AEW wanted Killer Cross for the match with Wardlow on Dynamite. We will see if he shows up, says Arn. Marco Stunt in Death Triangle, absolutely. He's just been carried away, though, so... Right, we are underway. I do like the face paints on the House of Black, though. House of Black have kind of painted their faces white. I can see them being figures. See that as like a triple pack of Jazzwares AEW figures. That would look really good. Yeah, I bet Jazzwares are just sat there right now already. They're sketching them out because they look so toyetic. Fénix on his feet. We've had just over an hour right now, so apparently this show is going to be running for 4 hours. So we've had just over an hour, so we've got just under 3 hours left to go. Just another 3 hours, guys. That's all. But we do have some big matches on the way, of course. Do you think Athena should be a heel and join the baddies? It would provide more credibility and help Red Velvet get a little better. Nah, she's too good to play second fiddle to Jade Cargill. I think she is a great opponent for Jade Cargill, and I think Cargill could give her the win over Athena. It would hurt because I really feel like Athena's got a great look. You can do some interesting stuff with this. Good promo as well. I'm really interested to see what her character's going to be, actually. Because remember when she was like Ember Moon and she was, I don't know, she had like this kind of mythical kind of vibe to her. And then like she went to the main roster and then they botched her and then they brought her back and they made her a lot more human. I remember she was on like a motorcycle. here, I mean, there's no... Sometimes when they go a bit, like, mythical in AEW, they go a bit panto. They go a little bit too cheesy for my liking. I feel like Ember probably needs a little something to make her stand out, but it needs to be done in a cool way. It needs to be done in the right way. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, I mean, obviously, we've only just seen her, so we'll get a good idea maybe on Dynamite of what the plans are. Maybe she hasn't got anything. Maybe she's not going to do anything. Maybe it's just going to be Athena, a woman. That's a gimmick. She's a woman. What a gimmick. Right, winners. People have won. There we go. Some people have won. Some people have lost. Deal with it. JJ, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Let's put down who these people are. So it is... God, who's won? Hookhausen has won. Hausen. We've got all of Death Triangle on the outside. Brody King going against the ropes. Death Triangle get into the ring. House of Black jump into the ring. We've got all 6 men in there right now. Strikes being thrown. In between the legs. Brody King goes over. Pac moves out the way. Big boot by Aleister Black. So, Hookhausen, MJF, Hardys, and... MJF didn't win. What the hell am I on about? Got MJF on the brain, that's why. Wardlow won. Right. Right, we've got... I tell you, it's fast-paced, this match. Perhaps they haven't got loads of time. Perhaps they're like just trying to fit loads of stuff in, but it is really fast paced. Against the ropes, Pac's in there at the moment with Buddy Matthews. Clothesline, he goes down. Okay. Good start to the match. Right, AEW chants. Right. Against the ropes goes Pac. Gets planted down by Brody King. House of Black in control. Pac back up on his feet. Big chop. He goes down. Tag. In comes Aleister Black. Buddy on the outside. Knee to the midsection. Pac being worked over. Penta is back up. Kicks coming in there by Aleister Black. Pac goes back into the corner. Headlock applied by Aleister Black. And Pac is down. Crowd are into it. Do you think that Julia Hart is going to join House of Black? I'm not sure what they're doing with Julia Hart. Because I thought she was going to join the other week and she never did. So I can't quite get a read as to what they're doing with Julia Hart. Buddy going for the pin. Kick out. Do you think we'll see a setup of the next title contender after the main event? I don't think so. Only because the next show is Forbidden Door. So I don't know what we're actually doing there. I mean, are we going to see the champion defending against someone from New Japan? I don't know. I would imagine probably not. Just because it'll be super obvious that the New Japan person ain't going to win. So I think there's maybe a chance that New Japan get involved at some point during the pay-per-view. And maybe it'll be after the main event. But I don't think the next challenger will make themselves known. Who knows, though? Nice kick by Fénix. But he ended up powerbombing his own teammate. Miro could jump the winner of the title match, says Jeremy. Can't help but feel all 6 of these lads felt more significant before their respective AEW runs, says Pineapple Skull. Edward said, I've seen we're looking to get Son when Mane leaves, and Klopp will go out of his way to get Son. What are your thoughts? Don't think you'll get him. He hasn't made any noises about wanting to leave. I'd imagine you're going to have to spend big in order to get him, and honestly, I don't even know if they would sell Spurs. 2. Shoulder up. Death Triangle had all 3 of them trying to pin Brody King there. Fénix getting fired up in the ring. Even if Punk wins, it would make no sense for Kenta to come out to almost no response from people that don't know him or don't want to see Punk versus a mid-carder at Forbidden Door. Strikes coming in. Against the ropes goes Fénix. That's weird. Why did he come back with Death Triangle? Who? Pac. I think they've brought them back. They've done loads of different things with Fénix and Penta and Pac, and they've had them in loads of different, like, doing singles, doing tags, Death Triangle. I think they probably brought more back here so that they could build towards this 6-man. Penta goes up. He comes crashing down. Brody King is in the ring. Brody King back on his feet. He's going to look to go against the ropes. He's looking around at the crowd. The face paint is so good. Face paint's really impressive. There's quite a bit of detail on it by the looks of it. It's not just like white face paint. Oh my god. He almost powerbombed himself on the edge of the ring. He jumped over the top. Didn't really get much distance. Kind of came down and looked like he was about to powerbomb himself on the edge of the ring. But he did eventually land on some wrestlers that were on the outside. But he... Oh my god, that was moody. Just absolutely drove Fénix down onto his head. Bray is going to jump the winner of the title match as WLZ. The Sousa says, I would like to see Pac go solo and go for a belt. What happened to the Casino Battle Royal? They haven't done it this year. There's been no announcements for any like ladder matches or battle royals or anything like that. Maybe it's because Forbidden Door is next. Maybe Forbidden Door got in the way this time. That pesky Forbidden Door. Oof. Big kick there by Fénix. Penta and Fénix working together. And again, Brody King stumbles back. In comes Pac. Bodies everywhere. House of Black is a promo for the new AEW Triple Tag Team Championships. One, two, and makes the save. Pac trying to get the pin there, but no joy. Buddy making the save. In comes Fénix. Come on, Death Triangle, said Legend Killer. Come on, Death Triangle. Not sure about that list of Jericho from a stream perspective. AEW streams seems to have less chat abuse than WWE streams. Kick by Fénix. Who's that on the outside? Is that Brody King? Fénix going up top. Comes crashing down to the outside. Brody King goes to the outside. Again, bodies everywhere. Loads of people on the outside of the ring. Pac is back up on his feet. Aleister Black is on his own in the ring right now. Aleister Black is isolated. He's trying to get back up to his feet. Kick coming in by Fénix. Great kick. Aleister Black goes down. Malakai Black. Keep calling him Aleister Black. I've still got that on my brain. He'll always be Aleister to me. No joy. Going for a finish. Kick there by Malakai. Against the ropes goes Fénix. He gets kicked in the face. Pac almost gets kicked in the face, but Inzaguri by Pac. Pac grabs Malakai. He's going up top for his finisher, Pac. Pac's looking to put this away. Buddy's come in. No, Buddy has made the save. Kick there by Pac. Buddy goes down. Pac. Oh, God, that was great. Great splash. Great splash by Pac. Pac's underrated, man. He's underrated. I'd love to see Pac go solo as well. Malakai's up. Malakai's up. He grabs Pac. Pac reverses. German. Good German by Pac. Malakai is down. At least we know the door is swinging both ways. That door needs oil. Low blow by Pac. Low blow by Pac, and Malakai goes down. Tugboat said, you know, every match has got to take it up a notch, so all 10 matches are going to be fire, says Tugboat. Oh, lights have gone out, guys. Lights have gone out. It's going to be Wyndham. It's going to be Wyndham. Wyndham's going to join the House of Black. Oh, it's not Wyndham. It's Julia Hart. Pat gets misted by Julia Hart after the lights went out. House of Black win. Damn power cuts. Well, there we go. She rolled out the ring. I don't know where she went to. I don't know if she went underneath the ring. Fiend. Yeah. That was the Fiend. It's just the Fiend is a lot smaller and blonde now. And a female. And basically Julia Hart. Julia Hart joins up with the House of Black. Okay. Did CM Punk and Hangman match happen yet? No, that's going to be our main event. Okay, Samoa Joe and Adam Cole, that is coming up. Got some Owen Hart footage. Oh yeah, I saw his figure as well. They showed off some early computer-generated images for the Owen Hart figure. That's coming out. Wasn't it the other eye on Julia? It was no eye. If ever you, if you actually go back and watch when Malakai spits at Julia Hart, he doesn't actually get her with anything. He kind of goes like this. Nothing really much comes out, and she just goes ah, drops down to her knees and like sells it like she's been shot. But yeah, and then she was like moody for who knows how long. And then when she had the opportunity to turn on, whatchamacallits, Varsity Blondes, she didn't take it. But now she's had time to think about it, and she's like, yeah, do you know what? I will join them. I will join them. Adam Cole, baby! Adam Cole is... Yeah, oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. There is a table that's got a trophy and then 2 belts, but the belts are covered. And do you know, Belts by Dan sent a tweet out earlier. Sent a tweet out that was teasing some belts. Belts by Dan. He sent this out 9 hours ago. Belts by Dan. He is the guy, I believe, that made the women's titles. So there is potentially a little teaser of what the belts may look like. Maybe. That got sent out earlier, and it's definitely got people talking about, oh, are they going to give like belts out for the Owen Hart thing? And well, there's some more. So I don't know if that is a little glimpse of one of the side plates. Joe's making his way down. Tarek, shout out to you. Joe. AEW record 5-0-0-0 for Samoa Joe. Right, winners of that last match. House of Black. There we go. House of Black. It is no longer House of Black Death Triangle. We're almost an hour and a half into the show. Is that Mike Yoda? Ring the bell. The final of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. I'm so glad they didn't call it the Owen. I thought it sounded rubbish. I think calling it after the Foundation, which is absolutely what they should have done and what they did do, I think is it sounds better. I think there's chance for Owen. Owen. Adam Cole in one corner, Samoa Joe in the other. He showed a fan fest. He didn't know the right time. Mike Chioda is back. Taboy said, Julia is my girlfriend. I still need to take her on a second date. Where do you think is a good place? Last time it was the arcade. I know, yeah. That picture was amazing. That picture was so good. That you sent over. Listen, if you've already taken her to the arcade, I think it's only downhill from there. To be honest, you're gonna be hard pushed to find another venue that's gonna be as exciting as that. Dare I say, ice skating? Go for it. It's classic, innit? It's a classic. Or take her to a drive-through movies. Do you know what I mean? That's proper 1950s. I don't know why. Give it a go. yeah, I'd go ice skating. Probably don't do laser tag. It's probably not a good dating suggestion, taking a girl out and then hunting her down and shooting her. I probably wouldn't go that way. But, yeah, I think a little bit of ice skating. As long as you can ice skate. You might embarrass yourself if you can't ice skate. Maybe that's part of the charm. I don't know. She's in the House of Black now, though, so... Don't know. She's probably not into fun things. Do you know what I mean? She probably just wants to, I don't know, go a cemetery or something. Perhaps that's how she gets her kicks now. I don't know. Please acknowledge the dancing shanky bop is the most devastating move in the history of our sport. Certainly is if your name is Samantha Irvin. I know that much. She must have had herself in a right fluster, not quite knowing what to do with herself, as Shanky was doing whatever Shanky was doing. All this, wasn't it? Fair play. Adam Cole rolls out the ring. Malakai said, I smell another debut after the Punk match. Thoughts? I don't need them. I don't need any. Don't need any more. I like the Athena one. That I don't feel like that was a letdown. Do you know what? I don't even mind Malcolm Bivens. Good manager. These feel like they are good additions. I'll give them credit for that. I don't need these people being brought in for the sake of bringing people in. We're on the outside. Super kick there by Adam Cole Bay. Adam Cole is in pink ring gear, by the way. I'm guessing that is a nod to Owen. Daves, who do you think will win tonight? Punk or Page? Yeah, I think it's really close. I think you can make an argument for either. So I am a little bit torn. So when I was kind of going through the card earlier and we were doing our predictions, I went with what you lot had gone with. And I'm just going to check to see where we are with that. Still CM Punk. So 69% of you have gone with CM Punk. 31% of you say it's going to be Hangman. I think it's really close. I can't really get a read on it, mainly because you can make an argument for it going either way. So it could be CM Punk. It could be Hangman Page. I'll go with you lot. Majority of you lot say it's going to be CM Punk, so I'll go with CM Punk. I think you could keep it on Hangman because I think he's not had it that long. And, you know, he needs to beat credible names in order to have a good title run. Just because his run has been a bit underwhelming so far doesn't mean it's going to have to stay that way. You just need to give him good, credible opponents for him to have good matches against and get good victories against. And CM Punk should be one of those. So, you know, you could have Hangman win, and a win over CM Punk will just make him feel a little bit more legitimate, will give him a little bit more momentum. You know, it'd really help him out. So I could definitely see an argument of sticking with Hangman, but then I can definitely see an argument of switching and going with CM Punk as well. Right now, we've got Samoa Joe in the ring, fighting back against Adam Cole. Do you think maybe after both this and the Women's Heart Tournament, maybe Brett presents the trophy and titles with Owen's family? Maybe. I mean, I know they've wanted to bring him in. But then there was a lot of talk that he was signed under some sort of a deal with WWE. But it turns out that deal is only a merch deal and it doesn't prevent him going elsewhere. So I have no idea. I have no idea on the current contract status of Bret Hart as to whether he can come in or not. But yeah, I mean, I know that they wanted to have him. He's been in before, in all fairness. You might remember when the AEW Championship was first shown off, it was Bret Hart that actually brought it down to the ring. He was the one that kind of carried it down, so... Yeah, it was. He's been in AEW before. I think it would make perfect sense, wouldn't it, to have Bret be a part of this? Definitely, so it's a really good shout. We've got Adam Cole using the ropes, getting back up to his feet. Samoa Joe with a lovely right hand, and again, throwing out some shots, throws Adam Cole against the ropes, picks him up, inverted atomic drop. Against the ropes goes Joe, big boot, Adam Cole goes down. Oh, God. Nasty senton. 2, shoulder up by Adam Cole. Nasty senton. Bret is coming to manage FTR at a big-time wrestling show in my city, says Tugboats. Boomer said, up next is going to be the Jericho Appreciation Society versus Blackpool Combat Club, Ortiz, Santana, and Eddie Kingston. Malakai said maybe Gargano or maybe Cesaro after the main event. Maybe. Big Time Baxter says, I know Athena being signed is a great move, but the booking of the women's division is still a little off. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, the only thing I would say is that as you get more talent into that division, I think you would have more confidence in investing more time into it. I mean, I do look at some of the women in that division. I just think it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for the second biggest promotion in North America. So, as you're bringing in Athena, and you've gone out and got Toni Storm, you've got the likes of Ruby Soho, you've got Britt Baker anyway, you've got Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb obviously doing, there's definitely a women's division now that is there that you can definitely invest in. And then that should give you a bit more confidence to tell some secondary stories, not just around the title picture, but let's have some stories that don't involve the titles. It is true, though. I mean, you don't tend to get too many angles away from the titles. I'm trying to think. I'm really struggling to think, actually. I suppose it would be the Owen Hart tournament, wouldn't it? That's kind of dominated things. It'll be interesting once those are over to see how they fill the time, because the Owen Hart tournament has taken up quite a bit of time, because not only have we had the actual tournament, but we got qualifiers as well. They all had to qualify for the actual tournament, so it's actually been running for a little while, if you take the qualifiers into account as well. Forearm strike by Adam Cole. Brenton said, should have waited for Sasha Banks to leave WWE. Ember Moon Athena ain't that big of a deal, in my opinion. Well, no, she's not a big deal on the level of a Sasha Banks. No one's saying that. But I think she is a very good promo, very good wrestler, was very underutilized, and I think that she definitely brings in some skills that women's division is lacking. You only have to watch the Anna Jay match to see where we've been. I mean, Anna Jay, Ty Conti, Big Swole. I liked Big Swole's presentation. I liked her entrance music. I liked her look. Her matches were always below par. Let's put it that way. So I think, as you're bringing in better caliber female performers, then, as I said, hopefully that gives you the confidence to tell some more stories. But look, as bigger stars become available, maybe a Naomi, maybe a Sasha Banks, then obviously Tony would be interested in those as well. But AEW Women's Division has been almost all tournaments this year. The TBS tournament, the Owen Hart tournament, the only major outliner I see, Thunder Rosa versus Britt Baker. AEW's booking is terrible. Do you see Christian costing Jurassic Express? I don't mind that story. I mean, I don't know that it's going to go that way. I certainly don't mind that story. I'm probably ready for Jurassic Express to split up. Again, it's hard to predict that because there's not really anything that's pointing us in that direction, but it is something that could happen. As you say, Christian could also turn on him. Last shot misses. Coquina clutch by Samoa Joe. Bobby Fischer's come down. He gets a forearm strike. He gets knocked down. Samoa Joe is looking for the win here. Joe in the ring, grabbing Adam Cole by the hair. Kick to the arm. Joe running over. Thrust kick by Adam Cole. And again, Samoa Joe down on one knee. Another kick. Samoa Joe gets caught. Knee to the back of the head. He goes down. Cole's going to roll Joe over. 1, 2, 3. Adam Cole wins. Adam Cole gets the victory. Am I the only one that hopes that Jeff turns heel one more time and wins the big one more time? You're probably not the only one. I think you are, dare I say, in the minority. I would think the majority have probably accepted that Jeff's just not looking right anymore. I think him going and being the world champion, it's not something I'm clamouring for. But, you're definitely not alone. Plenty of Hardy fans, and Jeff Hardy fans in particular, that would love to see that. Let's go. Adam Cole gets the win, says John. If you want to talk about underutilized, look at Natalya. Looks, talent, etc., says Brenton. It is true. The only thing with Natalya is that she's been underutilized for so long that she's become like a legend just by being underutilized for so long. She's actually picked up achievements as she's been going along. Like, she's been on more pay-per-views than any other woman. She's got more wins than any other woman. But it's not because they've booked her so well. It's just because she's been 50-50 booked for so long, and she's been in the company for so long that she's now automatically just picking up these records. So, it's a bit weird. Natalya's a weird one, because I completely agree. You know, she should be right up there with your Sashas and your Baileys and your Charlottes. You know, if anything, like, Natalya should be like a 10-time women's champion, 12-time women's champion. She should be right up there with Charlotte. It's just not gone that way, has it? They've never really got behind her that way. But she's still managed to achieve loads just because of how long she's been in WWE. Right, little advert for Forbidden Door. Okay. So, Adam Cole, Bay getting the win. Right, next one, we've got Britt Baker against Ruby Soho. Britt Baker, Ruby Soho. Who's going to win for the women? Let me know in the chat, which way do you think this is going to go? Johnny said they're not going to give them the trophy and the belts. Maybe they're going to do like a special separate presentation once the women's match is done. Freshly Squeezed said, if I was AEW, I would give Sammy the TNT title back, then have John Silver versus Sammy for the title. Cause a feud between Anna Jay and Ty Conti because of their friendship, yada, yada, yada. They should repackage Luchasaurus, says Derek. How is this not WCW? Mr. Gonzalez says AEW books better. We are seeing Ruby Soho, Excalibur just saying a few words about her. Britt Baker says no one is more determined. I think Ruby Soho should get this personally. I think Britt Baker has been given enough. She's done enough. She's been women's champion. She's been... she had that championship for a long time as well. She's one of the big stars that they've got. I think they can definitely give Ruby Soho something. Here's Britt. MJF is WWE bound. I don't want Britt to win, but I can see it happening, says TCSC Shop. Here is DMD, Dr. Britt Baker. The doctor will see you now. I can't see Cole standing side by side with the girl who beat his partner. Whose booking is better, AEW or WWE? Book for different things, don't they? Do you know what I think this show is seriously missing? Some matches that just let you get your breath again. Do you know what I mean? Like, every match is just like a million... Do you know, we say this every single time, or I say it every time, because I feel this way every time. I feel like you watch, say, MJF and Wardlow, and you're super into it, and there's like so much that we're talking about because, like, MJF, you know, is he going? What does this mean? He's gone out on a stretcher. You know, power bombs. How many power bombs is that? Like, you're taking in all of this information. But then the next match that follows after that is then, you know, Hardys and the Young Bucks, which is like, you know, big spots and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, now they're doing this, now they're doing that. Now he's going for a senton to the outside. It's another match that's pretty full on with like the action and how fast paced it is. And then you get through that, and then your next match is like Jade Cargill against Anna Jay, and you sort of think, okay, this is a breather match now, and it makes perfect sense, and it's no disrespect to Jade Cargill and Anna Jay, but this is the match where you're like, right, it's not going to be a million miles an hour. You're not going to have to really think too much whilst you're watching it. It's just going to allow you to catch your breath. But in that match, it was like really hard hitting because some of the spots I think were a bit off. And then they bring in Ember Moon, they bring in Malcolm Bivens, like, they choose that match to bring in all these people. So all of a sudden, like, you're then talking about all that. And then, like, you move on and you go to the next match, and the next match is House of Black against Death Triangle. It just feels like you can never quite catch your breath. Like, we've just watched Adam Cole and Samoa Joe. What you would think now is there would be something, like a backstage segment. There would be something that would just allow you to kind of catch your breath, allow you to, like, you know, collect your thoughts. But no, I mean, bang, here we are. Look, I've got Rancid shouting at me now. But, like, we're just straight into this next match, and this next match is going to be big. It's going to be intense. It's Britt Baker, it's Ruby Soho, it's the finals of the Owen Hart tournament. I do think WWE do a really good job of just, they're the kind of matches that you see before and you go, oh, I'm not bothered by that. That doesn't really grab me. But they play such an important part on the card because you get like a couple of matches and then you'll get like a silly segment. And I'm not saying that AEW needs silly segments, but I think they do just need some segments that, you know, why can't you have like Danhausen doing like a little comedy segment backstage? Danhausen going around. You could have Danhausen all throughout this show trying to achieve something. He's trying to find someone. He's trying to convince someone to join him. He's trying to do something. And we could keep going back to like Danhausen and his, could be a little thread that kind of runs through the show. And it just allows you after the matches just to get a breather. Just to be like, God damn, man, let me just catch my breath. Just watched Adam Cole and Samoa Joe, and now boom, here we are with this match. And like once this is done, then I'm sure we're going to go on to the Jericho Appreciation Society with the, you know, the brawl in the arena, and it's just a real full-on like 4 hours, 5 if you include the kickoff show. It's a lot. It's just a lot to like take in with not much breathing space. So, Rancid doing Ruby Soho's entrance. Music. Did people know they were going to be there? I don't know if people knew they were going to be there. There was some dude in the crowd that had a Rancid shirt on. If he didn't know they were going to be there and he just decided to go to this show wearing that Rancid shirt and then they're there, like that is... Must be like his birthday and all of his Christmases at once. Do you know what I mean? Like, clearly is a band that he loves. I like Ruby Soho's ring gear. It looks really good. It's really good, actually. It's quite colourful. I like that for her. It's like black and fluorescent yellow. She could like help kids cross the road because like that's really reflective and she'd be seen by vehicles. It's good road safety. But that made their night even more. It did, yeah. Went along to watch the wrestling. Big fans of AEW. What shall we wear? Oh, do you know, I might just put on... I'll wear the Rancid shirt today. I feel like it fits in with the vibe. And you go along and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. It's a band setting up. Yeah, that'd be a great moment. Right, we're in the middle of the ring with Ruby and Britt. Forearm strike by Britt. Ruby needs to win this more, but Britt will get it because Colwyn says Macarice. Zeus Plays Game says, will you ever do the toy hunts again? Sure. I tried to do one not too long ago, but unfortunately when I went there, they were actually working on the segment, on the display, so I managed to get like a minute of footage. So there was a minute-long toy hunt that went up. I did it as a little short thing. So that wasn't too long ago. So I'll have to go again and see if I can get more footage. But, yeah, it is still part of my thinking. Britt and Cole have got the same colours. What about Darby Allin and Kyle O'Reilly? They are having a match. I don't know when that match is happening, but they are having a match. Are we saying, what are you saying? Is that the match where you can get a breather? Don't know. Darby Allin lays it in, doesn't he? You see, with WWE, like, they tend to have, like, comedy moments, don't they? You know, like the 24/7 stuff backstage. Like, they'll do something like that. Or at WrestleMania, like, Sami Zayn and the Jackass people. And I'm not saying those are examples of great booking. Let's not get it twisted. But what I am saying is that I feel like what I'm getting with this show is a lot of, like, very rich chocolate. I feel like if this was like ice cream, I'm just getting lots of rich chocolate flavour. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's really quite intense. always lots of big moments, lots of action, but constant. It's just constant. Whereas, like, sometimes you might want a bit of vanilla. You know, you might want a bit of, like, where is the comedy on these shows? So it's like, I feel like you could mix it up a little bit better. But it's a fine line, because I'm certainly not sitting here saying, oh, God, I wish they had a 24/7 belt. I'm definitely not saying that. But I think that they've got the ability to have some comedy segments on these shows. They've got some funny people. John Silver is hilarious. John Silver is so funny. I really like him. Like, they can do some really good stuff with the Dark Order. They've got, as we said, Danhausen. I'm sure you could get some out of, like, Orange Cassidy if he was around. I think he's injured at the moment, but normally you could get some out of him. And Jericho's always good for a laugh. So, you know, they've got people that have got the ability to provide some comedy. But it is just, like, match after match after match after match for, like, 4 hours. And quite intense matches as well. Right now we got Britt Baker in control against Ruby Soho. Wrestling with Andy said we need a dancing Shanky. It's exactly what we need. It's exactly what we need. Or even if it's not going to be like a comedy segment, you just do a segment of some sort. You do like an interview segment. Pulling on the arm and the leg. They have done it before where they've brought out legends. So we've had a few legends at these kinds of shows before. Kick to the side of the head. Translation, you want some sports entertainment mixed in with the wrestling? Me too, to be honest, says Trini. I don't know if... I don't know. I mean, like... I don't know. I sort of feel like doing an interview segment isn't really moving away from wrestling. If you did like an interview segment, I mean, maybe the comedy stuff would be, but there was comedy back in the territory days. It wasn't always just match after match after match. Sometimes it's hard to define the sports entertainment and the wrestling. Sometimes it's like really hard to like, where is that line? Yeah, I wouldn't say you're wrong in that. I think that just a bit of a different flavour to you know, match after match after match after match. Just different flavour. Give me something. Give me some comedy. Give me some interview segment that gives me a new story, or just give me something different. Britt's climbing up. Almost 2 hours into the show. We've got another 2 hours to go. We're at almost at the halfway point. Maybe it won't go 4 hours, but that is... What other matches have we got to come, actually? Let's have a little look. We'll have a look, see what other matches are on the way. We've got... Let's Go Ruby is the chant from the crowd. Yeah, do you know what? We probably are halfway, because still to come, we've got Darby Allin versus Kyle O'Reilly. We've got Frankie Kazarian, Sammy Guevara, Ty Conti against the American Top Team. We've got Jurassic Express versus Keith Lee, Swerve Strickland, and versus Team Taz. We've got Blackpool Combat Club against Jericho Appreciation Society. We've got Thunder Rosa versus Serena Deeb. And we've got the main event. We've got a lot that we've got to try and fit into 2 hours. Do you know Hardy's against Young Bucks went 19 minutes, 15 seconds? Wardlow MJF was 7 minutes 30. Hardy's Young Bucks went 19 minutes 15. Cargill Anna Jay went 7 minutes 25. Forearm strike by both of these women exchanging shots back and forth. It is a slugfest. I'm not sure I personally want comedy, but that's just my opinion. Oh, it's already in. It's already in. The comedy is already here. I mean, there's been loads of, goddamn Jericho running around calling himself the Wizard. We wouldn't be introducing comedy. It's already firmly established in AEW. It's just on these pay-per-view shows, it does tend to be match. Ruby going for a kick. Kick by Britt Baker. Against the ropes goes Britt. Roll up by Ruby. 2. Kick out. Owen Hart Foundation belt presentation. Kick to side of the head by Britt Baker. Ruby getting up to her feet. Kick to the midsection by Ruby. Another kick by Ruby. Ruby with a side suplex. I am a wizard. WrestleManiac, shout out to you. We need Firefly Funhouse segments. Hey, do you know what? We need something like that would be good. Something like that would be interesting. Some, like, vignettes. I'd be down for that. Something that you could read into and get your teeth into. Something like, I mean, you're not going to get the Firefly Funhouse. That's WWE stuff. But something along those lines could be really interesting. Barbara, shout out to you. Kingdom says maybe more backstage confrontations or something. Yeah, I mean, look, you could do backstage stuff. I definitely don't want or need, like, brawls for the sake of brawls. We get brawls all the time, so curb stomp by Britt. 1, 2, kick out by Ruby. Yeah, I mean, backstage stuff could be fun of some kind, but I would try and stay away from brawling because, like, all the time we get brawls in AEW. After a lot of matches, we get brawls. So that would be my only concern. But, like, WWE break up their action with a lot of, like, Adam Pearce segments where we go backstage and, like, Adam Pearce is talking to a talent and it, a storyline will change or, someone will demand a match and he'll make that match or a stipulation will be added or, do you know what I mean? Like, those kind of segments, we don't get any of that. There is no GM. There is no, like, authority figure in AEW. So, you could have backstage moments like that. William Regal would have been great in that role. They could have brought William Regal in to have been the AEW GM. Nice kick. And then by Ruby. Ruby in control. Step through by Ruby. What is that? Is that the sharpshooter? Is that meant to be the sharpshooter? Is that Please don't win with that. I don't know. Has she ever... If that's a sharpshooter, has she ever seen a sharpshooter before? Britt Baker is screaming in pain. Matt said, a good night out at the circus sees the gravity-defying acrobats, the stark majesty of the lions and tigers, and also the silly clowns falling over. I see what you're saying. Variety. Variety is the spice of life. Britt Baker gets to the ropes. Charging over. Britt moves out the way. Ruby goes into the corner. Big boot by Ruby. Ruby climbing up on the shoulders of Britt. Roll at 1. Victory roll 2. Reversed by Britt Baker. She gets it. Britt wins. Britt pinned Ruby after she reversed the victory roll. And it's Britt Baker that gets the win. Not the way I would have gone, to be honest, because I think she's got enough, man. Does Britt Baker need to win this as well? Britt puts her hand out to Ruby. She helps her up. Of course, Britt and Adam Cole win their dating. Shouldn't matter, though, should it? Just because Adam Cole wins one, it shouldn't mean that Britt wins the other. I understand, like, having them celebrating together is a nice image, but I really feel that Ruby needed that more. But hey ho, this is the direction they've gone in, and it is Britt that's walking up. They've got a Britt gives Tony a hug, and Adam Cole comes out. Little kiss there between Britt and Adam Cole, baby. Right, we'll get to see these belts now. Adam Cole, baby, wins for the men. Britt wins for the women. Martha Hart's coming out. Oh God, is she crying? Is there a woman crying? What's she crying for? Martha Hart coming out. Tony Khan bringing her out, escorting her out. Okay. Lots of pointing. There she is. He came out with her. He was like, here she is. This is her. Owen, fair play. Look, Martha more than deserves the opportunity to talk. Yeah, this is a cool moment. Thank you, Martha is the chant. It's a cool moment. Tony Khan's face. It's so great to be here in Las Vegas at the T-Mobile Arena. Okay. So she talks about the craftsmanship of her late husband. Big Owen chant from the crowds. Britt is the Dyson vacuum of AEW. Tony Khan always has some unusual facial expressions. Okay. Owen chants. Tony is a wrestling nerd like us in heart. That's why. Martha thanks Tony Khan and Chris Jericho. So she's just thanking people. I tell you, she's going to be allowed to talk for as long as she wants. There ain't no one coming out to stop her. It goes without saying that our partnership is a match made in heaven. Heavy lies the crown. Well done to these titans of the ring. It was obvious that Britt was going to win. She is Tony's golden child of the AEW women's division. She is AEW's Charlotte Flair. Prove me wrong. I don't know, dude. I don't know. All I know is that she's been given a lot, and I feel that Ruby Soho really could have done with the victory here. Whether that was obvious all along or not, I don't really care. Right, here we go. We're going to find out about these belts. There's two belts. One in a black cover, one in a pink cover. So what? The belts are theirs to keep, are they? Tell you what, it's not a belt that grabs me straight away, but it's a belt that I can appreciate because there seems to be a lot of detail to it. Funny as well that Canadian flag is not on a side plate; it's actually on the front plate. I'm guessing this must be the same. Is it? No? Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same, but it looks a little different. The belt is a bit different. The actual strap is a bit different. DMD chant. I'll find a picture of it. It'll be on Twitter, won't it? It's a big front plate. Do you know what I appreciate about these belts is the fact that it gives you something to actually like talk about, get your teeth into. Like the first reaction is like, oh, I don't hate them. I'm not crazy about them. They're pretty old school. Very pink and very worthy of like being like the Heart name. It might take a while actually for those belts to Owen belt. There we go. I thought it would take longer. I like the fact that it gives us something to like go, ooh, what you think? There we go. That is the belt, the Owen Hart Foundation Cup winner belt. It's a bit weird giving someone a belt for winning a cup. The Owen Hart Foundation Cup winner. Well done. Here's a belt. I like the purple. I like the pink around the edge. I think maybe the main plate is, believe it or not, lacking some detail. It feels like it's just a big plate. The 2022 looks a bit scrunched as well at the bottom. So I'm not sure about the 2022 at the bottom. Really like I really like the image of Owen with the pink in the background. I think that looks really good. I think that looks really, really good. That is a big front plate, though. That's a big front plate. I think maybe, like, next to where it says 2022, like, you can see there's a lot of just, like, plain plate. I feel like they could have, like, gone with a bit more detail on those bits, and maybe that would have just brought it out a little bit more. Because that is a big front plate. I wonder why it's in that shape as well. I wonder why they decided to go for that as the main shape. That's the men's one, I believe. Yeah, that's the men's one. Women's one, I think, is a bit smaller. But, yeah... Do you know what? That front plate is so big, it feels like it's borderline body armor. It's kind of like you wear it around your midsection to protect your abs. Like, that's how big that front plate actually is. So, I don't know. We'll get rid of it for now, but that's it's a real interesting one. It's a real interesting one. And that segment as well is the exact kind of segment I was just talking about. Like, instead of it just being match, let's have something else. That is a segment where Martha Hart just said a few things. We got to see some new championships. It gives us something different to talk about. It's only a few minutes, but it just gives you an opportunity just to go, and now I feel totally ready for this next match. I feel like I'm in a really good mindset for this next match. I don't feel exhausted. It's just giving me a momentary lapse just to think about something else. And now here we are getting into this next match. Fate Ross Fate said they should have given out saucers, not belts. Saucers. It's the future. Right, it is... God, what is this match? It's American Top Team, isn't it? It's ATT, American Top Team, versus Sammy, Ty, and Frankie. Right, we've got a Maleficent vibe, I think. I think that's what it is. Oh, he is wearing the BMF. No way, he is wearing the BMF. He's wearing the BMF. She's wearing a UFC belt. Damn, the BMF title has appeared in AEW. That's fun. Everyone gets a belt. Everyone gets a belt. That belt was won by Jorge Masvidal. When he beat Diaz for that BMF title, it was The Rock that put it around his waist. It was only ever defended once. But every time Masvidal fights, the question always comes up, are you going to defend the BMF title? And the answer is always no. No one deserves it. Well, Sammy Guevara's just took it, ain't he? He's just took it. That how much that's going to actually resonate with fans, I have no idea. The fact it says BMF, I would imagine, probably confuses quite a few people. But it does stand for Baddest Mother Fudger. They're stolen from American Top Team. Looks like Brett's chest plate on Go. It does, yes. It does, you're right. It does. I wonder if it was fashioned on that. I wonder if they took inspiration from that. I want the belt to look like the the chest protector from when Goldberg went to spear Brett. Right, we are starting with Sammy. Paige Van Zandt wants to get involved. I feel like this is a break match, says Scott. Could be. Could be. I think certainly before we build towards like Hangman and all of that. It might not be as fast-paced as like House of Black and Death Triangle or Hardys and Young Bucks. I hope Barry Horowitz comes out and power bombs Punk. Can totally see Kazarian turning and joining ATT, says Macarice. Do you have the channel Catfish in the UK? Don't know. I know of the film and the TV show, but I don't know of a channel. 1, 2, just 2 count. We've got Ethan Page tags in Scorpio Sky. Sammy comes over. He tags in Frankie. Frankie Kazarian gets in and arm dragged by Scorpio Sky. Michael said, I'm pretty sure that Tony probably reached out to Dana and asked if he could use it. Yeah, well, apparently he had dinner with Dana. That was in his tweet the other day when he was saying that he got to tell Dana, break the news to Dana about WWE having to, or running a show in Las Vegas and all this. So he did actually mention he'd had dinner with Dana, so I'm sure that did come up in conversation. Leg drop. Into the corner goes Scorpio Sky. Patrick, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Any debuts tonight? Yeah, we had Ember Moon, Athena. So we saw her. We saw... who else have we seen? Malcolm Bivens. So his appeared as well. So we've had those two, but obviously about an hour and 40 minutes left. Plenty of time for potential for more. Against the ropes goes Scorpio Sky. He's in there with Sammy Guevara. Big boot by Scorpio Sky. Rake at the back by Ty Conti. So, Ty Conti on the outside. She can, if she gets tagged in, then Paige Van Zandt will come straight in. Here's Sammy. Oh. Got respect for Paige Van Zandt, you know. She gets a bit of a bad rep because of her her looks. People think she's all just looks, but she does like bare knuckle boxing, you know. I mean, you gotta have respect for that. She also had a fight in UFC where she broke her arm. Her arm broke during one of the rounds, and she continued fighting. gotta give credit for that. She's got wins as well in UFC, but she was never the best fighter. We are so accustomed to debuts now, said Tugboats. Wardlow is all elite. Yep. Do you think Omega is going to return? I don't know that he'll return here, but I think he will return at some point. But I don't know that he's ready to come back, to be honest. How many matches? More matches have we got? Oh, I think there's still around about 5 or 6 to go after this. Still a long way to go. I think the scheduled time for it to end, though, is in about an hour and 40 minutes. Chopped by Frankie Kazarian. He's in there with Scorpio Sky. Against the ropes goes Kazarian. He kicks out a Scorpio Sky. I want to see Van Zandt. Van Zandt on the outside. Scorpio Sky reaching over. Ty Conti comes over. Big strike. Paige Van Zandt goes down. Sammy and Ty outside the ring. Frankie wants to make the tag. Frankie up on the shoulders of Scorpio Sky. Scorpio Sky goes round the back. Frankie round the back of Scorpio Sky. He gets driven back into the corner. Aubrey, the referee for this one as well, by the way. Strut on the outside by Sammy. Sammy looking to come into the ring. A little bit of trouble between Sammy and Scorpio. Or Sammy and Frankie, sorry. Still got Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb to come. Gotta think that the main event tonight is going to get some time. If you think that the main event's going to get about half an hour, which I don't think is crazy, with entrances and everything, it'll get about half an hour. It means that we've got an hour to try and fit in a lot of stuff. Here we go. Van Zandt is in there. She's shaking her head. Looking for a takedown. Lovely takedown. Great takedown of Ty Conti. Clothesline by Van Zandt. Clothesline again. Van Zandt grabbing Ty. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Ty goes back to the corner. Van Zandt. Back elbow. Grabs Ty Conti. Got her up on her shoulders. Sammy's come in to make the save. Shots for midsection. She did a Roman Reigns. Nice DDT. Sammy goes back in the corner. I don't know if Sammy should be getting treated this way, but... Drop toe takedown, and Paige Van Zandt's really, like, her reactions are very big. Oh my god, oh my god. Driver to, that looked a bit moody. I couldn't quite see from the camera angle, but that looked a little bit moody from Paige Van Zandt. Driver to Ty Conti. Nice hip toss there by Ty Conti. I'd like to see a one-on-one match with these two rather than like all this outside interference, but it's probably that Paige Van Zandt's too green. Nice kick there by Ty Conti. Another big boot as well. Van Zant in the middle of the ring. Kick by Ty Conti. Looking for the cover. Kick out by Paige Van Zant. Ty is hot but bad at wrestling, says Anthony. How long is the show? 4 hours. Against the rope goes Paige Van Zant. Gets caught. Ty picks up Paige. Oh my god, I don't even know what that was. Face buster. Sammy is kissing Ty, and we've got a close. Okay, here's Frankie. How come people don't talk about how botchy Anna Jay or Penelope Ford or Ty Conti or Britt Baker or Ruby Soho are, but Jade is treated as the worst offender by wrestling by hardcores? I feel like we do. I mean, Britt Baker has botched, but I don't think she botches on a consistent basis. Ty Conti, I've never been a fan of. Penelope Ford, Anna Jay. I don't know, man. I mean, if people are defending them and making them out to be like, you know, the pinnacle of women's wrestling, then, well, that's on them. Because I would agree, though, those are the kind of talents that we are moving on from. Those are the kind of talents that Athena is coming in to replace, dare I say. I mean, it sounds harsh, but, you know, you bring in people when you start, and then as new talents become available, you upgrade. You know, we've seen it in the men's division. Super kick by Sammy, missed its target. It hits Ty Conti instead. She goes down. New AEW World Championship's going to be unveiled tonight. Is that true? Scorpio Sky on Frankie. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. American Top Team. They've got the job done, so Paige Van Zant, Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page get the win. That now means that Sammy and Frankie Kazarian cannot challenge for the TNT title. And Dan Lambert has got his belts back. There we go. Let's assume if you haven't already. Chalmers, hello. Hope you are well. Paige Van Zant wins. Frankie deserves better. Right. Well, about an hour and a half left. As I said, if we do have that main event taking half an hour, then we've got about an hour to fit a lot of stuff in. Darby Allin, Kyle O'Reilly. I can't see them getting loads of time, to be honest. American Top Team getting the dub. We're moving on. O'Reilly. There we go. Already we've gone to the entrances. No video packages. No messing around. That one match has ended. Straight into the next one. Go, go, go. Did this pay-per-view come with breakfast? Listen. We knew it was going to be this way. We've had this conversation before about how it's always feels like it goes on a little bit too long, but the counterpoint is made by AEW like hardcore fans that, well, look, it only happens like 4 times a year. They stack it, they go big, they give you money's worth. So yeah, I went into it knowing that it was going to be like a 4-hour main show. CM Punk with almost 70% of the votes in his favour in the poll, says Chalmers. The women's match might get under 10 minutes to save some time, says Brenton. Maybe. I can't imagine Jericho wanting his time cut. So I'd imagine the Jericho matches... I'm sure there's conversations going on about keeping it tight and keeping it short. I really can't see our main event being 15 minutes or whatever. I mean, that's going to need to be 25, around that ballpark. So, yeah, I can see this one being quite quick. I can see the women's title match being quite quick. I think Jericho will get time. I think main event will get time. I can't remember what other ones we've got, to be honest. Kyle looking for an armbar. He wasn't able to find it. Oh, we've still got... Oh, my God. We've still got... there's 4 more after this. Where are we? We've got... Darby Allin against Kyle O'Reilly right now. We've still got the Tag Team Championship match. We've still got the Anarchy in the Arena match. We've still got Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb. And we've still got Hangman Adam Page against CM Punk. Dad Stuff, hello. Said, just got here. What ended up happening with MJF Wardlow? So the match happened. It was first. They played his music and he didn't come out straight away. But about 30 odd seconds later, he came out. There was definitely a moment where it was like, ooh, are they going to do something here? Are they going to not have him come out? And then we'll have Tony Khan come out and say something. Or definitely got me thinking that there was a story brewing. But he did walk out in the end. Came down to the ring. Lots of a-hole chants and you walked out chants and things like that. But he got into the ring and he made the crowd aware of how he felt about them. Wardlow came out. The match lasted about 7 minutes long. Lots of MJF trying to escape. Wardlow getting the better of it, basically hitting the power bombs. We was done after about 7 minutes. It was shorter than I expected and a bit more of a squash than I was expecting. And MJF got wheeled out on a stretcher. So they'll probably use that to keep him off TV for a little while whilst they try and, let the dust settle. I'd imagine it's going to be a case that, they won't use him on Wednesday. Let the dust settle. Let him go and clear his head. Tony will probably have a meeting with him. Sit down. Figure out the way forward. Unless maybe they've done that already, but I don't know. It's hard to... It's without knowing, more information, it's hard to know where we are. Was that his last match? Could there be an announcement? Could Tony have just, agreed to something just to get that match done, but now he's like, now this is over, then, is that going to be it? We don't know, to be honest. So, but the match happened. Knee strikes here by Darby to Kyle O'Reilly. Dana might be in the crowd. Do you remember that one UFC pay-per-view where Tony and Jim Ross were in the crowd and they were shown on the big screen? Yes. I think if he was there, though, they would have shown him, to be honest. Darby going against the ropes. Oh my God. No. Darby went underneath the bottom rope and he seemed to miss Kyle. I think he did catch him with like a leg or something, but he sort of slid under that bottom rope and I think Darby just drove himself into the mat and then caught Kyle with like... Oof. Yeah, that looked pretty brutal, man. Blood coming around the mouth of Darby. Do you think anyone else will join tonight? I don't know, dude. I don't need it. I keep saying that. I mean, you could get Cesaro. I think they'd be very interested in him. I think they'd be very interested in Cesaro. So he might come walking out, but I just don't need it. I just don't need people coming in. What I want is like good story, and for them to utilize the people that they've already got. Maybe MJF will go to WWE and become a combo wrestler manager and will manage Sasha and Naomi back from their suspensions and turn heel, says John. Feels like Warrior at SummerSlam 91. Yeah. But, I mean, that's a good point because we don't know if it's not the same sort of deal where Vince promised Warrior a load of money before just to get the match done, and then as soon as the match was over, he fired him. So, has history repeated itself? Has Tony agreed to something just to get the match done, and now the match is over, he fires MJF? Kick and Darby goes down. How come Cole Baker winning and being a couple doesn't get the same reaction as Seth and Becky, despite them being better and bigger stars? Hardcore inconsistencies. How come Cole and Baker winning and being a couple doesn't get the same reaction as Seth and Becky, despite them being better and bigger stars? I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? I think trying to compare companies, you're off to a loser there because WWE is a much bigger company telling different stories. And the crowd is very different as well. Like the WWE audience is made up of like kids and is more family orientated, whereas I would argue that AEW is aiming more for that 18 to 49 demo that we keep getting told about. So you're talking about different companies that are catering for different markets that are just completely different products, really. As we said, WWE is like a sports entertainment product. AEW is definitely got sports entertainment aspects, but definitely leans more into the wrestling side of things. So I don't know that you can point at it and compare stuff and say that there's inconsistencies. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and defend it because, to be honest, I don't even really understand the point. I don't really understand what was being said, but I think that there's just too big. The differences are just too great to sit here and go, oh, how can people say this about this and this, but they don't say it about this and this when the companies are just so different? And I think it's really difficult to do that. I think if you don't like AEW, just don't watch AEW. It's simple as that. You'll have a happier life. If you're not a fan of the product, then just don't watch the product. If you're a fan of WWE, watch WWE. If you're a fan of AEW, watch AEW. If you're a fan of both, watch both. But I think if you're the kind of person that doesn't like something and you don't respect it, but you like force yourself to watch it or something, then you're just not gonna find any joy in it. You're not gonna enjoy it. There's enough in AEW that I get out of it for me to watch it. But that doesn't mean that they, get everything right that I enjoy. Far from it. Far from it. But there's certainly enough in it for me to get something out of watching it each week. But honestly, if there wasn't, I wouldn't watch it. I just wouldn't bother. But I do think that the product has got stronger as the years have gone by. You know, I think as we've, look, Athena's in now. I think that's a great signing. I think that's a really good signing. I think since they brought in Bryan Danielson was a big turning point for my enjoyment. Since they brought in Bryan Danielson, I think, you know, things have taken a turn for the better, and we've seen improvement. I think, now we've got Athena coming in as well, which, and obviously Serena Deeb, since she came in. There's definitely some good stuff that's going on at the moment. He was trying to choke him with a chain there, and now he's got some kind of a chokehold applied. Against the ropes goes Kyle O'Reilly. 1. Kick out by Darby. Another big kick there by Kyle. 2. Kick out by Darby. This match is getting way longer than I thought it would. You know how we were saying, like, yeah, this match probably won't get too long because we're running out of time. Nope. Knee to the back there by Kyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it's done. Now it's done. Kyle O'Reilly gets the win. Quite surprised at that as well, actually. Quite surprised at that because would have thought they would have gone with Darby. Darby's the solo star. He's the guy that's been invested in quite heavily over the past few years. Kyle O'Reilly is more a tag team guy. He's more in the Undisputed Elite. I'm not aware they've got any plans to kind of push him as a solo star. So him getting the win here is a bit of a surprise. I wish that security guard on the outside would actually get like wrestling and do something. There's a security guard. He was the guy that unhooked the handcuffs for like Wardlow. He's on the outside, and I keep seeing him, and he looks cool, man. He's got like a bald head, and he's got like a grey kind of beard, and he looks like a biker. He could be the leader of like a biker gang. I'd definitely look to use him for something. He looks cool. Right, we are going to the women's match now. The Sousa said, one thing I hate about AEW is how lax they are with rules like countouts and weapons. They overdo the outside of the ring stuff. Yes. Thunder Rosa. God, I hope this match is good. Guarantee O'Reilly gets more, so they be involving him now. Right. Serena Deeb, Thunder Rosa. I kept getting asked, what's the one match you're most looking forward to? And this is one that I kept mentioning because I genuinely like both women. Serena Deeb always delivers. I always enjoy her matches. My concern is that Thunder Rosa's matches recently have been below her standard, her usual standard. It's been that way for a little while now. And this is a great opportunity, a great platform, a great stage for her to, like, you know, show what she can do. Show what we know she can do. Against an opponent that is arguably the best in the world right now. Serena Deeb in the ring. And here comes Thunder Rosa, AEW Women's Championship. What I like about this match is Thunder's the champion. God, that's a hell of a costume. I can see that being a figure as well. She's having to hold that headwear on, isn't she? Thunder Rosa making her way down, and she doesn't look happy, does she? Perhaps it's because that headpiece like wouldn't stay on or something. I don't know. She didn't look very happy. I thought she was going to like smile or something. Like she's very focused. Let's see how this goes. I hope. Oh God, I want this to be good. I want this to be good. I want this to work. This match will steal the show, says TJ. Days, the gear that Rosa is wearing, she is going to donate to the victims of the school shooting. That's great. It's very detailed. Never seen her wear anything like this before. Lots of colour on it. Right, here we go. Two women locking up. I like how hard it is actually already with them already driving each other against the ropes. Thunder Rosa getting driven back to the corner. Aubrey, referee for this one. Love the look that Serena Deeb gives to Thunder Rosa. She just stands and watches as she goes walking over to the other side of the ring. Little smirk on the face of Serena Deeb. Thunder coming over, locking up again. Thunder getting round the back. Serena Deeb trying to break out of the hold. She reverses it. Nice reversal. Takedown by Thunder Rosa. Rolls over. Nice. Nice mat wrestling. Great. Lovely. Grabs the arm. Thunder getting up to her feet. Serena Deeb in control. Good reversal there by Thunder. Nice reversal by Serena Deeb. Oh, takes down Thunder. Quick little bridge. Tell you what, Thunder seems all right here. She seems all right. Taboy said, just want to say Julia Hart is a goat. Well, you would say that. Yeah. Like it. Like it. Nice pace. I really like this ring gear that Thunder Rosa's wearing, actually. It's, it allows you to see exactly what they're doing. There's nothing that gets in the way. She's managed to power Serena Deeb down. Deeb with a 2 count. She gets the shoulder up. Gets the other shoulder up. Bridges. She's on her neck. Right, we've got Thunder in control. Deeb getting back up to her feet. Nice, tying her up. Rolls her over. Looking for a pin. Gets the pin. 2. Kick out. Thunder reverses. Oh, God, that's nice. That is nice. Look at that. She's trapped the arms. That's nice. But Thunder trying to get a pin. 1, 2. Flips her over. Nice stretch. Nice stretch. Picks her up. That's good. Oh, look at that. I've not seen her do that before. Is that the pendulum? Yeah, Thunder Rosa showing that she can go here, man. Showing that she can wrestle. Love that. Really enjoying it. It's really enjoyable match. Shoulder tackle there by Thunder Rosa. Over the top goes Thunder. Deeb bends down. Gets thrown against the ropes. Arm drag. Deeb goes down. Arm drag by Thunder Rosa. Takes down Deeb. Rolls through. No, just a 2 count. This could be a very good match, says Scott. Is it true Orton might retire? Well, it's true that apparently he is injured. And he's getting some checks done. Whether it's going to result in him retiring, I think we're probably a bit too far away from that. We get the gold dust pose by Thunder Rosa. Yeah, I think we've got quite a way to go until we have to worry about that. But I believe he is. I believe he is out with an injury at the moment. Yeah, and it's something that's been bothering him for a while. Thunder goes against the ropes. Deeb on the outside. Thunder goes to the outside. Deeb gets back into the ring. Rosa on the edge of the rope. Duck underneath by Deeb. Oh, lovely little net breaker there. Using the ropes. Deeb trying to throw Rosa into the ring post. What I liked about that is it's just a normal pushing her into the ring post, but they did a good job of cutting to the camera that's on that ring post. Oh. Lovely. Lovely net breaker as Rosa goes to the outside of the ring. I'm really enjoying this. It's the best Thunder Rosa match I've seen him for ages, forever. Oh, might be the best Thunder Rosa match I've seen since that match with Britt Baker, the first one, which they got a lot of praise for. This is just like loads of reversals, loads of proper wrestling, just really good encounter, back and forth, nothing looking silly, no spots, you know, people standing and waiting to be jumped on. Just really good, just good action. Nice pace to it, logical, hard hitting. Strikes to the back there. Thunder Rosa is up top. Arms are hooked. Stretch. Just being stretched there by Serena Deeb in the corner. She goes down. KJ, shout out to you. Jilly said, I want Deeb to win just so we get a pop from Days. Yeah, I would like Deeb to win, but I must admit, the reason why I was probably rooting for Deeb more than Thunder Rosa was because, as I keep saying, Thunder Rosa's matches recently just haven't grabbed me. But this has been a really enjoyable match, so I suppose can't lose really in a way here. I'm quite happy for this version of Thunder Rosa to continue being champion. Forearm by Deeb. Uppercut. Exchanging blows at the moment. Another uppercut by Deeb. Strike coming in by Thunder Rosa. Both of these women are out on their feet. Chop coming in by Thunder. Another chop coming in. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Deeb. Clothesline. Deeb goes down again. Scooped up by Thunder Rosa. Power slam. Rosa grabbing Deeb. Into the corner goes Deeb. God, Deeb went hard, man. And then the way that she bounced back. She kind of folded over herself. Rosa back in the corner. Oof, collides hard into Deeb. Double knees by Thunder Rosa. Rosa's feeling it now. Against the ropes goes Thunder Rosa. Oh, God, I love that drop kick. I love that drop kick. She really lays those in. Nice suplex, bridges, and shoulder up by Serena Deeb. Those drop kicks. She normally does them when they're in the corner, but there, Deeb was just up against the ropes. Like, the way that she, like... The snap that she gets on that, the way that she, like, fully extends on him, like... They've got to hurt. They have got to hurt. Lovely quick reversals here as they're both trying to work the arm. Oh, a double there by Deeb. Looking for... Oh, nice stretch. Octopus. Was that the Black Tarantula? It's being stretched. I think I know it by a couple of names, but she's got the leg. Deeb in control, gets kicked over to the corner. This match is continuing. Back elbow by Deeb. Dragon Sleeper. Oh! She had her in the Dragon Sleeper. She then goes over, plants her face first. Deeb almost getting the 3. Do you remember when Vince wanted to give Colt Cabana the Dewey McJeuston character? I see that in MJF's future, says Richards. Nice reversal by Thunder Rosa. Snapmare. Rolling through. She's managed to crossface. She's managed to get a crossface applied, but Deeb reverses one. Just the one. This match has got to reach its conclusion soon. We're staring down the barrel of the final hour. We've still got 3 matches to go. Stretch muffler. Stretch muffler by Serena Deeb. Oh, I tell you, that's moody as well. And she's proper, like, rotating the leg around, the ankle around. Thunder Rosa smashing Serena Deeb's knee into the mat. Clothesline. They both go against the clothesline each other, and both women are down. Thunder Rosa and Serena Deeb clotheslining each other. This should be a hell of a match. I don't want either to lose, says Luke. Do you think MJF will be better off in AEW or WWE? I think he can work either. I know the consensus would be that, you know, if he goes to WWE, he's going to get buried, all this kind of stuff. But he is a great talker. He's a great heel. They'll use him in big stories. I seriously think he'd be fine in WWE. I don't know that he would be a top talent in the sense of, would he be main event in WrestleMania all the time? I could see him being used very similar to The Miz. Like, you know, The Miz has had a long, successful career. He's used on the show all the time. Maybe they wouldn't use MJF for quite as much silliness at the moment as what The Miz has been a part of, but yeah, look, he'd be going to WrestleMania. He'd be getting used on pay-per-views. He wouldn't be sat in catering. He wouldn't be drowning in the 24/7 title picture. I could see him being a good opponent for face Kevin Owens, face Sami Zayn, obviously Cody, Seth, face Seth. He'll be a really good heel going up against the top names. And maybe even competing for the title over on Raw, but he's never going to surpass a Roman Reigns or a Brock Lesnar, or, he ain't getting to them levels. I can't see him being someone that defines an era. So he'd be fine. He'd be fine. We're still underway with this. Deep in control. Plants Thunder Rosa to... Rosa gets her foot on the rope. Nice. MJF in WWE would be watered down. Everyone knows they would ruin him. That's definitely the consensus, but I genuinely think he would be fine. He wouldn't be able to... I mean, would he be watered down? Sure, because they are a PG product, and he wouldn't be able to say some of the stuff that he can say, but they would still allow him to be as edgy as they could within the confines of being, PG. They would make it work for their audience. That's what it comes down to. Would AEW fans enjoy watching him? Maybe not. But I think WWE would find a way of making him work for their PG audience. Cloverleaf applied, but it's a bit of a weird cloverleaf because normally with the cloverleaf you kind of extend it. She kept Thunder Rosa grounded. Knowing Vince and Bruce, MJF versus Miz would be the first feud out of the gate, says LB. Hannah said MJF will definitely be taking the leap to WWE next. Nice roll through by Thunder Rosa. Deeb in the corner. I can't believe how long this match is going. I'm amazed at how long the previous match went. I'm amazed at how long this one's going. Forearm strike by Thunder Rosa. She's trying to get some blood circulating back into her leg. Thunder Rosa and Serena Deeb over in the corner. Strikes coming into the midsection. WWE could drop the ball again with him like before, says Elvin. MJF would be as popular as Jake Hager in WWE. His gimmick won't last. Chalmers said, do you think Thunder Rosa still remembers you? Oh, I'm pretty sure she would. 1, 2, 3. Thunder Rosa wins. Thunder Rosa wins. I feel like that match was really good at the start, and then it sort of outstayed its welcome a little bit. But it's the best Thunder Rosa match I've seen in a long time. Good win for her. Thunder Rosa gets the victory. Anarchy in the Arena is coming up next. Right. Thunder Rosa, Deeb is done. Next, we've got Anarchy in the Arena. What would you score that last match? What would you score that last match? We're just seeing the video package of how we got here. I'm sure Tony Khan is saying to them right now, this... how long have they got? I mean, this next match is going to have about 15 minutes. Technically, there's only 54 minutes left of the show, and we've still got the main event, the Tag Team Championship match, and Anarchy in the Arena to try and fit in. Thunder Rosa gets the win. I'd say 3, says Tommy. 7.5, says Tugboats. 4.25, says Jaden. 7.5, says Paulie. Anarchy in the arena. A solid 8. 4.5, said Vape Ross Vape. Right, here is the Jericho Appreciation Society, who won the tag belts. We haven't even had that match yet. We've not had that match. We've got Anarchy in the arena. Then we've got the tag team title match. And then we've got Hangman against CM Punk. Okay, here come the Jericho Appreciation Society. White jeans, jackets that say Jericho Appreciation Society. Feels like they're about to break into like a YMCA or something. Quite the look. The Backstreet Boys are here. Yeah. Right, he makes his way down with his baseball bat. They're all wearing their Kangol hats. Sports entertainers, says Tugboats. You've got Ad O'Reilly. Oh yeah, good shout. O'Reilly. Right, the crowd singing Judas. Gian Moxley. Moxley making his way down. There's Danielson as well. There's no time for individual entrances. They're all just going to make their way down through the crowds. There's Danielson. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Danielson being in the crowd. There's Santana as well. Ortiz. Ortiz has got the, is that the Texas flag that he's got painted on him? Loads of great looks for figures. There's Eddie Kingston as well. Hangman should win, says William. Right, here we go. The Jericho Appreciation Society are going after... Yeah, they're just fighting in the crowd, man. So this action is just going to be chaos in it. It's just going to be full-on brawling in the crowd. We've got Kingston and Jericho. They're still playing the music as well, aren't they? I think they're still playing Moxley's music whilst they're fighting. I feel like they can turn that off now. Why are they still playing the music? Like, sure, like the entrances are done now, aren't they? Into some ring steps. Absolutely, that's the Puerto Rican flag. Oh, is it the Puerto Rican flag? I thought it was the Lone Star. The Lone Star. I saw the one star. And they're still playing the music. Sandman said, I love that the music is still playing. Aubrey's out there. I wonder if this match has had to change. I wonder if, like, it's literally just had to turn into, like, a mad brawl. Let's just keep the music going. Let's just see what we can do in about 10-15 minutes. It's still going. They're actually fighting in a part of the arena that's covered. It's like a mental fever dream, isn't it? Sosco Factory, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Who are you leaning towards, Hangman or Punk? Yeah, I think it's really close, so I'm leaning towards... I'm going to go with Punk. You lot voted. We've had nearly 3,500 votes. You lot have decided that you quite fancy CM Punk. Not in that way, cheeky. To get the win, so I'm going to go with you guys. Ooh. Jericho's got some glasses. One of the lenses is missing. There's blood as well. We've got a table that's been set up at ringside. I mean, it's mental. That's quite a bit of blood by the looks of it. Jericho has now managed to get... God, what is that? It's like an old person scooter. They're trying to get the scooter to work and it's not working. That scooter just turned out to be a chair. That's all it was. It was a chair. They sat on the scooter and Moxley had Jericho in like a headlock and he went to turn the key so that he could drive the scooter. The scooter didn't move. You could then see Jericho trying to start it as well. The scooter still didn't move. So in the end, it just turned into Moxley putting a headlock on Jericho while sitting on a chair that sometimes doubles up as a scooter, but not on this occasion. We have got some action back in the ring. Sosco Factory said, this is the MJF era. The world will see. Sandman882 says, I'm actually really enjoying this. This is 5 stars, says JJB Gaming. Strikes coming in by... oh, God, there's not even chance to see who it is. We go back to Jericho. Oh, there we go. He smashes a box and the music finally ends. Strike coming in by Moxley. Finally get that music to stop. Moxley's bleeding. There's blood smears on the walls. Double axe handle to Jericho. Thank you, Jericho. Listen, at least it wasn't Judas. That would have absolutely done my head in. We've got people everywhere. There's people in the ring. There's people in the concourse. There's people in the stands. The fighting is everywhere. We're with Daniel Bryan right now. I can't even see who he's feuding with. Is it Garcia? Backstage, you got Eddie Kingston. Kingston's back there. Hager is about to get put through some tables. Santana puts himself through the table so that he can put Hager through the table. Oh my God, what is that? It's a camera on a crane that's being used. Is there like
people under that? There's the fans underneath that camera. Straight there. Oh, God, I don't know what that was. Oh, he just went to spear him. He went to spear him, and he's tried to spear him through the table. They've kind of hit the table. The table's just flipped. It hasn't broken. There's mustard all over the wall. Do you know what? It feels like they've just said to him, go out there. Go mental. If you break anything, we'll repair it after. If you make any damage or any marks, we'll clean it up after. Just go as mental as you can. You've got 10 minutes. Lose your minds. Lose your minds. Go mental. Go crazy. We've got mustard being sprayed up walls. Cameras being used. Tables being used. Fighting in the concourse. Fighting in the technical area. Yeah, it's pretty full on, isn't it? It's pretty full on. Into the merch stand. Cornette is having a heart attack right now. They've basically sent the guys out there to just kill each other and do what they want. Jaden said, this is literally anarchy. I am loving it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest. I don't mind it. I think there's a couple of spots that have looked a bit weak. I think that camera on a crane spot looked a bit weak. Probably didn't need the scooter spot. But some of just the brawling and the fighting and, the blood. And there's maybe a question mark to be asked about, like, blood in the audience. Maybe there's a question to be asked there about, is it right for wrestlers to be in the crowd fighting and brawling and bleeding? I mean, some of them are bleeding quite heavily as well. But, listen, if the match is called Anarchy in the arena, they've absolutely delivered. There's no clickbait here. There's no false advertising. This is absolutely an Anarchy in the arena match. Just seeing there was a whole row of chairs that Moxley got suplexed into. We've got a cooler that's got some drinks in. Moxley grabs it. Throws it at Jericho's face. Kingston is being dragged. Kingston's being dragged to an open space. And they're exchanging blows at the moment. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a low blow. Both go down. It's a proper brawl. It's a proper street fight. Oh, look, he's dragging him by the... He's got a belt wrapped around Kingston's neck and he's dragging him by it. God, that poor kid. There's a kid about that big. There's a child. A child? An actual child? How can that child be... How can that child... What? Like... There's a grown man that's bleeding. Being dragged by a belt that's wrapped round his neck. And there's like a child that can be no older than like 6. I would have thought that this would have had an age rating of like, do you know what I mean? Like 15 plus or something. So I would have thought that you could only get a ticket if you was like that age. I like this mess. Oof. This is one of those break segments for the men's title matches. Oh, I'm not sure, dude. This is pretty full on, innit? Just constantly going. I mean, look, now we're
We're backstage. We've got Hager coming over. I don't know that this is one of them, like, comedic breaks, relaxing segments. A palate cleanser of sorts. What I will say, though, is it's very different to the matches that we've been having. It's very different to that. I do appreciate it. Oh my God, Moxley's now undoing a turnbuckle. Moxley's undoing one of the turnbuckles? Suplex. Is it worth it? Is it worth it, Moxley? It's taking him forever to do it. He's constantly, like, trying to undo this turnbuckle. This will be a match that people talk about for quite a while. There's so much in it to talk about. I mean, we've got two people down on the entrance ramp, blood everywhere. People absolutely just shattered, exhausted. One of the turnbuckles have been undone. He's, like, destroying the ring right now. Is this a good idea? Tony Khan? Is this a good idea? What's he trying to do? They've, like, it's going to take him a while to repair the ring. I hope that Eddie, Santana, and Ortiz and Blackpool Combat Club win. That kid is being raised well, says America. What's he doing? There's a tag match next. Well, they can't have the top rope anymore. And there won't be any time to put it back. They're fighting in, like, a service lift right now. Moxley is using that top rope. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's kind of whipping Jericho with it, but it did just bounce up at one point. I thought it was going to smack Moxley in the face. We've got other tables that have been set up. Tony Khan has got to be having babies right now. The only thing I can think is that that tag match is just going to be either cancelled or super quick. This is awesome, Chan. This is much better than Stadium Stampede, says J14. I am enjoying this more than Stadium Stampede, yes. I would say, though, I feel like we're done now. I feel like we could wrap this baby up. We've seen a lot of brawling, a lot of different things. They've been absolutely everywhere. We've traumatized children. I feel like someone somewhere can get the win now. Jericho on the outside with the chair. Someone's on a table. I don't know where. Has Kingston grabbed a ladder, has he? Is it Kingston? I can't even tell if it's Kingston. Someone's grabbed a ladder. Oh, it's Santana and Ortiz. This is wild. Knee by Moxley. There's a ladder that's been set up. We got a couple of tables. I think 2.0 have gone on the tables. We got a barbed wire board. This match is insane. This is the most insane match I've seen this year. It's one of the most insane matches I've ever seen. I don't even know what I'm saying. Right, we've got Santana and Ortiz on top of this ladder. Underneath, they go splashing down onto 2.0. Jericho has got a fire extinguisher. There's a table set up at ringside that's got a barbed wired board on top of it. Moxley was going to try and put Jericho through that. Bodies everywhere. Bodies everywhere. This reminds me of the backstage brawls in the old SmackDown games, says Jay.
Nova said this pay-per-view has been a disaster. Patrick said, do you think MJF, if he goes to WWE, can beat Roman? I don't think so. If they want to tell that story, of course, because they just book it, don't they? But, he's got to be a heel. MJF as a face just doesn't feel right. So he's got to be a heel. So I don't think he would go into WWE and beat Roman. I can see him feuding with Cody. If Cody's champion, I could see him being up there, fighting over a title. But I don't see them pushing him like they've pushed Roman, or like they push Cena, or like they push Brock. I mean, he will be, one of the guys that's in the pack. He'll be like Kevin Owens level, sort of Miz level. Blackpool Combat Club in the ring with Hager and Jericho. Elbows by Danielson to the side of the head of Jericho. Moxley with elbows to the side of the head of Hager. And here we go. They're looking to try and submit. That's got to be it. It's got to be it. Here's Kingston. Kingston's got some gasoline. Kingston just looks like death. He looks like death. He looks like he's been run over by all the cars. Not just one car. All the cars. Looks like all the cars have hit him. It could be something out of a horror film. Seeing Kingston come down with blood just pouring down, his shirt stained, and he's just like, it's like a zombie. It's like some out of The Walking Dead. Kingston is attacking Danielson right now. Came down and he poured gasoline on Jericho, and it looks like we were. This has stopped being like a contest. We were like going for attempted murder, I think. I think we've gone for attempted murder several times during this match. It's Moxley that goes into that barbed wire board. Danielson's down. Moxley's down. He did look like a zombie. He definitely looked like something out of flipping Walking Dead, yeah. Smoke weed every day. Fire. There could be fire. There's been gasoline thrown everywhere. I don't know if there will be anything. We've still got 2 matches after this. This feels like the end of the show. This feels like the big main event finale. Where, 1, 2... Kick out by Danielson. The match is insane, but not in a good way, says Jilly. It's just chaos. No one is getting any closer to a title with this nonsense. Well, sometimes feuds can be equal to bigger than titles. I like the fact that there's 2 teams that hate each other. You could do blood and guts as a way of, like, settling the score and ending everything. Or you can just do this, what is basically a bar fight. Just a mass brawl. All around the arena. Just don't know where to look. So much going on. I don't mind that, but I do think it's gone too long. I think it's been really fun. I think there's been some really good moments. I've enjoyed it more than Stadium Stampedes. But I do think it's gone on quite a bit. Knee by Danielson. Knee by Danielson again. And a chair goes in the face of Jericho.
Oh my god, it's still going! Danielson with a knee to a chair that gets driven into the face of Jericho. Jericho's already been to hell and back, and that is only a 2. How? I mean, someone's gonna have to be killed here. We're gonna have to put someone down in order for this match to end. Kick coming in by Danielson. Stadium Stampede was funnier. It was funnier. Are you enjoying the show? I think it's a mixed bag. I think there's been some really good stuff. There's been... I wouldn't say there's been bad stuff. There's been quite a few botches tonight. Everything has felt long. This match has been really good, but it just keeps going. And I think I feel that way about a few of the matches tonight. Like, I feel like if you could get this down to like 2.5, 3 hours, the whole show, 2:45 to 3 hours, I think you'd have something really good. But we're over 3.5 hours in, and we've still got 2 more matches to go. I mean, the main event is surely going to have a good 25 minutes. Danielson lost consciousness, so he was getting choked out by the ropes. He lost consciousness. Aubrey, has, I think, called the match on his behalf. It's ref stoppage. Danielson never submitted, never gave up. That was absolute carnage, that was. One of the most wild matches I have ever seen. Something different as well. I mean, you do get like street fights and big brawls and things like that, but this was next level. Next level. The TBS title match was horrendous. Yeah. That was relatively short, though. I'll give him that. And we did get the arrival of Malcolm Bivens and Athena. I really like that sign-in as well. I know I keep saying it, but I do. I do like that sign-in. It's another good addition to the roster and someone else that I'll look forward to watching. I'll look forward to her matches. So even though that match wasn't great, far from it, we did still get that out of it. Yeah, carnage. In that, let me know what you think. Out of 5, what would you give that? I'd be interested to know. What would you score it? I mean, the whole thing was mental. Absolutely mental. They're just showing some of the highlights of it. Tell you what, they've done a really good job of capturing it. If you think about how much was going on, the fact that they've been able to like capture it, I think they've done a good job. -5 says Johnny. 1 says Daniel. Matt says 4. 1 said CJ Sports Cards. 5 says Labria Owens. 4. 275 4. 5 out of 10. I gotta tell you, there's real mixed bag here. Real mixed bag. Alexis said, I'm calling it CM Punk wins by shenanigans in under 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we can overrun. I don't know. I don't really know how it works with... I mean, back in the day, I know that they used to have to come within 3 hours so that it would fit on a videotape, like a VHS tape. So that was always in consideration. If you went over that, then you was going to need a couple of tapes, or you was going to have to edit it and cut matches out. Obviously, you don't need to worry about that now. So, you might be able to just run for as long as you want. Might not be a problem, but I'm sure there is a cost involved in bringing this pay-per-view to Fight and broadcasting it to Fight TV and broadcasting it to Bleacher Report and all of that kind of stuff. So where there is like costs involved, I've got to think that they're going to want to try and keep it short. Right, we've got another addition to Andrade. I didn't see who it was. So, another addition to Andrade's family. We're backstage with Scorpio Sky and Dan Lambert. Dan Lambert's got his belts back. It's going to have to take a little while. They've got to repair the ring, haven't they? That's why we're just waiting. Right now, they're desperately trying to get the top rope back. They are having to rebuild the ring. Yes. Yes. Punk beats Hangman in 5 minutes, then Okada will come out. Right, here we go. We've got... Who is next? Who is next, says Scorpio Sky. Who will step up to the plate? Jazz. Dante Martin has stepped up. Could be pretty fun feud. What's your prediction on when this pay-per-view will end? I'm going to say sometime Monday. Sometime Monday is when this pay-per-view will end. I don't know if I can narrow it down to the nearest 5 hours, but some point on Monday, I think I'm feeling quite confident this pay-per-view will end. Right, the ring has been repaired, and we've just got the intros now for these 3 teams. Powerhouse Hobbs coming out. The show is running long because Tony promised the title match would start after the NBA game. Oh my God, where are we with that NBA game then? NBA latest. Let's have a look. It's finished. So Boston have maybe won. I'm not going to ruin it for anyone. They also might have lost. So someone's gone through, and that is finished now apparently. It's finished. It's over. Game is over. It just ended. This pay-per-view will end at 12 tomorrow. Does AEW have a Money in the Bank type gimmick? No, they're not. Well, they wouldn't be allowed. That's a WWE thing. So, yeah, they've got They had the casino ladder match, didn't they? That's where you climb and get the chip, and you can cash the chip in and get a title match. But it's not. You can't come running down with the chip and cash it in at any time. So it's a bit different. Keith Lee making his way out with Swerve. So we've got two of our teams out there. We're just waiting for Jurassic Express. NBA is a huge draw in the USA with our youth. It's as loved here as much as British football. Dylan said this has been going for about 4 hours. 19 minutes. It'll be 4 hours, yes. Don't we have Darby and Carl, or did that? I didn't miss that. That one's happened. Yeah, we've already had that. So, tag match and main event. That's what we've got left. There is no hard out for the pay-per-view tonight. Right, here we go. Jurassic Express making their way down. Wonder what the reaction is to that last match online. I'm guessing very positive. Anarchy in the arena. Tony Khan said, justified. This is awesome chance now for the Anarchy in the arena. Thank you, everyone that has been watching AEW Double or Nothing tonight. If you're not watching, there is still time to join us live. On demand, satellite, blah, 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 blah. God bless that absolute mess. I loved the Anarchy in the arena. The show is rolling now. Lots of praise on Twitter for Anarchy in the arena. Anarchy in the arena is the type of wrestling that can only happen once in a while. But the type of wrestling I wish happened all the time. Anarchy in the arena has stolen the show. Yeah, a lot of praise for it. I think Anarchy in the arena was good. I'm not as crazy about it as people on Twitter, but I think that's just because for me it just went a bit long. It was really long, and I feel like it could have ended a good 5 minutes earlier. But I would say that it was a positive of the show. It was nice to get something a bit different, actually, because we have had just like match in ring, and a lot of kind of similar kind of matches. So that was something very different. Very different. Jilly said, all I'm saying is we better not get an F finish in the main event. Who won Anarchy in the arena? It was Jericho Appreciation Society. Got Ricky Starks in there, tagging in Powerhouse Hobbs. Brenton said it was terrible, it was awful. I hope that Cornette rips it to shreds. I think there's things that you can pick apart on it. I mean, it's not wrestling. So it depends what you was expecting from it. I mean, it was what I expected it to be, and that was a brawl, a street fight in amongst the crowd. So it did what I thought it was going to do, but it just went a bit long for me. Powerhouse Hobbs on the shoulders of Keith Lee. Mox confirmed peeling the paint off the walls right now. Green apple splatters. I don't know what that means. Do you think WrestleMania 21 was a good WrestleMania? Yeah. Yeah, I think those early 21s were good. I mean, even 20 was fun with the return of The Undertaker and everything, but it's, hard to look back because obviously Benoit played such a big part in it that doesn't quite feel the same. You can't really enjoy it as much as you could at the time now, or at least I struggle. But, those early 20 WrestleManias, I think, was good. There's all different kinds of wrestling violence. There's all different kinds of wrestling. Violence is one, and I personally loved it, says James. Jonathan says, are you annoyed? This is the best pay-per-view you've ever seen. Is this... What? What? Are you annoying? This is the best pay-per-view you've ever seen. What does that mean? Kick coming into the side of the head of Luchasaurus. Keith Lee with powerbomb. Powerbombing Jungle Boy onto the back of Luchasaurus. Lots of people saying and questioning, is Christian going to turn here? Could Luchasaurus turn on Jungle Boy? Isaac said this pay-per-view is never ending. Why was it on a wrestling show? Think of what you just said. It wasn't wrestling, so why was it on a wrestling show? Yeah, but you can say that about a lot of things. I mean, it was still a fight between two... I mean, you could argue that, is War Games wrestling? Why was War Games invented? And that goes all the way back to 1980s, Dusty Rhodes, Four Horsemen, Territory Days. So, I mean, that was just a brawl. Brawling has been a big part of wrestling for a long time. I think if you're going to start going down that road, you can pick it apart quite easily. I mean, there's definitely stuff within that match that I think people can go off on. I think it's a bit uncomfortable having a man bleeding and being dragged by his throat by a belt whilst a 6-year-old child is watching on. There's definitely stuff like that. And, the scooter moment. And, it's such a realistic brawl as well. It's such a realistic fight. Did we need the spot with the ladder and the tables? Did we need 2.0 lying on the tables waiting to be jumped on for what felt like forever? They're obviously shattered and everything, but so they get put on these tables. They've got to lay there as the ladder is set up, and then, the Santana and Ortiz climb the ladder, jump off the ladder, and all the time 2.0 are just lying there waiting. Maybe you can forgive that in a normal match, but in a brawl that's so realistic and bloody and there's blood everywhere, that spot felt really out of place to me. Was there a need to introduce the barbed wire? It's a fight, it's a brawl. I understand the argument would be, well, why was the barbed wire even there? But Moxley could always have planned that, put it under the ring before the event started, which is, clearly what he did. Didn't really need it. I think there was, I think that it went a bit long as well. So, for me, look, I ain't as crazy about it as people on Twitter, but equally I'm not going to rip it apart and say it's got no place being on this show because it was a brawl, because brawls have been in wrestling for God knows how long. I mean, just because it wasn't a mat-based technical style, it's a different style. I mean, don't forget, Cornette himself was involved in a scaffold match. I mean, how much wrestling do you think was involved in that? These kind of off-kilter sort of matches happen once in a while. I kind of agree. Once in a while, it's fine. If you've got, a feud that needs a War Games or needs a Blood and Guts match or needs a,
Anarchy in the Arena type match, where it's just two teams that hate each other and want to rip each other apart, and it's not about who's the more skillful team. It's not about who can get the win over the other team. It's just about hurting each other. That match was more about, like, hurting your opponent. I think there is a place for that. I think where you've exhausted all the other options, we've had matches and it's not settled the score. So the only alternative is to have that kind of Anarchy in the Arena, blood and guts type match. I think there is a place for that in wrestling. But, yeah, I wouldn't sit here and say that was a perfect match by any means. My problem is the feud didn't have enough heat for a match like that, and the feud won't be over afterwards. It's a fair point. That is definitely a blow-off. As I said, actually, that is how you end a pay-per-view. To try and follow it now with a tag match and a world title match, do you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Like that, what we just saw is the end of the show. That's what we've just seen. That's how it feels to me. That's the end of the show. And anything that's coming after now is just... You're just going to struggle, aren't you, to kind of match that level of what you've just seen? It's so outlandish, and it is going to divide opinion. I mean, listen, there's... What doesn't? Everything in wrestling is going to divide opinion. Everything. You know, you can say, like, oh, I like that new Owen Hart belt, and there'll be people like, it's trash. Oh, I like his ring gear. No, it's awful. So, listen, if you thought that's the best thing that you've ever seen, fair play. If you think it's the worst thing you've ever seen, fair play. If you're sort of in the middle, which is kind of where I am, in all fairness, I think there was stuff about it that I enjoyed. There was stuff about it I didn't need. I thought the overall, the thing went on a bit too long. But there's pros to it, there's cons to it, and you're sort of in the middle with it. Fair play. In comes Keith Lee. What has been your favourite match so far? Favourite match, I would say... I don't know that there's been a match that's like... a technical match that's like stolen the show type thing. I mean, the Wardlow MJF match was quite short. Hardy's Young Bucks I didn't really enjoy. It was quite a spot fest. Jade Cargill and Jay was probably the worst match. House of Black against Death Triangle. Again, not for me. Adam Cole, Samoa Joe was pretty good. Britt Baker, Ruby Soho was alright. Those two felt like pretty decent matches. American Top Team. I really enjoyed watching Paige Van Zandt, you know. I've got respect for her because she's a bare-knuckle boxer, and I've watched her in UFC, and I know she's green, but seeing her actually get in there and starting to do some stuff with Ty Conti, I got something from that. So, I kind of enjoyed that match. Darby Allin, Kyle O'Reilly was pretty fun, but there was a few botches there. Darby Allin kind of planted himself outside the ring, didn't he? I would say the most fun was Anarchy in the Arena, but as we've discussed, it wasn't perfect. I think in-ring wise, again, Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb, but it outstayed its welcome again. I kind of feel like the start, lots of reversals, lots of good stuff, but it just kept going and going and going, and I do feel like everything just goes on a bit too long. Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb goes on for 16 minutes 55, about 17 minutes. You could shave 5 minutes off that, and I genuinely think it would be a better match. One count.
Anarchy in the arena goes on for nearly 23 minutes, 22:45. Keith Lee and Luchasaurus are face to face in the ring. Hardys and Bucks go on for 19 minutes 15. So, I mean, like, the Hardys and the Young Bucks go on for quite a long time. You could easily take time. You can easily take time off Hardys and Young Bucks. Easily take time off Anarchy in the arena. Easily take time off Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb. I reckon, all in all, you could get a good 20 plus minutes just from them 3 matches alone. You take 6 minutes off each match, there's 18 minutes. Take 7 minutes off each match, there's 21. You know, Hardy's 19 minutes, takes 7 minutes off that. Anarchy in the arena, 22:45, takes 7 minutes off that. Here's Christian. Christian trying to provide a distraction. Into the ring steps goes Christian. Suicide dive by Jungle Boy. Bryan said Omega is going to steal the night. Rivy said, check out Dave. He's passed out on his stream. I hope he's all right. Is he all right? We've got Swerve being thrown outside the ring. Plants Jungle Boy. Luchasaurus makes the save. I tell you, I'm not too surprised. I mean, like, it's a long show and it's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning here. He might not have passed out. Maybe he fell asleep. Maybe he's just like nodded off or something. Oh, power spinebuster by Powerhouse Hobbs. Ooh, oh my God, Swerve catching Hobbs in the face there. Swerve in the ring with Jungle Boy. Jilly said, I'm seriously concerned about the main event. I hope it gets the time that it needs. Jungle Boy is back in the corner. Luchasaurus accidentally catching him. Swerve going over, grabbing Jungle Boy. Swerve's up top. Jungle Boy. Stumped down. Driven down. 1, 2. Oh, Powerhouse Hobbs makes the save. Thought we had new tag champs then. Double stomp by Swerve. MJF in WWE. MJF likes to cuss and flip people off. The WWE fanbase would cry if they would hear such evil. He got hit with a championship belt. Keith Lee goes out the ring. Powerhouse Hobbs charges into the corner, goes into the ring post. Oh, vicious super kick by Jungle Boy. Michael said he's all right. He was probably just tired from work. Yeah, it's probably just that. It's you gotta remember, it's nearly like 5 o'clock in the morning. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Jungle Boy. Low kick coming in. Swerve jumping up top. Goes down for the stomp. Jungle Boy moves out the way. Strike coming in by Jungle Boy. Is upside down right now. Luchasaurus grabbing Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy landing on his feet. Oh, good work by Jurassic Express. Working together to put away Swerve. Swerve's done. Jurassic Express win. So they retain their championships. Jurassic Express. Do you think Cesaro will debut or Bray Wyatt? I haven't got that as an expectation. To be honest, I don't know that this show needs it. Christian has got Jungle Boy on his shoulders. He puts... I did wonder if he was going to electric chair him or something, but no. Jungle Boy wins. Gotta give it to the crowd for keeping up the energy. Jurassic Express retaining. Dynamite comes to Los Angeles for the first time ever. Live on Wednesday. On Rampage, that is going to come live 10/9 Central. Live on Wednesday, Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus, Christian Cage, and the Hardys taking on the Undisputed Elite. So that match has been announced for Wednesday, but main event time, main event of the evening, 6 hours into our stream, 4 hours into this show, 5 if you include the pay-per-view. It is time for CM Punk versus Hangman Adam Page. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. Miro's white leather TNT belt with the green ribbon was the best looking TNT belt, says Leon. Matt, no worries. Doesn't need it, but they will likely do it anyway, says Trevor. Right, we've had over 4,000 votes right now. Over 4,000 votes. And I'm going to end the poll because it hasn't really moved. We've got 70% of people voting for CM Punk. We've had 29% of people voting for Hangman Adam Page. So 70-30 basically. Here we go then. It is time for our main event. 5-hour event. I swear the crowds are not even tired, says Virtual Fat Ass. What was the best TNT title? I spoke about it earlier. I'd probably go for the red one. Just because the one on the black strap, I think, looked really dull. The white one was nice. I'd have that as a close second. The current one is like Lakers inspired, so it doesn't really do it for me. I ain't got anything against the Lakers. I'm just not a Lakers fan. I'm not a Lakers hater, but I'm not particularly a Lakers fan. So I'd probably go with the red one. Mitchell said that means that Punk is winning because no titles have changed hands. It just feels that way, says Mitchell. Maybe. It is true. No titles have changed. Thunder Rosa retained. Jurassic Express have retained. Even Sammy won his match. His title wasn't on the line, I don't believe. But he won his match. So that now means that Scorpio Sky won his match. And so Sammy can't challenge for it now. Yeah, everyone retained. Maybe this will be the moment that Punk wins the AEW Championship. I can see a Punk Jericho feud taking off again, says Steven. AEW doesn't benefit by putting the belt on Punk. Punk needs to put Hangman over. Corvid said, it's not an indication. We've had 2 other AEW pay-per-views where no titles have changed hands. Zed Chan said, I'm saying this because Paige needs to carry the title until 2023. Johnny thinks that Omega could arrive after this match. How long will this be? Because it is 5 a.m. here in the UK. I know. I'm in the UK as well, dude. Listen, I reckon they'll go at each other for a good 15, 20 minutes. Wrap it up quite quick. I mean, it's our main event, so I don't think they're going to do 5 minutes and that'll be it. But equally, I don't think this is... Imagine if this is an hour. Imagine if it's an hour-long draw. Imagine if this goes for an hour and it's a time limit draw. Oh my God. That would be the dream. That's my dream. That's what I want right now. I've decided that nothing would be funnier than for this main event that is clearly starting later than planned. Clearly starting later than scheduled. We've got matches that have clearly gone too long. And I think we should go for an hour-long time limit draw. If I was Tony Khan, I'd be really tempted to say that to these two, just as they're about to go out. Listen, I need you to do me a favour. We're going for it. We're going for it. We want to break the record for the longest wrestling show ever. So I need you to do an hour-long time limit draw. I need you to do a Broadway. Sorry, what? I would die of tiredness. A 60-minute time limit would totally put Hangman over. Johnny said another draw would be awful. Pineapple Skull said, I was at the first Double or Nothing and I was a huge AEW nut rider, but can't help but feel the magic has gone. Tonight has been super boring. Wow. CM Punk chants from the crowd. Who won the tag match? It was Jurassic Express. Did I put that in the winners thing? Did I? Yes. Right. Hangman getting his intro. We only need 51 minutes to break that record, says Bryan. There we go. Time limit draw. Hour. Boomer said, don't give Tony ideas. Right, here we go. Right, we got Hangman in one corner. We got CM Punk in the other. Be daylight by the time, like, when all these fans leave. It feels like all these fans will have gone straight through the night. By the time they go out, it'll be like morning. Like this when they emerge by the time the show ends. They'll be walking out and they'll be like wiping their eyes. Look, it'll be like the Chilean miners when they got freed. I'd imagine a lot of these members of the audience are like calling family right now. Telling their families they're being held hostage. But also being entertained whilst being held hostage. If you have just joined us,
4 hours, 10 minutes. In all fairness, though, WrestleMania 35 went on flipping forever. I don't even know if that's ended. It went on so long, it might still be going on. That was super long. That was like 5 hours something. I think it was 5 hours 20, and then you had like a 2-hour pre-show as well. I'm pretty sure that was like that's next level. Double or Nothing has given it a really good go, but it's no WrestleMania 35. In the corner is Hangman. WrestleMania 35 was 5 hours 20. 5 hours 20. And then I'm sure there was a 2-hour kickoff show. So if you watch the whole thing, it was like 7.5 hours. It's already daylight here in Scotland, said Lister Jericho. WrestleMania was so long and boring, kids kind of liked it. They have a wrestler come out on a Razor scooter. Some child got on the ramp. Right, Hangman and CM Punk. I tell you what, we've got dueling chants. Hangman driving CM Punk back against the ropes. Shoulder tackle by CM Punk. Forearm strike by Hangman. Hangman goes against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Forearm strike by CM Punk. These two exchanging blows in the middle of the ring. This match could actually steal the show, in all fairness. I mean, it's going to be hard to, I think, grab people's attention more than what Anarchy in the Arena did. I mean, even if it grabbed your attention from a negative point of view, I think it's probably what everyone will be talking about. Do you know what? This show has gone on for, obviously quite a while. That Anarchy in the Arena thing was so big. Like, it was such a big talking point. Like, the whole MJF thing feels like a long time ago. The whole MJF conversations about, is he going to show, is he not going to show, is it a work, is it not a work, will he get fired, will he not get... That feels like not even really a consideration at this stage. Obviously it is, and it is still going to be a big story, and I'm expecting some more development on that, but yeah, that Anarchy in the UK, Anarchy in the Arena. I went full on Sex Pistols for a second. I think that I can see that being the one that everyone talks about. Hangman comes over, chop to CM Punk. They might have CM Punk win because Adam Page's wife is having a baby, and they might give him time off when they found out that she was going to have it. If CM Punk doesn't win, AEW will lose the casual fan interest, but it would make AEW fans happy. Nor said this match is still going on like it's never going to end, but my favourite match was Wardlow MJF. Rivy said WrestleMania 35 was my profile picture. John said, what happened with MJF? Yeah, he showed up. He did the match. It was only 7 minutes long. It was really short. It was a little bit of a squash match, and he got powerbombed loads of times, took out on a stretcher, and obviously we don't know what happens next, but yeah, the MJF match went ahead. Slam by CM Punk. Punk slamming down Hangman, going back, grabbing him again. Another slam. AEW presents Blood or Guts. MJF is probably back in Long Island by now.
Crowd cheering. CM Punk grabs Hangman, scoots him up. Another slam. CM Punk is climbing up. Top rope by CM Punk. Crossbody. Roll through by Hangman. Hangman gets up to his feet. Fall away slam by Hangman. Kip up by Hangman. So Hangman looking out at the crowds. Pacer, this is quite slow at the moment. CM Punk gets up to his feet. Hangman crashes into CM Punk. Hangman goes to the outside, crossbody. CM Punk goes down. This pay-per-view will probably be ending by the time Raw starts. Yeah, we'll just go from the one straight into the other. MJF got squashed and he has been written off TV, I think, says Jilly. Chance 4 said they should have had a former WWE referee to screw Hangman with a fast count or something. Michael said, don't forget, this is West Coast. It's only 9:17 Pacific in Vegas. That must have started earlier. I mean, this show with the buy-in has been going now for 5 hours, 20 minutes. So, that means what? Doors will have opened at what, 4? It's earlier than I was expecting. Right, CM Punk in the ring. Mike Chioda returns. Got Hangman in the ring with CM Punk. Nice forearm strike by CM Punk. Nice spinning forearm. That was nice. CM Punk went down. That was quite stiff, that was. Hangman going over to the corner. He's trying to get the fans involved. He's kind of healing it up a little bit here. Hangman definitely portraying the heel. Hangman going over to CM Punk. Chop coming in. MJF might get fired because he no-showed that fan fest. Because ex-WWE superstars are being paid more than he is, and that is the reason why he got squashed. What am I eating? Just a banana. Just trying to get a bit of energy. Keep the energy going whilst we see the conclusion of the pay-per-view. Okay, CM Punk's over in the corner. Hangman comes over, grabs him. Gonna look to throw him to the other side. Hangman goes into the corner, explodes out. Goes out the ring. Goes over. He's looking for the buckshot. Don't think he's gonna get it. Actually feels a little early in the match, but... CM Punk's up. Ooh. Smacks Hangman. Hangman goes flying off the edge of the ring into the railings. Hangman down. I like Punk. I want him to win, said Joseph. Do you think one of these will cheat? Well, I think Hangman probably has positioned himself as the heel, so I could see Hangman cheating. Powerbomb onto the edge of the ring by Hangman. He jumps up. So Punk is down on the outside. Hangman going up top. He's going to look for a moonsault. CM Punk gets into the ring, crossbody. CM Punk goes down to... Oof. Out the ring goes CM Punk. So CM Punk is thrown to the outside. Mitchell said the guy standing on the stairs with the flag is creating a fire hazard. Let's get some security. We need to protect these people. Oh, I haven't seen a guy standing on the stairs with a flag. I'll keep an eye out for him now, though. I still can't see him. CM Punk is up. He's trying for a superplex, but Hangman goes down. Looks like he's going to get it. He's got him in position. Yep, superplex. Superplex by CM Punk. I can't see a guy with a flag. You got me looking for people with flags now. Burn them all. Burn all the flag. If you've got a flag, burn them all. It's better to be... Oh, there's one. Yeah. What is it anyway? What is his flag? What the hell is that? What's that meant to mean? One side looks like a Scottish flag. I ain't got a clue what that flag is, though. Why is he displaying it? What the hell does it mean? Forearm strikes by CM Punk. Kick coming in by Punk. Against the ropes goes Hangman. Why do you remind me of Cesaro? I don't know. Perhaps because... I'm European? I don't know. You should bring back the Ghost Banana. I am thinking that we might be sneaking towards the end here as CM Punk is coming back into it. Back into the match. He crashes into Hangman. Hangman goes down. I mean, we are almost 20... I mean, like, this match started about 20-odd minutes ago. I'm sure this match has had some time. Unless we are going for the hour. Oh, he was looking for the GTS. Duck underneath. Net breaker by CM Punk. Shoulder up. Let's face it, you are jacked. Just like Cesaro. Is it because I set the bar of YouTube streaming? Just like how Cesaro set the bar in professional wrestling? That or I've got the same shape face. It's one or the other. It's definitely one or the other. I'm calling it. Johnny Gargano debut tonight because he was in a Sammy vlog, says Gamer Legend. CM Punk goes on the outside of the ring. Hangman climbing up top. He's looking for a moonsault. He is up top, comes crashing down on CM Punk. Rob said, I guess this match has got a good 30 minutes left. I hope so. I hope so. I hope that we get to the end of this match, like an hour. We time limit draw. And then we get Tony Khan coming out going, no. Not on my watch. We're not going to end this show with a draw. Restart the match. Restart the match. And then we got another really long match. So we actually get the match like twice. That's what I'm hoping for. Sharpshooter by CM Punk. Do you think everyone's doing sharpshooters really badly so that it makes like the Bret Hart ones look better? Because that is not a great looking sharpshooter. And didn't Ruby Soho get a god awful one on earlier? Hold is broken. It is now 12:26 in the morning for me. 5:26 for me. Punk is over on the edge of the ring. Naked HD. Oh, it's a shame there's swearing. Ooh. Punk's leg just gave out. Oh, Hangman went for a GTS, but no joy. Kicks coming in by Hangman. CM Punk on the edge of the ring. If that happens, Daisy will need his caffeine, but I've got him, mate. I've got him. I've been popping a couple already. I've got one banana left. I've got some caffeine pills left. CM Punk going for the... Oh, he went for the buckshot lariat and he lost his footing. He did manage to get it in the end, but it was botched. Shoulder up. CM botch. CM botch. He went over, went for the buckshot. He lost his footing. His leg gave out. He managed to get back up. He finally delivered the lariat, but obviously couldn't get all of it. He's calling for the GTS. GTS. Do you know what? CM Punk's leg has gone to sleep. That's what went wrong. That's how long this pay-per-view is. CM Punk's leg went to sleep. That's why he couldn't do the buckshot lariat. Elbow to side of the head. Butt shot lariat. Punk is up. Oh my God. Hangman. Oh my God. He's got his I can see his bum! Ah! Jeez. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a 2! It's only a 2! I tell you what, he pulled down his tights. It's the referee pulling him back up. When he grabbed him, he had like accidentally pulled his tights down. I saw way more of CM Punk than I wanted to. Wow. People are saying that was a 3. CM bum. CM bum. Hangman calling for the GTS. Oh, yeah, we got cheeky. Very cheeky. Cheeky main event, this is. Sexy main event. We had one of the wildest matches ever. Now we got one of the sexiest matches ever. Listen, late at night. Late at night. Show's coming to an end. Time for a bit of the adult stuff. GTS by Hangman. 1, 2. No. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. The match continues. Yay!
Fight forever. Fight forever. Fight forever. Fight forever. AEW Fight Forever. Isn't that the name of the video game? Recreate your favorite AEW pay-per-views that never end. AEW Fight Forever. It's been a couple of times where like there's been a lariat, a GTS, and you're like, okay, that's done it. No. 2 count. What's for breakfast? What is for breakfast? Bootios. That's what this match delivered. Strike these two on their knees, trading blows, back and forth. Bryan said this show won't end. Well, look, you're getting your money's worth. After this show, I'll never need to watch wrestling again. I feel like I've seen it all. I think if you watch this show, then you've watched wrestling, all of it. Nice shots back and forth between these two. Against the ropes. Big boot. Imagine Punk or Hangman out of nowhere just fall asleep. But as Starch said, I started my first job when the show started. I'm about to go to my second job and the show is still going. Yep. I was in primary school when the show started. That table never breaks, does it? I don't know what's wrong with that table. People are getting chucked into it all the time, but it never breaks. It just always flips over. Hangman said, "This is mine." It's mine, and the referee snatches it away. Hangman grabbing CM Punk. It's going to turn into the Breakfast Club. Here we go. He's looking for the buckshot. Oh, I hope he botches it. I really want him to botch it now. Botch it, botch it, botch it, botch it, botch it, botch it. Oh, please fall over. Please fall over. Here we go. Goes over the top. Oh, gets caught. Oh, referee goes down. There's the lariat, but the referee is down. Oh, both are down in the ring. Referee is down. Far too many people complaining about the length of the pay-per-view. If people have never seen an AEW pay-per-view before, they're all long, says Corvid. Wrestling Andy said you're modern day Lorraine Kelly on GMTV. Be time for her soon. This match is not going to end. We will be in 2077 when the match ends. Hangman looking at the belt. The belt's in the ring. Heel turn. Well, he's going over to the belt. He's grabbed the belt. He's going to use the belt. Get up. CM Punk's got up. CM Punk's like, no, don't hurt me with the belt. Hit him. Do it. Do it. Smash him in the face with the belt, Hangman. Hit him so hard that it leaves AEW printed on his face. Do it. Do it. Oh, God. Well, I hope that costs him now. He won't do it. Going for the buckshot. No, reversed. Reversed up on the shoulders. CM Punk. Bang! There it is. 1, 2, 3. CM Punk wins. CM Punk is the new AEW World Champion. There we go. He's done it. He's done it. I came to see. There you go, guys. Lesson for you all. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you could cheat to win, do it. Because if you don't, you'll lose. That's what I've taken away from this. That is that is a great life lesson from Tony Khan. If ever you can cheat to win, you better do it, because moments later you're probably going to lose. Color me surprised. The best in the world. Why are people crying? Because they desperately want to go home. That's why. They're just crying anyway. CM Punk's done it. CM Punk has done it. Jaden said, it's true. I've learnt that cheaters do prosper. They do. CM Punk is on his knees looking out at the crowd. Oh, she's crying. Yeah, that lady's crying. CM Punk is on his feet. He's got the title over his shoulder. The cult of personality. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture. Cheeky picture of CM Punk. CM Punk gets the job done, and it's not often that we get a new world champion in AEW. Tell you what, though, that title reign has got to go down as a real underwhelming one from Hangman. Maybe, dare I say, the worst? Not ever. I mean, just in AEW history. Our long international nightmare is over. Da-na-na-na-na-na. All I came to see. There we go. The big news at the end of the show: CM Punk is the new AEW World Champion, beating Hangman Page at the end of a fun, long pay-per-view. Yeah, I mean, a big final moment. CM Punk winning another world title. And, yeah, great scenes. I mean, great reaction from the crowd as well. The crowd really into CM Punk becoming the new champion. And that is something that is going to reverberate around the wrestling world. CM Punk obviously brings a lot of star power. Obviously brings name recognition. I don't know if this reign of Hangman will be remembered fondly, but I do think that Hangman will get back to the title again. Maybe it was just the right time for this reign to end, but one that will split opinion. But I think it's one that will probably please more people than anger people. And CM Punk gets the job done, and he is the new AEW World Champion. Well done to him.
Right, let's go into the chat. Get a poll up, shall we? What do you score AEW Double or Nothing? This is going to be really interesting, you know. Really, really interesting. It's been a super long show. There's been some good moments. There's been some not so good moments. I think this is a really hard one to score. There's so much to take into account. I think it's we've missed Christmas. Yeah, guys, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. For all acquaintance be forgot. Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you're all having a fantastic 2023. It's, one that I think is going to be really interesting. What do you think about the show? Get in your thoughts. Get in your scores. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Five out of 10, 8, 0, 7.5, 0. 8. I've given it 6.5. It was too long. I know it's early, but who do you think will be the best champ is after Punk? Well, I mean, look, now Punk's got it. I mean, you'd have to think that it's going to be a heel next, and, well, MJF would be an obvious choice, but I just don't know if they'll go that way. Not after what's happened. After what's happened, I don't know. It's really hard to know if they will still go with MJF because, I mean, it's one thing having him not turn up to a meet and greet and potentially not doing a match against Wardlow. It'd be another thing, a whole nother level if he was your champion. I mean, we all remember the Montreal Screwjob, and, a big problem with that was that Brett was champion, and that really complicated things. I mean, Vince just did not want the WWE, WWF title being taken to WCW. I mean, you got to remember that Medusa threw the women's title in the trash can. Again, it's one thing to disrespect the women's title, which wasn't that important back in the day. It'd be a whole nother thing for the WWE Championship to turn up in WCW and be disrespected. So I sort of understand it. I sort of understand, both sides there as to what happened with the Montreal Screwjob. But you do kind of bear that in mind here as well. That like, if MJF becomes champion, that's going to be a problem because it's bad enough as it is him not. Potentially not doing any match, but your main event for the belt and him walking out with the belt. God, I don't know, man. I don't know if they'll go that way anymore. CM Punk wins the AEW World Championship. It's a big talking point, and it's the talking point they want you to really be focused on. Now that Double or Nothing has come to an end. I think most people are going to be focused on their beds. That's what most people are going to be focused on. WCW is sadly missed. Botches. Oh, quite a few botches tonight, yeah. If you're a fan of botches. Quite a few. 575 or below got 13%. 6 to 675 got 11%. 7 to 775 got 28%. 8 to 10 got 47%. Yeah, I'm really torn. I'm really, really torn. I think I'm in the 6s. I don't think this was a disastrous show. I feel like that's where I am. I think that's definitely a score that some could look at and go, oh, that's harsh. Or honestly, some might look at it and go, oh, that's high. I'm sort of in the middle, to be honest. I think the way I feel about this show is the same way I feel about the Anarchy in the Arena match. There was parts of it I liked, there was parts of it I didn't, and the whole thing was too long. And that is exactly how I feel about tonight's show. There's parts of it I liked, there's parts of it I didn't, and the whole thing was too long. And I know, like, you can say, look, AEW pay-per-views are always that way, but doesn't... I will always criticize them then, because they're always too long. So, like, as long as they're going to keep being this long, then it's always going to suffer score-wise from me. I think that 4 hours for a show is really the upper level of my kind of what I would want, like, from a pay-per-view. This one overran that by about 40 minutes. But to be honest, I wouldn't even want it get into 4 hours. I mean, I'd want it to be more like 3 and around that kind of area. Like, 3 is where I'd want it. 4 is the peak of my tolerance level. And to go 40 minutes beyond that is, you know, cruel. So, I think for me that is kind of a factor. But it wasn't a show that was a disaster, you know. There's not stuff on here that I'm cringing over. I actually did enjoy the Anarchy in the Arena. I think that is definitely gets a tick. I think the... let me have a look at the results. AEW Double or Nothing. I like Athena coming in. So I like Athena. I liked the Deeb match with Thunder Rosa. I liked that, but I just thought it went a bit too long. I thought Darby Allin and O'Reilly had a decent match. But, yeah, a couple of spots in there just seemed a little bit off. Just a little bit off. There was a lot of botches tonight. There was a lot of botches. Kyle O'Reilly, Darby Allin we spoke about. House of Black, not really bothered. Scorpio Sky, oh yeah, the Paige Van Zandt thing I really enjoyed. Paige Van Zandt I thought was decent, and I like the fact Scorpio Sky won that. Britt Baker winning, I would have gone with Ruby Soho, but I'm not like down on it. I thought the match was alright. Adam Cole match thought was alright. MJF Wardlow, there was lots of intrigue there. I just sort of feel like if there's not really a match that I'm like going to go crazy. There's no matches here that are going to feature in my best matches of the year. Anarchy in the arena is the match I would go back to. And that's about it. That's about it, to be honest. But overall, I think it kind of does a job for me. I would say that weird show. Yeah. Mitchell said it's a weird show. It seemed like the show could have been better out together, but I feel like it was aiming for Forbidden Door a bit much. Seemed to be everywhere as a show. Your thoughts? I agree. I agree. I think this is a weird show. The first thing I said was I think this is really hard to score. I think it's really hard to score because I don't want to be down on it because I'm not really down on it. I'm not down on it. I mean, I've seen way worse shows. So this isn't like a 3 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10. I always say about 6.5 is about average for me. 6.5 is kind of average, and you know, a tickle above that. But yeah, weird. Sometimes, I mean, like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for me, there's no 5-star matches here. There's no matches that are 5 stars. There's no matches that, dare I say, are even 4.5 stars. I mean, it really depends on what you think about Anarchy in the arena. But take Anarchy in the Arena out of it. I don't think there's really any matches here that are 4.5 stars, 4.25. Maybe, I don't even know if there's any matches that are 4. I kind of feel like a lot of the matches that I saw were all below 4 stars. So there's nothing that I can like pin my hat on and go, yeah, well, I mean, we got that. I mean, a lot of people are going to, and I've already seen, like, the reaction to the Anarchy in the Arena is very positive online. Very positive. And I did enjoy large parts of it. I did enjoy large parts of it. I think, as we said, you know, that kind of big blow off, the War Games type match, the Blood and Guts type match, that way you've got two teams that hate each other. They just want to rip each other apart. Like, I do feel that with Kingston and Jericho. I definitely feel it from them. Santana and Ortiz and Jericho. But I do also agree, like, the Jericho Appreciation Society, I don't think has been booked that strong. I think going into it like this, we could have done a lot more work to have got to this point. But putting all that to one side, let's pretend these two teams did definitely hate each other. We'd had loads of matches in the build. This was the final match. It was the end of the feud. I think this is a really good way to blow off a feud like that. You know, if you was going to get Inner Circle versus Elite, you know, this is the kind of match that would end that feud, would have ended that feud. You know, we had blood and guts and everything, but you could do an Anarchy and Arena match. Hard to know how you're going to ever, like, beat it, though, because they did pretty much everything in this match. And maybe even a bit too much. But, because I think it did go a little long. But I enjoyed that. That would probably be the match that, as I said, if I was going to go back and rewatch something, I'd rewatch that. But, yeah, outside of that, if you take that out, I don't think anything here gets anywhere near 5 stars. I don't think anything gets anywhere near 4.5. Maybe not even 4.25. I just feel like there were some really solid matches. I feel like Thunder Rose Adib might be about 3.5, 3.75. It's kind of where I'd put that ballpark. But yeah, nothing that was like a disastrously bad either. So, Steve said WrestleMania 38 was much better. Bryan Danielson, CM Punk should be the next world title match. Hasib said, I thought Death Triangle and House of Black was up there with the Anarchy match. What do you say? It's not my style. That kind of multi-man spot, people waiting on the outside to be jumped on top of, this kind of stuff just isn't not the kind of thing that I enjoy. So that match to me, it was always going to be a struggle. So I can understand why people that are into that would enjoy it, but it's not my style. Mitchell said, we've got a month to build to Forbidden Door, but what are we doing? There's no indications of matches for that. Am I wrong? No, but I would imagine that will be what the focus of the Dynamites is going to be now. So I'm all right with us not having anything on the show. I'm all right with that. I think tonight belongs to CM Punk. You know, CM Punk is a world champion. I think if you brought someone out, the talking point would be, oh my God, did you see the Naito came out at the end of the show, or Okada or Tanahashi or whatever, and that becomes a talking point and takes a little bit away from the, oh, and CM Punk won the world title as well. Like, I think they want the headline to be CM Punk is our world champion. CM Punk is, do you know what I mean? Like, this is the moment they've chosen to pull that trigger. So CM Punk is our world champion now. So I just don't think they want anything tonight and tomorrow and the next day after really taken away from that. You know, like Athena coming in, Malcolm Bivens coming in, ain't going to take away from CM Punk being the world champion. I think that's the headline. That's what they want you focused on. That's what they want people making videos about and putting posts up about and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, the MJF stuff could overshadow it. Which is why I think they might have written him out for a week or so,
just so they can get him out of the way, milk this CM Punk's our champion thing, and then maybe on Dynamite they'll look to start the stories for Forbidden Door. So maybe on Dynamite we'll start, moving and getting somewhere with that. So I think it's all right that it didn't happen tonight. But yeah, with only a month to go, it's going to have to happen quite soon, isn't it? We can't really afford to wait too long. So yeah, I'm sure the next few Dynamites in particular are going to be essential as we build towards Forbidden Door. It is a very quick turnaround. Very, very quick turnaround. So, yeah, let's wrap this poll up, shall we? Very classic show, says Koshin, but nothing over the top. Hitman said AEW is trying too hard. Jim said, I'm predicting the Battle of Los Ingobernables at Forbidden Door. Okay. How many hours are you live for? We're wrapping up. You've already been live for 7 hours. Please end the poll and shut up so we can all go to sleep. That sounds fair. Hey, look at that. We got 619. Boyaka, boyaka! 619. Nice. 8 out of 10 got nearly 50%. So 8 to 10. So seems like, that's over 300 odd people that scored this right up there, so fair play. No denying that is the winner tonight. 72775, 26%. 575 or below was next with 12%. 62675 got 11%. So I'm right in the bottom. I'm right in the bottom. So yeah, nearly 75% of people were. I think 7 or above, quite high. I was just that next level below that. But yeah, there was some good stuff here, definitely. There was some bad stuff. There was a lot of botches. Not that that's always a problem. Look, if there are botches, this isn't figure skating. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really ever bother me, the botches, too much. As long as it can still fit within, the match. It depends how bad the botches are. If you go for a move and you just completely get it wrong and, it's just a bit awkward and, sometimes botches can be all right, whereby, when CM Punk went for that lariat and his leg gave out, he was actually selling that leg anyway. And when he went for that lariat, his leg gave out. And so that didn't feel like too much of a problem. But yeah, in this day and age, if any move goes wrong during the match, botch. Do you know what I mean? Botch. And it's it's all right. It's all right to have botches. Botches have always been in wrestling. It's all right. There was quite a few tonight, though. I would say that. I don't know if there's just too. I don't know if the pace is too fast at times. I don't know if they go for too many high spots. I don't know if. Clearly, modern wrestling takes a lot more risks than it used to. So, that's clearly going to play a part. And that's going to increase the number of botches. But, listen, if you're a fan of botches, you would have had a lovely evening. Because there was quite a few. But I never think that's a problem. Yeah, if we were all sitting here scoring it like figure skating, then sure. Then you can score them down, but... I think the bigger problem is that, for me, none of the matches really got to that kind of 4 to 5 range, star-wise. And I think, I'd love to sit here and go, well, there was this match, this match, and they all, really delivered. But it just felt like a lot of the matches were around 3.2, 3, 3.25, 3.5, around that kind of area. And there wasn't really much that rose above that. So, yeah, I'm not down on it. I'm not crazy about it. It's just sort of in the middle for me, so... We'll see what Dynamite brings as we build towards Forbidden Door. We're going to... obviously, we're going to be doing that show. I am excited for that show, actually, because I really do like a few New Japan stars. I'm not crazy about New Japan, because I don't watch it week in, week out, and kind of out of the loop, if I'm being honest. But I am aware of a lot of their talents, and...
I am a fan, actually, of some of their talent. I really like Naito. Really like Los Ingobernables. I like Tanahashi as well, both of those. Of course, Okada. Ospreay killing it at the moment. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those guys and those kind of people in action. It'll be, and I'm sure those are the kinds of talents that we will be seeing, because we're going to have to go big for this card, aren't we? So, lots to look forward to, my friends. We are done for tonight, but we will obviously be back. We'll be back later for Raw, and AEW-wise, we will be back on Wednesday as we undoubtedly start building towards Forbidden Door. And I think we will see some development there. And we will potentially even see some New Japan stars coming in. We already got some the other week. And I'm sure we will see more over the coming weeks. So, right, appreciate it. Thanks a lot for watching. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.